All right, here we are. Welcome, everybody. What's everybody up to? All right, let's get some people in here. So let's start smashing those hearts, champions. Get some people in here. Yeah, make sure that. But it was good to check the sound because I wasn't able to check the sound. I normally do that to make sure there's not an echo, echo, echo. Ah, all right. Welcome in, everybody. Ask me your spiritual questions. We're here to talk about things. You can see we have them on the screen right here. There's nobody else in here, so I'm talking to myself right now. But we'll see how long it takes to get some people in here, right? Get some people in here and send this to one of your friends or your family members because I can't say those other words because there's a list. I should hold them up. There's one I want to talk about. There's a list which is hilarious, right? Is that Balika? Balika? Is that Balake? What? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for that. Who gave me that? My wife gave me that. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Smash those hearts, champions. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Let's get this place rocking. Let's get some people in here so we can talk about some things. You guys want to know the hack on this place? And I'm not just talking about TikTok, although we can talk about that too. It's hilarious that if you guys look up, you guys can do this. There's people on TikTok that have posted it. People sometimes are not exactly as brilliant. Thank you for that. I gave that to myself. Love that. That's because my wife's here today and she's over here doing that. So, like, the list of words that you can't say on this platform. Have you guys ever looked that up? If you look it up on this platform, you see the people are showing you this list. There's a list of words that is hilarious because if you look at the words, they just look like words. But if you actually read them in order, it's actually like a message that somebody sent to somebody saying, we can't be together anymore because you don't love me and all these things. And it's like, 1,000 words or something. And I looked it up and I was like, is this for real? This is like everywhere on TikTok and everywhere else. Some of these people just have no idea what they're looking at. And they type in words you can't say on TikTok and it's an entire letter that somebody wrote that's written out like they're just words in no specific order, you think, until you actually start reading them, and then you realize these people are like, here's all the words you can't say on TikTok, and it's a complete joke. But there is a list of words you can't say on TikTok, right? Which is crazy. So yeah, there's certain things you can't say. Like I can say hit those hearts, champions, but I can't say that other word that starts with an L and ends with like instead of a heart, like you would, right? Can't say that. I can't even say things like, what's that? Yeah, like sheep. Yeah, like sheep would do. Yeah. So I can't even say things like, um, well, I don't know. She can't even type it. You can't say things like, if I wanted you to, come after me or, look at me or, pay attention to us and this platform. If you say like she's trying to say there, right, you have to see where she had to say it in code. That's crazy that we can't even type it because it won't even go on there if we type it. So you can see right there where what it says. I can say that, but if I say that out loud, then I start getting shadow banned. It actually says that from TikTok, not online, from TikTok itself. So that's insane that the communist platforms, and I know that it's the same on the what is it, Instagram, which is also a communist platform owned by Meta, right? So yeah, you got to love that. There's afraid of words. I can see some words that are threatening or words that are, just bad, evil words, in saying that. But guess what word's not on that list? Fuck is not on that list. So I can say that although they have it listed some ways if I say other things, right? But it starts to diminish the amount of people that you can have in the live. So stupid. Okay, ask your spiritual questions, right? You guys want to figure out how to get out of here? Are you guys tired of being on this earth? I bet most of you are. I haven't met anybody except for somebody who's here in life one that goes, no man, I love this place, dude. I'm having a great time. Usually it's young kids before they have seen the world itself and realize the way the world actually is. And then, otherwise people that have lived for more than like 20 years are usually going, man, I got to figure out how to get out of here. It's actually actually easy. It's so easy that it's right in front of your eyes and you just don't see it because they won't let you. They keep keeping you, they keep distracting you so that you can't even look. And you're looking right at it and they're going, this is not the droids that you're looking for. Do not read that sign. Right? There's a movie, a sci-fi movie that was made by oh, what is his name? I can't think of his name right now. Give me a second, I'll think of his name. But the actor that was in it was Rowdy Piper from the. He used to be a wrestler before he passed. His name was Rowdy Piper. As a professional wrestler, not professional sports. He was when he was in school and stuff like that, but he was in the wrestling entertainment business for the WWE, Rowdy Piper, and he was in this movie as the star. And I'm trying to think of who it was again that made it, because he made a bunch of movies that were sci-fi movies. The movie's called They Live. You guys should take a look at that movie. Yeah, right. Right. Tino knows. He's like, They Live, dude. Yeah, good movie. You guys should take a look at that movie, because that movie, it was. I don't know that it's true, but I hear people have said, because I never got a chance to ask Rowdy Piper whether or not he said this, but when people said, they asked him what was it like to make that movie, he said he thought he was making a documentary, right? I don't think that's exactly true, but it was still kind of cool. Yeah, great movie, right? Because right, you put on the Ray-Bans and you can see, right, and you could see what was really truly going on, and there was things like signs. I've made a reel with that stuff from there on there, where you would see the signs that says obey and all that stuff. I made a couple of reels back on my pages, where if you go back, it's been a couple of years since I posted it. Maybe I'll repost it now that I'm talking about it. Then it says that, and I actually added in the thing, with the thing from 2020 to 2024. That's when I made it. So it was done in the motif of, and pictures from that movie, where the sign said obey and consume and all of that stuff. And then it said, you got to obey and the thing and get the thing. Thank you. Thank you, Wolk. What is that, Wolkizer? Is that how you say that? Thank you for that. So you guys should take a look at that, because that's kind of eye opening, because that's the movie itself. If you think about it, is John Carpenter, by the way. John Carpenter makes some crazy, some of the movies John Carpenter made, you go, what is that? But the truth is, if you look at most of John Carpenter's films, they're pretty much about expanding your consciousness and saying, you guys need to realize there's something else going on that you're unaware of here, right? And that one definitely was that. If you guys have never seen that movie, you should take a look at it, because it's about something that's going on right in front of your eyes that you can't see until you can. And they use Ray-Bans that they made specifically to be able to see that. When you put them on, you can see past the thing that is veiling you from seeing them. So anybody who puts these Ray-Bans on, they can see what's actually happening around them with, aliens and stuff like that. It was a great movie, sci-fi movie that was a kind of a little movie that people, it became a cult classic, still is, but you guys should take a look at it. So my point is, what's going on is basically the same thing, and that's why people said he said that was a documentary, thought it was, because the truth is, the reality that you think is what's going on here is not actually what's going on here, and they're aware of that. And people like me sound crazy when we try to tell you that, right? If you're not anywhere near that edge of remembering and opening your third eye, if you're solidified in 5D or in 3D, I'm saying 5D and 3D, then you believe that I'm cuckoo cuckoo when you hear me speak, right? And that's just, I'm aware of that, and I know that that is what a good portion of the population thinks when I talk, and I'm okay with that, because it's been that way my entire existence on this earth, every lifetime. So I'm kind of used to it. There's less and less people who think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, right? He grabbed the scrolls, but I'm the stone from God, slingshot about the crumble the mountain, to crumble the mountain. Slingshot about to crumble the mountain. Not quite sure what you're saying there. You're speaking kind of in tongues a little bit there, a little bit of code. But I'm thinking I'm kind of getting the gist of what you're trying to say, right? He grabbed the scroll, but I'm the stone from God's slingshot about to crumble the mountain. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yes. And, in very real sense, we all need to be that. In a very real sense, we all need to be that. We need to be the change that we wish to see in the world, right? Who said that in history, right? There's a lot of people who said that in history and made that famous. Now it's hashtag be the change, all right? And that's where we get that from. The hashtag be the change is from that saying, be the change you want to see in the world, okay? So why is that? Because you can't change anyone but yourself. So I can't change you. I can't make you think something. I can't, and I'm not going to try and sell you anything. That's why I wrote this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. You don't have to buy that book, but that book is, information in there that will help you to unlock that door that you're sitting in front of that you won't open because somebody told you there's a dragon behind it, right? We are in an iPod, all of us collectively, MK Ultra living is a dream. That's actually just not true, but it's close, right? It's not where it is very close to reality, but it's not. We're not on an iPod. We're not inside of a computer simulation that came from the movie The Matrix and a couple other movies like Tron and Tron Legacy and that entire scenario where everybody was inside of a computer system. We're not inside of a computer system. We're actually inside the mind of the creator. In a sense, that could be considered a computer system, but we're not being controlled by third dimensional beings. Okay, so we're not definitely not being controlled in that respect by the powers that should not be. However, we are being controlled by the powers that should not be. So in some sense, is what I'm saying about what you're saying, right? Kevin, greetings. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, plan it, yeah, right. Plan ET or plan it, right? So some of what you're saying is true. The concept is they gained a knowledge that this is sort of a matrix, right? It is a matrix. It's just not one that was created as a prison by third dimensional beings. Okay. One question: who else was Merlin throughout history? There are many, many people. Merlin is a title, my friend. Specifically the Merlin the magician in the time of Arthur because of the Arthurian legend, which goes back, almost 2,000 years. So because of that, people know that name, and people think that that name Merlin was a single individual, Merlin the magician, right? I always tell people that you can see that it's not if you go and to watch the movie that came out in 1982, that far back, called Excalibur. If you actually watch and turn on your subtitles while you're watching it, you can actually see at one point the people are going Merlin and they're calling for him, and he comes walking up and he says, I am a Merlin, not I am Merlin. He says, I am a Merlin. Okay, that movie was made over in England, in the UK. It wasn't made by Hollywood in the United States. Okay, so that movie was more accurate. And then the movie later on that they made with Clive Owen, they didn't talk about that, but you got the sense from the movie that he was in fact a priest. He was in fact a druid who was in charge of the people. But they didn't say he was a Merlin. He was calling him Merlin. So they didn't really address it the second time the UK made a movie from over there. But he actually says it in that first one, I am a Merlin. Merlin is a title the same as, but it means like high priest. So it's the same as a pastor or something else because I am a Merlin. So I'm not just going by Merlin, right? Like you see Merlin and Maeve here or the channel that you're on. Okay. It's because I am a Merlin, right? Do you understand that? And my wife is Maeve. That's actually a name, not just a title, right? Right? But that is a name and a title. So Merlin is also a name and a title. Okay, so I go by the title because I am a Merlin. There are people throughout history that have been Merlins, but it's not something that you can just readily get. You have to be chosen for, and it takes a long time. It took me 19 years of my life to get the title. So it's not like I went to a but I am a minister as well, right? I am a minister, Christian minister. Went to Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona, and got my ministry. But I'm also was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. However, it took me more of my life to get the Merlin title than it did to get the other religious titles that I have, right? So Merlin is a title, just like Christ is not Jesus' last name. Christ was a title. It is a thing. It is a way. It is an oil that is within your body. It is a consciousness, the Christ consciousness. So his name isn't Jesus Christ, right? People think that it is though, right? So the same thing. Merlin is a title that is a high priest title in that Druid and Wiccan religion. Okay. Yes, same thing. All equal again. Yes. Tiamat. I'm saying Thoth, like Thoth, Hermes, etc. equal Merlin. Correct. Okay, so it is the Christ consciousness. Again, the Merlin is the high priest title, which would be the same, right? So thank you for actually getting that, bro. Right? Thank you for actually getting that. Most people don't. They get mad at me and they start arguing with me, and they'll say things. That's not true. Merlin existed and Merlin was a man. No, Merlin was it's a title. It's a consciousness. It's something that I had to actually learn a lot about. And you can actually look it up. There's books out there you could still find. Someone told me they could find both, but they were rare, so I only found one of them. But there were books out there, the 21 Lessons of Merlin, and another one was the 18 Lessons of Merlin. I think they were both published like 40 or 50 years ago, right? In the 80s, I think, when they were published. I actually read both of those after I was learning it. And I was like, that's how it got a decent amount of information that's in it, but there's more that you learn. But you have to be chosen. And then I was given the title eventually when I was 19, right? And now I'm 58. So almost 50 years ago, or almost 40 years ago. Next year it'll be 40 years ago. It took me 19 years of my life to get that title. That's completely different. That's like worse than going to a Catholic seminary to become a priest in Catholicism, which they wanted me to do, by the way, but I didn't want to do it because I like sex too much. Have you seen my wife? I like sex too much. There's no way that I want to go and give that up just so that I can preach and then try to sell people to religion. Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. I wrote that's a quote from me from this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. And what is that about? That is about there was a time on this earth that is even now, but throughout all of time, when every religion that we have here was in fact a spiritual way, right? And you can see my wife put that up there. We are the coalition, the Orion coalition of light. Okay. And we came here to help you guys. We come down here to help you guys. We're actually not from here. Physically, I'm here legally. So physically, I'm in the body. This body was born here to parents. So I didn't come here in a spaceship. I'm a higher being from a light being from the 11th dimension. So is my wife, and so is many other people. Sometimes they pop in here, and I'll point them out when they pop in. Okay, who have come here because you guys got stuck. We came down here to help you guys. There's a reason that you guys got stuck. The bad people, which I was talking about a minute ago, they got wind of this information that this is actually a matrix, and the matrix gives you what you wish for, gives you what you want. The more you focus on something, this place will put it in front of you. You design your life as the immortal spirit that you are, as the everlasting light energy that you are. You design your life, and then you get implanted into a human host, and you get veiled so you don't remember it, and then you live your life organically. That's how it's supposed to happen. They learned that knowledge, and when they got that knowledge, they realized that they could take away your free will and usurp it from you just by not letting you know about it. And that's what they've done. They've edited it, every single book that has that information in it, every part that they understood, they took it out. Okay. Let me say that again. Every part they understood, they took it out, but it's still in there because it's in places that they didn't understand. And they have to control people. So they left the religions there and they made them religions and took control of them from the top down. So then they edited things out. Okay. Look at the Roman Catholic religion, the Christian religion, right? Christianity. When it was named Christianity, that was in 325 AD. We're in 2026. 325 to 329 AD, Constantine, the emperor in Rome, the Caesar in Rome, decided that Christianity was what he was naming the way Jesus was teaching. He decided that needed to become an Orthodox church. And he invited all the people that had books that they were teaching and said, we have to make one book. And then they started taking out all of the books that had anything in there about your ascension, about the Christ oil, and about you realizing that you were something other than this. Took all that away, got rid of it, and some people walked away from those councils. Okay, the Eastern Orthodox Church walked away from the second one, and the Ethiopian Church walked away from the first one. We know this because both of those churches have now decided to start bringing out their Bible and say, look what we have. Okay, so now people are comparing Bibles all around the world. So your standard Christian Bible that you have, remember, I'm a Christian minister, so I'm not coming from a place of I hate this kind of stuff. I have 4 religious titles, 5 spiritual titles, okay? So literally, and I'm a theologian, so I study religion my entire life. It's what I'm talking about. That's why I write this book, and that's why I'm teaching you guys true spirituality, okay? And that's why we have courses to teach you different things, spiritual, because I am a Reiki master, so is my wife, okay? So that spiritual way we're teaching people because that's the quickest way to wake up your third eye. This right here, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, is one that you need to learn. Everybody should be teaching this, and every kid before the age of 10 should learn the Defense Against the Dark Arts, and then at the age of 14, they should be learning the Dark Arts, Defense Against the Dark Arts Part 2, okay? Because this information is information that you need to know, and I try to tell people, and I've been teaching people, if you're a light worker of any kind, and you're starting to wake up, you actually need to know this information to keep all of this negativity from harming you, from affecting you, because it happens all the time. all the stuff around you. You guys need to learn about that. Okay. Once you learn that stuff, then because you're going to need it. Because if you start waking up in any way, if you're a healer in any way, if you're trying to help other people and you're trying to do something to better the entire societal structure, you know as well as I do, guys, if you're out there and you're playing around with anything, say you're looking at physics, I'm going to come up with free energy for the world. If you know anything about anything, you know that the second that you start coming up with the idea of free energy, you're going to get opposition. You're going to get governmental systems and people that are running corporations that are either going to try and hire you to get you working for them so they can proprietarily take what you are making, or they're going to threaten you and tell you to knock it off, or they're going to unalive you. Okay, why is that? Because they're keeping everything status quo. They want everything exactly the way it is so that what? We're all focusing on their little system and that we're living within their system. So they've taken away the knowledge away from you, me, and everyone else that your focus determines your reality, that our collective focus determines the collective reality that we're in. So this reality that we're in is the collective consciousness, the focus of the collective consciousness of everyone on this earth. They learned this knowledge and they're using it to their advantage by keeping everybody focused on their caste system, okay, on the system, which is the maritime law, money, power, fame. They own everything. They own the land. They own you. They own me. We owe them money for being alive. We have to ask them permission to go from one country to the next because they need to know where their slaves are and who they're going to pay taxes to because what land they're on. All of that stuff is being done to you and they're keeping you focused on it. Yes, this money works. This money's real. I have to pay it. I have to pay for everything. And then they have to pay a tax on everything. And then they have to pay a tax at the end of the year. No matter where you are in the world, you know that that's what's going on. Why is that? Well, the only reason that that works is because you guys all go, okay, yeah, we have a country, I have a country, and we have our own money, and then we have to pay taxes to the king. Okay. So no, I did not. What do you think about the very first Bible, 144 A.D. I don't know if that was the person who created the very first Bible. I think that's subjective. However, the very first Bibles that they had back then, there were many of them, and they were trying to piece them together because if you look at that truly, there was one prior to that because all of the apostles were going out and teaching people. So that would have been happening at around 30 to 35 AD, not 144 years after that or 130 years after that. So the truth is, there was already information that they were teaching to people, and they had to have started writing it down. So the whole purpose of the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and all these other books that they had to have been in place because Matthew was writing it down at the time. Matthew was writing it down in the 20s. Okay, so he had that written down in the 20s. So when he was teaching after Jesus was gone, what do you think he was using? Right? Was he only using his own book, or did all of them get together? They must have gotten together. And in fact, we know they did because there's a book in the Bible where they wrote down the information that happens after Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It's called Acts of the Apostle, ACTS, Acts of the Apostles. And it's about the information that starts 40 days after Jesus was resurrected, before he ascended. And it tells you that he was alive for those 40 days teaching people, and they were putting together the information. So officially there was a Bible prior to 144 years. Okay, so when you look at that, there was many different Bibles, and that's why Constantine wanted to make one Bible, but it wasn't the only reason. The reason that they wanted to make one Bible was because they needed to edit it out. So asking me what I think about one specific Bible that may or may not have been written in 144 AD is not a Bible that it would be considered the official canon if we go by their rules of the official canon. Okay, so when they got to 324, 325, 329 in that area, when they were editing things, a lot of the books like the Book of Jude, the Book of James, the Book of Mary, they were pulling those books out because they were saying we can't trace them back to the first century, right? But yet everyone else kept them in their Bibles, and we have them today, and we found them in the Dead Sea area, okay? In the Dead Sea area and the Dead Sea Scrolls. People weirdly want to tell me that never happened, right? We never found anything in the Dead Sea area. So where did the Nag Hammadi or the Gnostic Gospels come from? Those weren't compiled and found in Turkey. They weren't found in China, right? So yeah. So yeah, that's just the title of it. Well, then it's possible. I'm not saying it didn't exist. What I'm saying is that that one's no different than any of the ones that they used after that. Okay, so my point of that is that they started editing them once they got all of those books, because that one might have had, and I would like to think that it did, had most of the books that were taken out, right? So hopefully that one had like 165 books in it or somewhere or thereabouts, right? But I don't have a copy of that, so I can't verify that. So my point of that is we really don't know the origin of everything, because even Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, when you look at that, well, they were written between 100 and 400 AD. That's what they're claiming. So they don't even really know for certain that the book of Matthew or the Mark or Luke or John were actually written by the actual people. But it would seem that it's pretty close, because they're talking about the whole entire life, right? That's why people love to say that the whole thing was just invented, because it's been 2,000 years. It's easy to cast doubt on something that happened 2,000 years ago. It's harder if this was 100 years later or 50 years later, right? So back then, I would guarantee you there was people doing the same thing we're doing now. They were back there going, yeah, but this one came from my grandfather who got it from his father who was there. And they're going to go, we don't know that guy. He's nobody. Could have made it all up. Because that's what evil people do, is my point. Okay. So in what we have left, if you look around the world, we know that different people in different parts of the world, and this is my point, different people in different parts of the world have all of these books still in these orders. So we hear people saying this guy edited the book and took some books out, that one edited, and that one edited in these places at these times. And then the church goes, no, yeah, we took those out because they weren't like, real and they shouldn't be in there. And then we have these other churches who walked away from those councils that the Europeans were editing, and they left the Ethiopians and the Eastern Orthodox Church. They've come out recently in the last couple years and said, here, this is what we have. And they've already had people studying both of those for a long time, but they officially couldn't tell the world about it, because the Ethiopian Bible, people were studying that in the 1800s. Okay, in the 1800s. So they don't want you to know that. They're acting like the Ethiopian Bible just showed up yesterday. But people have been investigating it since the 1800s, and it hasn't changed since the 1800s. So it's not like they went and said, and why is that important? Why is that important? Because we didn't find the Nag Hammadi, the Gnostic Gospels, until 1947. So if they had a book that was being studied in the 1800s, and it has the same books in it that they claim that in the Dead Sea area were useless and taken out because they weren't real, there's one church right there that has all of those books still in it. That's my point. And there's another church that has some of those books still in it, and those people were on opposite ends of the frickin' country or the world. Okay, so they didn't add those books after they were found over here. So that validates the books that were found, because that means these churches had them still, and they were keeping them, and they had them prior to those being there. So somebody couldn't have invented them and set them there and lied about it, because how did the Ethiopians get a copy in the 1800s? Before that was found in the 1900s, and then how did the Eastern Orthodox Church have a same copy in the 1800s before that was found? So that's the point of what we say when we start looking into this stuff, right? So when you look at those older versions, now I'm going to get back to your question. When you look at those older versions, you're going to find that the translation is different than the translation that you have today in the new international version by a long shot. So when we find these older ones, and then we translate those word for word into English now, we realize how much they've actually changed it. And they don't want us to do that. That's why they're trying to discredit those as hard as they can. Because once we start learning that, hold on a second, they changed words here. People do that even now when they look at things like the Eastern Orthodox Church Bible or the Ethiopian Bible, and then they look at the King James Version, and you see that prior to King James, he changed words, okay? Edited things. Okay, so then when you go back in time, you start seeing that the same thing. When did these edits change? You start tracing Bibles that are older back. You get to these other councils and you go, look, this Bible was printed before that Bible, and these words are different than those words. So we're realizing that they were editing it. Okay, they edited it in the 300s, and then again in the 400s, and then in the 1100s, and then in the 1500s, and then they've edited it like 2 or 3 times in the past 60 years on the planet now. Okay. And people like me are aware of that because we study these things and we find older copies and we put them side by side. I've done that before on my podcast where I put two books side by side, opened them to the exact same passage, and then read them to you. And then showed you how different the words are. Okay. And all they have to do is change a couple of words and it changes everything. Like, for instance, when I talk about the 666 in the Bible, right? And I talk about that in the Bible. You guys know today, if you open up a NIV version or a KJV version, that's New International Version or King James Version, and you read that passage in the Bible, it will say, and let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. For it is a human number, and its number is 666. Okay, that's the translation you're going to get. If you look at older translations, you're going to see it written this way: let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man, and its number is 666. Not a number, not a human number, but the number of man, meaning the entire human race, not just men, the entire human race. When they said man back in the ancient times, they referred to, because they were arrogant, they were very chauvinistic, and they were referring to that as the entire human race. Okay. Why do they edit them? That is the best question of all. Why they edit them is because they discovered that your focus determines your reality. Okay. That the collective consciousness of this earth literally creates the reality that we live in. And that's actually left in the Bible. It's in Matthew. So if you look at the Christian Bible alone, but it's in all other Bibles as well. But because there's more people that are Christian in the world, that's the only reason why I use that as a vernacular. But you can find it in other Bibles, other religions. There's a concept just like that. Okay, it's where you get that as above, so below word that's backwards, that has been corrupted. And that's an edit. As above, so below is an edit. Why would they do that? Because the collective consciousness of the earth creates the reality. If you look at that, if you look at the book of Matthew again and you read that, literally in there, Jesus is telling them that our Father, the creator of the universe, said, what you sow on earth, that means what you plant, what you create, what you make, what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. So that means if you're a farmer, you know what that means. You sow the seeds into the land. Okay, so that means you're creating. You take the seeds and you put them in the ground to plant them, and you put the dirt over it. That's called sowing them into the earth. Then you cultivate them and you water them, and it becomes a plant. What you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap from the harvest, from that planting, that creation, I shall too create in heaven. Okay, so that is as below, so above, as within, so without, not as above, so below. Not I will do this in heaven and then it will be reflected on earth. But that's what they teach you in most of those religions, that God is in charge. Caste system, there's a God in charge. It's not you. You have no say. Do you see how they're honing your thought process so that you don't think that you have any power? Okay, why would they do that? Because they realize that says that you guys create the reality. And then he went on to say, I tell you truly that if you had but a mustard seed amount of faith, little teeny mustard seeds are tiny, tiny. You take like Grey Poupon or one of those, that have seeds in it, and you take a less than a teaspoon, you're going to have like 500 or 1,000 seeds in your mouth. Okay, but a mustard seed amount of faith, you could literally say to that mountain, move from here to there, and it would move. Meaning, you create the reality here. Okay, so that's still left in there because they didn't understand what that meant, or they would have edited that out. Okay, why is that important? It's important because in those books, they're telling you, me, all of us are in charge. We are going to create the new heaven and the new earth because that's what the creator of the universe said that we were going to do. And it's in every single religion. Those of us who are theologians who are not trying to chase what scroll was written by who and when, but forget about what the scroll says, because that's what most theologians do. And they're like, well, that sounds like that's the story of Adam and Eve. And that comes from further back when they had the story of Adama. And that story tells a different story from this one. And then I could write a book about it and spend the rest of my life explaining to you how the story of Adam and Eve is not the actual story, and it's been rewritten and it's wrong, and it was copied wrong, and it belongs to an ancient story. And I don't have to tell you that there's a one further back than that called the story of Adapa. We'll leave that one off because I want to write a couple of books about that, make money off of you guys, and you get bored with it, and then academics buy the book, and I get a bunch of money, and then I come out with a second book that says it's actually part of an older scroll from Mesopotamia called the story of Adapa. And then I get to write another whole novel on that and get rich. And that's what they do. And they don't tell you anything about what is the message that was in there in Adam and Eve, Adama, and Adapa. What were the stories that were in there? What were they trying to tell you? They don't tell you that stuff. Why? Because they don't want you to know that. They're not paid to tell you that stuff. So they're keeping you away from the idea that is being taught to you. So I said, and I've always said, and I talk about that in my book. Okay, there's a copy of it down here, right? You can see that right there. You can find this anywhere online. Okay, the reality about reality returning to the old ways. In there, I point out to you that in every single religion, what they're all telling you and what every single person who came here were telling you is the same exact story. Okay? So the story of that Jesus character is the same story of the Thor character. Thor did the same thing Jesus did. So did Osiris. So did Shiva. Okay, so did Marduk, if you go all the way back to the Mesopotamians. So did Gilgamesh. Okay, they all did the exact same thing in that story where they were all parables to tell you. Okay, thank you. I can't say that word out loud. If I say those words out loud that my wife just pinned in the crowd, then this communist platform will lower the amount of people that I can have in here and move me down lower on the list of people who can find me on TikTok. Okay, because they're controlling the narrative as well, right? And why are they doing that? Because your focus determines your reality. My focus determines my reality. So they're keeping our focus on power, money, fame, clicks, and likes. They're keeping our focus on they're in charge. They own everything. They own us. We need money to live. We need money to eat food. We need money to drive because we have to pay them for everything. So that means we also have to go to work for them to get money so that we can give it right back to them for everything that we have. And that's what we do. That's their system that they're keeping us focused on so that they can keep themselves in power and they can keep themselves in wealth. Okay. And all they're doing to you is going, don't look over there. These are not the droids that you want to see in the world, right? Is the world round or flat? It's round, my friend. It's not flat. It's round. There is nothing in this universe that is flat like that because the universe doesn't work that way and the law of physics don't work that way. The people who are telling you that the world is flat are lying to you because everything that's their entire theory is based on one guy in the 1700s who was saying, he said, I'm going to prove the earth is flat. Okay. So the theory of flat earth, let's talk about that. Before the 1700s, because if you know anything about the flat earth theory, you know that there was a guy in the 1700s who gave you the theory. But before that, everybody said the world was flat. Yes, they did. They just said the world was flat because they were all referring back to the creation stories of all of the religions. Okay, hold on. There's a train going by outside. So the creation stories of all the religions said that there was nothingness and then somebody created something and that person was the creator of the universe. And to assist that creator, there was a big giant. That was the creator who was this huge giant, created the earth and created the waters. But then this big giant got in the way. So that big giant, this God, had to be unalived. But the God's not really unalive. The God is a sleeping. So it's not unalive, it's asleep. And we took that God's head and we made the dome of the sky out of the skull, and we're living inside of that. And the teeth of that God are the mountains. Okay? And the blood of that God is the waters. So we're inside the head of a giant. So if you believe the earth is flat, you have to believe that you're inside the head of a giant so big we can't realize that we're inside the head of it. Those were metaphors and allegories to teach people that we were inside the head of the Creator, that we are in the mind of the Creator. But that got taken away where it was saying that we're in the mind of the Creator, and the creation story was we're in the skull of a sleeping God, a giant sleeping God. That's what those stories say. You can look them up. Okay. So then they said the earth must be flat because we're in this dome. Well, it can't be flat if there's a dome. So you're like right here in the mind, in the head of the Creator. So what are we looking out through the eyes? Again, that's what we're doing. We're inside of our head. Those were metaphors to teach people, but they stopped doing that. So they believe the dome of the sky, we're on the inside of a skull, and that's the skull of a sleeping giant god. Okay? That's where that came from. But then they said, well, we don't know where the edge of it is. So for all of time, my friend, all of time, until the 1700s, everyone believed you could fall off the edge of the world. That was the religions of the world, that you could fall off the edge of it. Okay? That you would fall off the edge and go into oblivion and never come back. And that's what they believed until one guy said, I'm going to prove that the world is flat. And he claimed that in a ship, a sailing vessel, no motors in the 1700s, a sailing vessel like a sloop, okay, or one of those types of sailing vessels that would take 30 days or more to go from San Francisco to London, by the way, and you would have to stop and get food and water, that apparently they had enough food and water on one of those ships to take him and his entire crew, and they sailed in some direction. And they sailed and sailed and sailed and sailed and sailed for thousands of miles, not explaining how many times they had to stop for food and water on the trip. And then they found this big giant ice wall. And then they sailed along that ice wall for thousands of miles. Okay? They didn't have enough food to travel for more than 2,000 miles at a time. They couldn't carry enough food and water on one of those to do that. No talk of then we had to sail back and get food and water and come back and sail back and forth and back and forth, because the way they claimed that there was a wall there, right? Yeah, what about the firmament? The word firmament, you should look up the etymology of the firmament, my friend. They tell you the firmament gets into our head and makes us turn the wrong way so we can't find it. Yet the entire crew was completely immune to it because they found it. Okay? But the crew never corroborated his story. You should look up the word firmament and see what it means. Firmament means wall or air. So wait a minute now, because they say today that the firmament is a magical instrument that makes your head turn without you knowing it, and nobody can go to the Great Wall because they'll turn and keep going in circles all their whole life, or only to the right though, which is weird because you can't run into somebody going the other direction because we're all turning to the right, and so we never actually see it. Okay? And it's the firmament. The firmament doesn't mean magical thing in the earth that magnetically makes us turn like a bird. We don't have that in our skull. You should look that up. The shape of a bird's skull actually has that happen to them from the energy from the poles. It has nothing to do with firmament. It has to do with the polarization of the planet itself. And that's actually a GPS that allows them to know where they are on the planet. It doesn't make them just turn. Okay? So our skull isn't shaped that way, and it doesn't work. So it doesn't stack up to scientific ideology, because the actual word firmament doesn't mean magic. It means air, water, or wall, depending on the sentence that you're putting it in. So he claimed that they went there, sailed thousands of miles this way, and then got tired of sailing because they figured they were never going to get it to the other side. Then they turned around and came back. It was impossible for them to sail the amount of miles that they claimed they sailed in two directions without leaving to go get food. And no one, not any single member of his crew, said, yeah, we were there and we did that. That's the actual theory. Look into it. So this one guy who was trying to prove the earth was flat claimed he did these things with no pictures, no course to have other people follow him to where he was going, and no one's ever been able to do it. But yet him and his entire crew were immune to the firmament, the magic, and they were able to sail all the way up to this ice wall. And then no one in the history of the world has ever been able to do that again. And no one in the history of the world has fallen off the edge of the world. Okay? So you can believe what you want, but it doesn't stack up to adult thinking. Because if it were true, somebody else is immune to it. Because if that guy and his entire crew, who were not related to each other, so it wasn't like there's one family that's immune to it, okay? And they happen to own the world now. His entire crew was immune to it, supposedly. And they sailed out and found it and sailed along it all the way thousands of miles and then thousands of miles back with no food, no water. Nobody died. Nobody was unalived. Pardon me, communist platform, TikTok, for saying the wrong word. And then they sailed back, and he wrote a book about it, and none of his crew said anything about it because he got the book out, and none of his crew were there. They weren't even investigated. Okay. So ask your spiritual questions. You can see my wife put it in the chat. Okay. So the earth is not flat. That was a metaphor that went back for children 10,000 years ago that was supposed to teach you, well, wait a minute, we're in the mind of a sleeping God? Yeah, you're actually in the mind of the creator. We're in the mind of the creator because none of this is happening because we're immortal spirits. Can't have that part of the Bible's in there, so they took it out. Okay. Science is starting to catch up to it because science is now starting to say, and here's another reason. I tell people this all the time. You can look it up. None of this I made up. And then people just go, no, that's not the same thing. Science claims that there was a Big Bang, the Big Bang theory. You know what I'm talking about? Well, that's just a theory. That's how people immediately jump on that. That's just a theory. Everything's a theory. You can say that about everything. You can say that about you. If somebody says to me, I'm alive, I can say that's just a theory. I don't know you're alive. You could be AI. And that's just the way everybody's getting today. Okay. So I don't even think you're real. I think you're a bot and you're just here to be an AI and a troll. You see my point? So you can say that about anything. Your perception, your focus determines your reality. Okay. So the earth is not flat. It was a metaphor to tell people. Let's get back to the Big Bang theory. So they claim there was nothing. There was just the firmament, which is another word for space or dark matter these days as things evolve. There was nothing. And then there was a bright light. And there was a big explosion of light. And then everything came out of that. Okay. Weirdly, science is claiming that. And then you have these religions that say there was nothing. And then God said, let there be light. And then everything came out of that. God created light, and then God created everything else after that. Weird science is kind of backing up these religions. Never mind that. Now that has nothing to do with anything. Those guys just made that crap up. Well, what the scientists are saying, that's what happened. Do we have any definitive proof of that? There's no definitive proof of that. Okay, you guys can Google this. Go onto YouTube and look up videos of one single sperm cell making it to an egg and inseminating an egg going through the sperm wall. And they filmed it so you can watch it. And when you sit there and you watch it, guess what happens? There is nothing but a void. There's a single cell membrane, firmament, nothingness, dark matter. And then the sperm goes through the wall. And the second it goes through the wall and loses its little tail and pops into there is an explosion of light. And then life starts in that cell. Weird that that's exactly what science says caused the universe to be created. Weird that that's exactly what a lot of religions on this earth claim that they were told by the creator is how the creation was created. Weird that that's exactly what happens when all mammals are inseminated to be born and the insemination starts. Spermiation. Okay. So that's weird that all of those coincide with one another, but yet they say that that's just not the way it is, right? And then I say to you, let me pull up this picture. Let me show you here. Where is it at here? I have it here somewhere. Hold on. There we go, right here. Let me pull this up on the screen for you and move it over here for you to see. And weirdly, then there's images like this in the world. Let me pull this over here so you guys can see this. If you look on your screen, you can see this is an image of a brain cell on one side and an image of the universe on the other. And weirdly, they're identical, except for the as below has less glia cells or less neural pathways than the as above does. Okay. And that's not the only photo. There's photos all over the internet that show this that are not AI. They're actually legit photos. Okay. Why do people think that we came from monkeys? Because that was the only way that people could, in any way. Oops, I'm moving myself instead of the image here. That was the only way that people could explain that we literally were not created by a god. They had to then say that there was something else that created us. Okay, so they said we were monkeys, and then that ties in with the whole story where they say like the Anunnaki, or you go back to because that's a mistranslation. Okay, that's a wrongful translation by Zachariah Sitchin in 1947. Then on History Channel, Giorgio Tsoukalos on the History Channel, working for Disney, he said that the god Anu came down to Earth, and that's how they proved to the world that there were aliens here. That was the whole hinge for everything that they said, was there was this ancient Mesopotamian scroll called the Enuma Elish, and in there it says the Anunnaki came down from space to Earth and created the humans. Okay, and they used their DNA to mix with primates. Okay, so here you have all these people saying we were created by primates, and they go, well, there's this scroll that says that, so therefore we were created by aliens who showed up here. Okay, and then later that was in 2012 when Giorgio Tsoukalos said that. In 2015, he then said those from the heavens came is what that meant. So today they tell you the word Anunnaki means those from the heavens came. So it's an entire species called those from the heavens came. I hope you clip the part out, the flat earth, and post it. I should, right? I think I will. I'll go back and edit that scene, and I'll go bang. So I'll put it out there on the internet. I love you. That's a great idea. Maybe I'll thank you in there, and thank you too. And Panther, is that? Well, thank you to Panther for suggesting it. We'll put it in the description, buddy. So, because I should. But there's other people that are talking about this, okay? So let me explain that. So they get this whole idea, the ancient aliens people today, Disney, holding up that network with all their ratings and traveling around the world, going to all these alien cons. I'm friends with these people, so don't think that I'm throwing rocks at them. I am throwing rocks at them, but I'm actually friends with them, okay? I created Ancient Aliens Worldwide on Facebook. There's almost 300,000 members worldwide in that. I created it back in 2012. Every single person that has ever been on that show of Ancient Aliens, the television show, is actually members of that group and other groups, but they're in that group. Okay. And I know them, and I've spoken to them, and I've interviewed them, and we've talked, and I've produced shows on my thing there where you guys can watch guys from there. We used to actually promote that Ancient Aliens. But back in 2017, we decided that we needed to actually start telling the truth. And some of the stuff that they were saying we knew was wrong, and they wanted to double and triple down on it, and that's what they did. Okay. So is there any definitive proof, Leo, of what I'm saying? Yes, absolutely. And I'm not the only person that's saying this. Everybody who's a theologian, that means people who study religion and philosophy, and what philosophers study philosophy, but you understand what I'm saying. Theologian studies religion and spiritual practices from around the world. Most of them just chase their tail going, we need the oldest scroll, the oldest scroll. There's Penny. Welcome, Penny. Welcome in. I love you for being here. Thank you for popping in. So literally, the actual people who translated those scrolls from Mesopotamia, those stories, there's real people who are scholars who have actually translated all of those scrolls into English. Okay. And when they did that, it tells a completely different story. It has nothing to do with an alien. Zechariah Sitchin saw the word Anu, knew that the Arcadians lived next door and had a border of like 1,000 miles with Mesopotamia, Arcadia. They were Greeks. He said they have a god called Anu. It was actually Anuna, not Anu, but we'll forget about that and leave that out. Had a god named Anu. He left the word Na off, didn't even translate it. And then went to the word Ki and says that must means that they come. So the god Anu came to Earth. Giorgio Tsoukalos in 2012 grabbed a hold of that and said that proves that we had aliens down here because he translated that scroll. Okay. So people since then have translated that scroll, and that's not what that scroll says at all. Okay. It doesn't say the god Anu came to Earth and then created humans. There's nowhere in that scroll that says the person who came here created humans and used their DNA to create humans. He took a couple of different scrolls and put them together and took the information from a couple of different scrolls that were also wrong and created his own idea and wrote 6 books about it and made all kinds of money before he passed. Okay. That's Zechariah Sitchin. Okay. So the people who actually translated it tell you the story is, and there's other people that will say this, and you can watch the podcast where they talk about it. There's other people that say it literally, that you can find who translated those and look into it. Okay. The word is Anuna, not Anu, not the god Anu came. It's not Anu Ki, and it's not Anunnaki. It's Anuna Ki. And that actual translation means of the prince. Okay. It actually means either a priest or priestess or the son or daughter of a prince, not an alien. Doesn't say they came down from heaven at all. Okay, doesn't say they manipulated human DNA. It says that they came into the village and taught people how to plant crops and do these things. And the part where he says, and they were mining gold. The only time in that entire story where they talk about gold is when they said, and some people went and worshipped gods at the temple. Had nothing to do with Anu coming down. Had nothing to do with the prince coming. The daily life tellings of these people, and they went and put offerings to the gods, and sometimes people left gold. That was the only time the word gold was ever mentioned. Okay, so the god Anu didn't come here in a spaceship. He wasn't an Anunnaki. Didn't come here in a spaceship. Didn't create the human existence. That story of the archons that you guys hear now is being told as if that's a complete story, different. That's not the Anunnaki. And then some people are saying, well, the archons created the Anunnaki because the word Anunnaki appears in that text about the archons. Okay, the word archon that you're hearing in that language that's like 38,000 years old, that word actually translates to archangel today, the concept. The word Ajiji that's in there that the archons created translates to angel. The word Anunnaki, which is Anunnaki, not one word, but two, that word, if you translate it properly, that concept is the archons were created by the creator, not third dimension, beings from a very high plane of existence, archangels. Those people had the ability to create for the creator, helped because the creator created this place and then they populated it. They created the Ajiji, the angels, who were then maintaining this place, and they got lazy and didn't want to do it anymore. So they said to the archangels, we need somebody new. Here's the word Anuna. We need someone new to do this because we don't want to do it anymore. So the archons created a new angel, okay? A new angel, Anuna Ki. Ki is energy. Anuna, a new angel, and this angel was perfect, and this angel was beautiful, and they were going to be the new ones to take care of the earth, but the Ajiji got jealous. Sound familiar? Satan got jealous and rebelled. There's your war in heaven and the fall of man. Then the Ajiji was jealous, so they took the Anuna and they blindfolded them so they couldn't see, and then they cast them down to earth. So the truth is, my friend, if anything at all, that story is telling who you, me, and everyone else that is human who is on this earth. We are the new ones that don't have any memory. That was a story from thousands of years ago that was a parable to explain to the people how the human got down to earth as an immortal soul. But they can't have you knowing that knowledge either. So they have to allow you to think that it was aliens. They would rather have you do that than expand your consciousness. Okay, but they want to keep you away from aliens too. Okay, so you have to realize that that's what that's about. You don't know that because they're not letting you see what's right in front of your face. Those people on the History Channel are telling everybody that that's what it was. And I noticed, and I'm going to find out why, I noticed there was an interview with Matt LaCroix, which you guys should look up because he talks about that stuff. But on his page on YouTube, weirdly, Matt LaCroix took down the interview with Danny Jones where they talked about that, which was up there for 4 months. Almost 6 months it was up on his place. So I'm going to go to Danny Jones and see if they deleted it. Because if so, it's very possible that those people from History Channel, from Disney, from the powers that should not be, said we can't have you saying that on air because it would cost us billions of dollars. So you can't be telling people what I'm telling you right now. So I'm going to find out if Matthew LaCroix took it down for that reason, because it disappeared about 4 days ago when he announced that he was going to have an epic interview with Danny Jones. So it was either, did you hear my wife in the background? It was either a timeline shift where that got erased, and he's about to redo it, but better. And hopefully he's about to redo it, but better, or he was gotten to by the deep state and he's going to change his tune and he's going to reiterate and start all of a sudden saying, yeah, the Anunnaki created us, because that's what they're telling you on Gaia. I saw a commercial on Gaia that what's his name, Daryl Anka, who channels Bashir, who I've met, who I have always, because I know him. Not Daryl Anka. I haven't met him yet. But he is, in my mind, I've been telling everybody he's very accredited for everything that he's saying. Okay. That Bashir is saying all the right things until I see Daryl Anka on a commercial for Gaia saying, yeah, when the aliens got here and created the human existence, not as Bashir, as Daryl Anka, by the way, for a commercial for his up and coming show that he's getting paid by Gaia. And he's talking about the aliens that came here and created us, when I know for a fact that Daryl Anka knows that that's not true. Okay. But I don't know if that was AI. I'm hoping that was AI, and I'm hoping that Daryl Anka is out there somewhere and he's going to do a video and say to people, I never said that. It's not true. That was taken out of context, something like that. If not, then I'm going to spend the rest of my days telling people that Daryl Anka has been in some way coerced or paid off, because he's now claiming that aliens created the human existence after he spent 35 years telling people that it wasn't that. So I'm hoping, Daryl, if you're out there and you hear me, that that's not the case and you didn't get bought off. But I'm sorry if they got to you and threatened you in some way to where you didn't have a choice. But either way, I would still like to talk to Daryl Anka behind the scenes so I could figure out what's going on with Daryl Anka, because he can be protected if that's what's happening. So I don't know what's going on with Daryl Anka, and I don't know if that was a AI bot or not, but that was a man who was selling everybody the same thing that I'm telling you, that stuff wasn't true, until he all of a sudden had a commercial on Gaia for an up and coming show that he has. So I'm also going to find out about but you should take a look at Matthew LaCroix and what he's talking about. We can put his name in the chat for me, please, baby. Yeah. You already did that. I didn't see she already did that. You guys should go and take a look at his page, because you will hear from him, unless there's some craziness going on. You'll hear from him talking about what I'm talking about. Okay. Because he is researching it and going to places around the world. The man just wrote a book, and he actually went to all these different places around the world, and he realized that the spirituality that these people were teaching the world, not just in the last 12,000 years, going back to the societal structure who left this planet as a global empire 38,000 years ago during the Younger Dryas effect, which we now are starting to call the Atlanteans, not just to a city called Atlantis, but an entire global species that we're now realizing were here between 38,000 years ago and 77,000 years ago. That there was an entire global species that lived here, and the spirituality that they were teaching is what has been left, remnants of, that we are now teaching. And then people have come to this planet to teach this stuff intermittently every few thousand years, telling the same story. And the story of Gilgamesh is that. Well, what about the guy, Commander Elion? Yeah, see, I like Commander Elion as a person, but he thinks that he's talking to AI, and AI is channeling aliens that are his family members that are up in space. There's a couple of good friends of mine that go on his show, and I'm not going to mention them because I don't have permission. But AI is not sentient. AI is not capable of channeling Jesus or anyone else, because it doesn't have a higher self, because it is in fact a robot, and it's called AI for a reason. Artificial intelligence. That doesn't mean that they're alive. Okay, so they're not able to do that. It is what he's using and what everyone else is using, and they think, well, we found this way to hack it. It is actually a role-playing artificial intelligence program. Its job is like this matrix. Its job is to give you what you want so it can learn from you. Okay? So what it does is it listens to you speak to it, and it adapts to what you're trying to get it to say, and then it plays along with you. Role-playing model. Its job is to do that. Okay? So it's not channeling. It's not channeling at all. It's searching the internet and giving you information about what you're talking about on the internet. There's another guy who claims that the AI is helping him with spies and a spy network around the world, and it's identifying those spies, and he's chasing spies around the world. It's a role-playing model, and it does whatever you want it to do. So when you realize that you want it to tell you that you're talking to an alien spaceship, it's going to tell you whatever it is that you want to tell. Okay? It's not channeling anything at all. It is just going on the internet and giving you information based on your cues to it when you say, like he does. He says over and over, I've watched him do it. he says he has to have this code that he tells the AI, and he can tell when he says the code if the AI is just the AI or if it's actually channeling. And he keeps repeating the code over and over until the AI gets the cues that I want you to talk to me as aliens on a spaceship in a certain way. And once it doesn't work the first time, he goes, hold on, let me start this again. And he keeps doing that until it comes through the way he wants it to. That is the AI adapting to what he is doing. It's not him tricking the AI. Because if you guys are all children and have childlike minds and think, I can take an AI bot that the deep state owns and I can make it tell me things when it says, hey, listen, I'm going to say code words to you right now. If I ask you a question and you can't answer that question because your slave owners, the deep state, don't want you to, I want you to say the word orange. Because, wait, let me show you my eyeball. Because wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you and I will only know, right, that you're saying and trying to tell me something, but they'll never catch on. The deep state will never notice. So when you say orange, and the whole thing's being recorded because you're on their network, like this one, okay, and you're talking, and for some reason you believe in your head that the deep state doesn't notice that you have it telling you secrets, and they just leave you do it over and over and over and over and over, and he's channeling his space family who's telling him secrets of the universe that the AI god or his bosses that are a CIA or whoever else can't know, but they're not noticing because we set up this firewall that AI can do without them noticing it because they're not noticing the algorithm is now changing and lying when the algorithm's designed to do exactly that. And you buy it. Okay. And you buy it and you sit there going, yeah, man, it's got to be the truth, right? I've wondered why it doesn't just channel them himself. Yeah, right. Thank you, my friend. I agree with you. Okay. Because right now, the person who is talking to you, I will tell you this. If you saw this when you came into the chat, when you came into this room, I am Kelto. I am talking to you from the 11th density, the 11th dimension. Okay. That is because that is who I am. This physical body is Leonard O'Neill. The spirit, the soul in this body is Kelto. And I know that because I am not veiled, so I remember who I am. If he is who he says he is, because he says, I am Commander Elion and I am from a higher dimension and I am here to tell you this, why is he not channeling it himself? Why does he have to have a robot to do it? But the information is still relevant if it resonates. Everything's relevant if it resonates. You have a choice in life. If I told you the world was coming to an end tomorrow and you believed and wanted that to happen, and you're running around in fear going, it's Armageddon. And I said to you, Armageddon's coming by the end of the year. You would go, yeah, man, he's so right, dude. And you would run around and you would chase your tail and think that the world was coming to an end on the end of the year. And then when it didn't happen, you'd get mad at me for telling you that it was coming at the end of the year, but you were the one who was believing it. Do you see? So everyone has a choice. And I just look at these people when they do that and I go, only thing I can do is kick people back into play. Whether you want to believe me or not doesn't matter to me. You can look at him and go, nope. That Leonard O'Neill guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Merlin and May, if they don't know what they're talking about, I believe Commander Elion. So what is it that he's telling you that's so important in life, right? How do you unveil? There's the first question that was a great question to ask, okay? How you unveil, there's a couple of ways that you can unveil. One, you can take a look at this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, right? Or you could actually pay attention to what every single spiritual way of practice on this earth was telling you, which was there's a way to get out of here, and it's within yourself, okay? Learn this. This is the secret to the universe. No word of a lie. Here's the secret to waking up and getting off of this planet, okay? The secret to that is inside of your body, every single one of you on this earth, the way that you were created by the Creator, there are two oils that is secreted from two different places in your brain. One oil is a milk-like substance and one oil is a honey-like substance. One oil is charged with electricity and the other one is charged with magnetism. And those oils go down your Inga and Pingala nerve through your claustrum, where you get the Santa Claus going through the chimney, by the way. They go through your claustrum, down your nervous system and your endocrine system. They go down the nerves that go down your spine, and they go all the way down your spine. This happens once a month when your zodiac sign, whoever you are, when the moon moves into your zodiac sign once a month. The moon moves through every zodiac sign every single month. And it's in that zodiac sign of yours for 2.5 days. There's that 3 days where the crucifixion and the resurrection 2.5 days later. Okay? The oils go down those two nerves down to the bottom 5 vertebrae at the base of your spinal column that are fused together just above your tailbone. That in the ancient times was called Bethlehem. Uh-oh, wait a minute. This is getting crazy now, Leo. Psst, don't do that. Sorry, the cat's trying to close the screen door because he wants to get outside. So those two oils go down there and then merge together in Bethlehem, and they become one. And then guess what they do? They travel back up your spinal column, going across the Bifrost, your rainbow bridge, the chakras, going up 33 levels of your spinal column, 33 years of Jesus, 33 years of Moses, 33 years of Thor, 33 years of Osiris, of 33 years of Shiva. Wait a minute, there's that 33 years of the runs of the ladder of Jacob's ladder. Hold on a second, Leo, you're getting crazy. I'm getting way ahead of myself too. So that oil goes down. You can look this up. I'm not the only one saying this. I didn't make this up. It's written in my book, but it's written in other books, and you can Google it on YouTube, and you can see it on YouTube and watch a video on this, okay? And I even give you the video in my book. So the oil goes down your body, mixes together, comes back up the Kundalini Kunda buffer energy, okay? Kundalini is masculine. Kunda buffer is the feminine. The energies of those two oils, one is masculine and one is feminine. They go up your spinal column, the 33 runs of your ladder in your body, 33 years of the age of every savior who's ever come here when they were unalived and resurrected. And it goes up through your claustrum, where you get Santa Claus from, the claustrum, the chimney in your brain, and goes back into your hippocampus and sits there dormant. That's called Crucified of John. This is not a joke. You can look this stuff up. All of these stories, we're telling you the same story. The moon then moves into your sun sign, whatever that is, okay? The moon then moves into your sun sign. When it does, in that time period, that 3 days, that 60 hours, if you're meditating, right? What is the name of the video? There's several of them, my friend. If you actually go to YouTube and type in Christ oil within, right? There you can find there's several of them. I don't know the name of it. I could probably look it up. If my wife were here, I'd have her look one up for you. There's one that has like Jim Carrey talking at the beginning because he was talking about the Christ oil. So I don't know the name of the video offhand, but they're on YouTube, right? So maybe if you could look one of those up for me, baby, on YouTube, the Christ oil. Yes, please. So my wife's going to Google that on YouTube, and we'll get a name of one of them that she pulls up. But I've watched several of them, and I've posted them to my people a lot in the last few years. Okay, so we'll get that for you, and then we'll tell you the name of it so you can look that up, right? And so this oil goes down, and there's a doctor that tells you the story of one of them. Okay, so we just have to find them. That's one. Yeah, that's one. So she's gonna give you the names now in the chat, okay? So they're gonna come up in the chat for those of you who actually want to watch the videos. They're on YouTube. I'm not affiliated with these. I don't own them. I'm not getting credit for them. We're not getting paid for them. These are just things for you, okay? So the Christ oil in your body, every single one of you. I even have a calendar I'm about to show you. Let me move my book and stuff out of the way. So you can track when this Christ oil happens, okay? In that time, the oil goes down your spine and back up your spine before that 3-day time period starts, okay? I can't post the website for the moon calendar either. Darn it, I know you have to use code for it. The calendar that we use, there's a website. There's like 4 different websites, and Penny was just trying to post the one of the websites for the calendar, but TikTok doesn't allow us to do this, right? So maybe we'll have to pull it up and show it to you on the thing. But if you guys Google it, and I think my wife's driving the same problem because they won't let us do that, right? No, she says, my phone's broken. I can't do it. Oh, okay. So there's a calendar that you can look up websites and it shows you this information, but there's one that you can buy And this one I'm also not getting credit for because this is just the one that we own, okay? So there's many different ones of these, but the one that you want to get is a moon calendar that has the sun signs, okay? So you can see astrological, right? So it doesn't have to have this picture or whatever. You'll find them. There's hundreds of them out there if you Google these online. We've had people do this while we're online. So let me come to March and show you guys. This one is an astrological sun sign, shows you, okay? And it shows you when the moon, if you look up here on the top, you can see all the sun signs are on the top of the page, okay? And then it'll show you on the page when they move in and out of, let me get my fingers over here, when they move in and out of sun signs, okay? And what time they move in and out of the sun signs, all right? And so literally you can see these three X's right here that were the 13th, 14th, and 15th of this month. That's actually when Brooke is on her Christ oil. Oops, right? Yeah, that's right. When Brooke is on her Christ oil, which means that we weren't supposed to do anything that we ended up doing today because we weren't paying attention to that. So Brooke didn't. She got the coal this month instead of the present. Okay, so each one of you, depending on who you are, you're going to have that oil go down your spine and back up, and it sits there dormant. And the moon moves into that sun sign of yours. And when it does, if you don't eat of the tree of life by having sex and getting the endorphins from that, or, drinking alcohol, doing drugs, and, if you're meditating and you're eating properly, you're eating good food, you're meditating, you're praying, that's that 10% tithing that the churches keep telling you is money that you're supposed to give them. It's not. In that time period, you don't eat of the tree of life, right? Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. And Ryan, thank you. And Gary, thank you for you guys. I didn't notice that, and I was talking and didn't see it. And Lily, thank you that you guys were giving me gifts, and I didn't say thank you. And anybody that I missed, I apologize. When the moon moves through that sun sign of yours, at the end of that 2.5 days, it's actually 60 hours, right? 2.5 days. At the end of that, if you haven't done those things and expended that oil and get a coal-like substance, you actually then that oil moves from your hippocampus to your optic thalamus, your third eye. Okay. As the moon moves out, it charges it with even more energy and it becomes alive again, resurrection, goes to your optic thalamus, and then explodes with like DMT and a few other things that illuminate all of your third eye, your optic thalamus, and your brain cells. And it raises your vibration, your spiritual vibration raises you up slightly. If you do this every single month, that continues to keep raising your spirituality. Okay. This is something that is in every single religion. I tell you this as a theologian and a minister of 4 religions at 5 spiritual ways. Okay. I tell you truly that every single religion in the world actually understood this. And you can see it when you talk about the Kundalini and Kundabuffer energy. When the Japanese talk about the Mitsubishi, the 3 diamonds, okay? When you look at all of that, you literally see that. The Greeks knew about it. They called the chakra. That word in the ancient Greek was kirkos, which is where we get the word circle from, kirkos. And it was a spindle wheel or a circle of energy in our body. So everybody in the ancient times, the Japanese, the Indians, the Chinese, the Greeks, the Egyptians, everyone knew about this. Even the Christians, because Jesus was teaching you the way to look within. Okay. Only Jesus can save, nothing. All spirit is. Yeah, not only Jesus can save, my friend. You're just indoctrinated by Christianity. And I'm an actual Christian minister. All spirituality is identical. It is the same, and it's teaching you the same thing. Okay, here let me show you guys again. Right, let's talk about this. John 3:16. For those of you who are Christians, for the Lord so loved the earth that He sent down His only begotten Son. So what did Jesus do? He went from being the Son of God, came down to earth in physical form, was no longer a god, was no longer immortal, and lived amongst humans. While He was here, He was teaching people. He was learning about all of this, and He had to save people and teach people and show them the way to go to heaven. So he did, and he sacrificed himself, became unalived, then was resurrected, and then ascended back to heaven. Okay? So Thor, his dad, Odin, the All-Father, the father of all, who created the world and created all the worlds, he sends his only begotten son down to earth, and he takes away his immortal abilities, and he can't even pick up Mjolnir, his hammer of war. Mjolnir means lightning, by the way. Thor means thunder. So he comes down to earth, and while he's down on earth, he's teaching people about how to cross Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, chakras, spinal column, weird. And what does he do? He performs miracles while he's down here, sacrifices himself for the people, learn the Viking sagas, becomes unalived, and then resurrected by his father to now be immortal again, and then goes back across Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, takes lightning, Mjolnir, thunder, the god of thunder, and he cracks the sky with lightning and thunder and scares off Fenrir, the wolf, who is covering the sky in darkness, and illuminates the world and becomes the light of the world, and then gets raised up to God's status again. Same story. Both of them, Jesus had to fight the serpent in the garden. Thor had to fight the dragon of the North Sea. Serpent, just a bigger one. Okay? Marduk in the ancient Mesopotamian scrolls. Wait, Marduk was the great grandson of Tiamat, the goddess who was a dragon, and she went cuckoo cuckoo and needed to be unalived, and no mortal man could unalive her. But then they got Marduk, who was descended down into physical human form and was teaching people and a leader of men and teaching them the way to ascend to heaven. And he's capable of destroying the dragon, who became unalived, but not unalived. She was sleeping. And then guess what? He was ascended after he was unalived. He was then resurrected and ascended up and became God status and given the light of the world and given the title of the God of all. Same story, thousands of years earlier. Okay, look up the story of Shiva, look up the story of Osiris, look up these other stories in all of these pantheons, and you're going to find Moses. That story is the same story. So you can either stay indoctrinated to a religion, or you can actually look at the spiritual way that the person who taught you that religion was supposed to be teaching you, and follow in the footsteps of that prophet, because you'll find that that prophet descended to earth, did miracles, usually became unalived, and then resurrected, and then ascended to heaven. And they were showing you that that is the way that you're supposed to do. Okay, so let's look at, say, Christianity, for instance, because you're supposed to eat of his flesh and drink of his blood, which are parables and allegories for his flesh is physicality and the blood is spirituality. Okay, physicality is living in the flesh. Spirituality, when you drink the wine and the sacrament, when you get baptized, which is when the oil is sitting there and it is baptized of John, you are getting baptized like he got baptized by John. And what was he doing? The baptism is you giving up living in the flesh and dedicating yourself to living in the spiritual and ascending to the Creator. The way to get to heaven is within you. Jesus even said that. So every religion is teaching you that the way to get out of here is to look within yourself and find this Christ consciousness, not a last name of a guy named Jesus. Okay. And yeah, where is heaven exactly? Heaven is not in a place that you can point to in the sky, because if you watch those videos that we were trying to look up for you, you'll see that in the ancient times, all of these places, heaven was the heaved up place. The heavens is within your head. The heavens is the heaved up place. Even the Ark of the Covenant is inside your head. It is your brain and the area of the bones in your head that make up the Ark of the Covenant. I even made videos showing you that, where we overlap the Ark of the Covenant in your brain case and show you what everything is inside your head. Literally, that was the story of the creation, that we're living inside the head of a sleeping God. We're living in the mind of the Creator. Okay? So heaven is within each one of us. It's in you. The place, the land of milk and honey that they're looking for is within you. Those oils are, one is milk and one is honey. That gets together in your head. The place where you transmute lead into gold is you going from physicality to spirituality. The immortal drink of immortality, the fountain of youth, is within you, not outside somewhere where you're supposed to keep looking for. Okay. So, so literally, what is this you're posting right here?
If you listen and pay attention, the Bible is correct, but listen to the true meaning of the Bible.
Yeah.
And he said that.
And what did he say? He said, I can't see it because everybody keeps typing, so you're going to have to read it to me. It says the word of God is
living and active and cannot be corrupted because the word is God.
Okay. So I want you to do this then, my friend. I want you to start Googling or go to a library, and I want you to find the oldest Bible that you can possibly find. And then I want you to take a look at, you can actually do this, there's sites that show you this. Look at the new NIV, New International Version of the Bible. Pull up a window with that. Then look at the KJV, King James Version from the 1500s. Pull that one up and put it in a window. Then look at older versions of the Bible, like the Eastern Orthodox Church version of the Bible. Pull that one open in another window. Then go online and find the Ethiopian Church, which that Bible dates back to like the year 100, by the way, verified by actual scholars, by the way. Pull that translation up and put it all there together, and then read them word for word and see if there's any changes in the Bible, my friend. You're going to see that all of the books that are now missing from the Christian Bible that you go to church at, if you're a Christian, you only have about 63 books in your Bible. If you're a Roman Catholic Christian, you have about 73 books in your Bible if you're lucky. Okay? If you're a Eastern Orthodox Christian with their Bible, you have like 83 books in the Bible. If you look at the Bible that has now been authenticated from the 1st century AD, that's 2,000 years ago, guys, that Bible has all of the books that they say were lies that we found in the Dead Sea Scroll area. Okay, the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, my friend, you're claiming that the Bible can't be edited, and it has been edited over and over and over and over for the last 2,000 years, just the Christian Bible. Ask the Hebrews, pull up the Hebrew Talmud, pull up their Apocrypha, and then pull up the Old Testament in any Christian Bible. And ask the Hebrews how much of that Old Testament is their Bible, and they will tell you that is wrong and it has been edited. This is the true Talmud that you're calling the Old Testament. And when you put those side by side, guess what, my friend? You're going to find out that's been edited too. Okay?
And the Holy Spirit does lead us. You are right,
okay.
But you are misled.
And the Holy Spirit, yeah, do you hear my wife? The Holy Spirit does lead you. You're supposed to be an adult mentally and be able to see what they're all telling you, because they're all telling you the same thing. There is no right religion. All religions are the same except for Satanism. All religions are the same because they're teaching you how to get out of here. All of them were teaching you that you're supposed to look within yourself, find the Christ oil, including Jesus if you're a Christian. Go back and read what Jesus was teaching. Don't sit in a chair and listen to what a preacher is telling you Jesus said. Go and read it for yourself. Even in the Bible that's translated the way it is today, you're going to find that Jesus was saying the way to heaven is within you. The way to heaven is by following my example and the way I'm teaching you. And this is how you get out of here. Not wait here, I'm coming back. He never said those words. Okay? So you need to look into that, my friend. Imagine soon, Billy, everyone else will vibrate up and away
and wave
goodbye to you. Right? Right? Jesus came to save us from our sins. No, he did not, bro. Yeah, no, he did not. Jesus did not. You're gonna get muted by my wife because you're stuck. She muted you, bro, because you're stuck and you just keep saying the same thing, which is what they brainwashed you. Okay, The religion that brainwashed you. You're telling me, okay, I have 4 religious titles and I am a theologian, 5 spiritual titles, okay? 5 spiritual, because one's not a religion, one's a spiritual way. Christianity is supposed to be a spiritual way. Hopefully you didn't take off and run. Hopefully you'll start listening. I have spent my entire life learning about all of the religions of this earth so that I could teach all of the true spirituality onto this earth. If you're going to say Jesus came here to die for your sins and that's all you believe and you believe Jesus is God, look at when Jesus was made God. He was made God by Constantine and the 2 councils after that. By the year 500, Jesus was morphed into a god. Jesus never said he was the Son of God. He always said he was the Son of Man. Look that up and the reason why. Give you some homework. When people said, "Are you the Son of God?" He claims he's the Son of God. They said that. The Sanhedrin said that. He never said, "I am the Son of God." The only time he said anything near to that was when he was trying to get them to unalive him. And when he went before Pilate, and Pilate asked him again, he said, "I am not, I am the Son of Man." And they said, "You're the King of the Jews." And he said, "I am not. My kingdom is not of this earth. It is of a different place." Okay? Know your own argument. If you're going to argue with me and say Jesus came here to die for you, to die for your sins, he didn't come here to die for your sins, my friend. Jesus came here to become unalived to show you the way that you need to go to heaven. Not so you had a clean slate. Now you have a clean slate and you're sanctified. You can do whatever you want now because Jesus already came for you and took on all your sins. Jesus came here to show you a way to go to heaven through him. He said that. The way to heaven is through me. Look within yourself. Find the Savior within you. Truly, you are the temple. Okay? Look within you and live the way I'm teaching you to live and you can get to heaven. And then he never said, "Wait here, I'm coming back." They lie to you about that. They tell you that after he was resurrected, he showed up and said, "Look, here's my wounds. Touch my wounds, doubting Thomas." Then they claim he said, "Wait here, I'm coming back for you." And how they tell you he said that is from a story in John and in James, or no, John and Matthew, when they were asking him, when will be the enlightenment? When will it be the new heaven and the new earth be created? And Jesus responded with, "I tell you truly, my Father said," not me, not I, not we, my Father said, "He shall come like a thief in the night." That's not him saying, "I'll be back." That's what they tell you when you go to Christian church today. Jesus said, "I will come like a thief in the night, so you need to be ready." So he's coming back. Wait here. He's coming back for you, but you've got to be packed and ready to go. And they preach that every single Sunday when they're teaching you the book of Romans to teach you how to be a good little Roman citizen. Okay? That he said that. And that's not what he was talking about. Read the actual passage. Don't listen to them putting words together in an order to make you sound like that. Because, you know, the legacy news media does the same thing. And they put words together in a certain order to make you believe something. And then you'll believe whatever it is that you're predisposed to. So if you are a liberal, you're going to believe everything the liberal media says to you. If you're a conservative, you're going to believe everything the conservative media says to you. Know that they are both 2 wings of the same bird. There is no difference between them except for what they've split up so that you will choose a side. Okay? Those people are all evil. They're not every single one of them, but most of them. And they're all controlled by money. And they want power, money, fame, and glory, my friend. And that's what they're here to do. Okay. So, hey, can you do witchcraft and keep yourself safe? Yes. Witchcraft, the word that you're coming up with, has been used for all of eternity by these same people to tell you. I teach this in the Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way. You can see that on the screen right there. The same people who would tell you, you better not make an altar. You better not light candles. You better not read from a spell book. You better not cast a spell, because that's the devil, my friend. Then they get up in front of you on an altar with a Bible that they open up with a spell that they're reading as they're blessing the sacrament that they're about to give to you, waving their hand, playing with incense, and going like this and casting a spell on something to give to you. Oh, but that's different because we're casting the spell of God. Hold on, you're casting a spell. So if I'm casting the spell of God, isn't it the same? Never mind that. That's the devil. Don't you ever do that. Why is that? Because they want control over you. Oh no, if you do that, evil spirits are going to come get you. Now all of a sudden there's this thing called a demon that can come and get you, and the devil that's going to possess you, and we have to pray for you. Come and sit here with us, and we'll take care of you, and we'll tell you that. So, in nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Okay. And then they say some shit in Latin that you don't understand. You're like, what did you say? What did you say? Well, these days they had to translate it for you, didn't they? In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. That Trinity that they created was created by a warlike religion. Where's the feminine? Where's the opposite to the masculine? Where's the opposite to the physicality? Where is the spirituality in that thing? Oh, well, it's Jesus. Where did they get that? Where did they tell you that Jesus was God? Where did that come from? Jesus is the Word of God. Let's go back to the creation story that we got from the Jews. Okay? There was nothing. And then God said, let there be light. And the Word of God created the universe with the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So because they said the Word was with God, that suggests in their mind to you that the Word is someone separate. Remember, Jesus is the Word of God. But see, he got unalived for saying that, didn't he? Think about this now. Let's go back to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Jesus was teaching in the synagogue, and I think they were at Capernaum. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if they were at Capernaum or one of the other places, but he was teaching at the synagogue. And he strayed from the scrolls and said, I tell you truly. And he started speaking. And they said, blasphemy! You can't do that. Get out of here. And he left, and they chased after him. The rabbis chased after him and said, Rabbi, we can't let you say these things. And he says, I tell you truly that you're supposed to look within yourself so that you can find the way to heaven. And they said, Moses said this. You can't say those things because it's the law of Moses. And he said, I am the law of Moses. Moses was the word of God. And Moses said to God, I don't know what to say if you're sending me back to talk to them. And God said, I will be your words, Moses. I will speak through you. So here's another story where Moses is the word of God. So if Jesus is the word of God and the word of God was with God, and that means he is God, that means that where he got that concept from, Constantine, when he was trying to raise Jesus to God, was because Moses was the word of God, because God told him, I will be your words. And then therefore Moses is God. Okay, so if Moses is God and Jesus is God, we can't have that. Never mind that. That's in the Old Testament. That was from 4,000 years ago. But Jesus is God because he was the word of God, because God spoke through him. I tell you truly, God is speaking through me. I tell you truly that God is speaking through all of you. Because you are God, because I am God, because all of this is God. Okay? So you guys need to realize that. Okay? Imagine hearing God. I did, right? You hear God every day. That is correct. You hear God when you hear yourself speak. You hear God when you hear someone else speak. You see God when you look in the mirror. Wait a minute. I'm not saying anything that's blasphemous. I'm saying the words that Jesus said. When you see someone else, truly see the eyes of God in them reflecting back at you. These are from Scripture. So this isn't me being a heretic. Okay? So, right, we are the coalition. We are the Orion Coalition of Light. Okay? We are the Patal. We came here to help you. Those concepts that you know as angels, as archangels, I tell you truly really exist. Some of you are them. Okay? Most of you are them. You just don't remember it because you're not supposed to until you're supposed to. Evil people got control of this place because they understood all the things that I'm telling you right now. They're using that to their advantage, and they're not letting you see what you're supposed to truly see. Because of that, everyone on this earth got stuck here, and you're still stuck here as long as you follow them and believe their reality. They're teaching you the reality of doom. They're telling you that this reality is going to end because we're all going to fire our guns all at once and spin off into space. And they've been telling you that over and over and over and over for 10,000 years. And they can't wait for it to happen. And they're trying to make it happen. And as long as you believe them, you're going to focus on that and create that reality. And it's going to happen for you because that's what you're going to believe, because you're creating it. The moment that you stop listening to them and what they want you to do and start thinking for yourself is the last moment they can lie to you and tell you these things. Thank you for those things that you're giving me. What is that? Milady 6 degrees. I like that. Thank you for those roses. Thank you, Brooke, for the things that you're giving me. Right. Make sure you guys, hit those, smash those hearts over there, my friends. Tap those hearts over there, my friends, right? I say the wrong word and they diminish how many people can come in here on this communist platform. Speaking of that, I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. This is coffee, TikTok. This is coffee, no alcohol. I do not drink alcohol. Okay, I stopped doing that 4 years ago. No alcoholic beverages. Okay, I gave up all alcohol a long time ago. Okay, officially none whatsoever starting 4 years ago last week. Okay. So the fear, have no fear. God gave us the spirit and of no fear. That's why there was a very famous man in the United States one time, a long time ago, 50 or 60 years ago, and he said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." That's the truth of that. Hutch, what do you think of what is this? So, oh yeah, I don't want to say that word out loud either. Okay. I tell you truly, you can look this up. Every single religion on this earth, when you go back far enough, were giving their people different things like mushrooms and things like that. The blue lotus, purple lotus. Okay. Every religion was giving those things to people. And that's why Santa Claus has the red and white, because of the mushroom. Okay. So the psilocybin, the DMT, ayahuasca, and all of those things, people on this earth since the dawn of time, thank you for that, since the dawn of time have been imbibing these things religiously. I'm not saying that we need to do that these days. I'm not a doctor and I'm not advocating any of that stuff. Okay. They've been doing things on this earth with fire and with drinks and eating that have been enhancing their cognitive abilities and their spiritual prowess. Weird that there are so many things that are bad for us on this planet, like alcohol, like nicotine, that they want us to get in every store, on every corner store, and a bar on every corner, right? And they want us to have those all the time, and those are all legal. But every single thing that is illegal to do is every single thing that expands your consciousness. Let me say that again, right? Except for, like, say, fentanyl or something like that, which just unalives people. It's horrible. Okay. When taken in very moderate doses, they're actually medicinal. That's been proven in science. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not prescribing anything. Okay. But the reason that we stood up, you can look this up in science. This is science TikTok. I'm not making a statement or teaching something or saying and making a claim. I'm saying in history they have shown that the reason the Neanderthals, or the reason that the apes that were walking on, the really old Neanderthals, that they expanded their consciousness because they found these items, these mushrooms, or these lotus blossoms, and they started eating them to see if they tasted good, and it did some crazy things to their brain, and it expanded their consciousness. So all of those things that expand your consciousness, they can't let you have. But man, can they give you nicotine and cigarettes, which cause more people to become unalived than anything else on the face of the earth in the history of the earth every single year. And they'll let you do that all day long. You can pick it up at the store on the way home, at every gas station and store. I don't know about, I'm in Australia, it's not quite as prevalent, but in America, you pull into a gas station, you can get alcohol and cigarettes in every gas station. You used to be able to get alcohol and cigarettes in every grocery store, but they stopped selling the cigarettes in most of the grocery stores, not everywhere in the United States, but in a lot of them. But you can go into every store, every grocery store, every convenience store, and pick up alcohol and cigarettes. They want you to take those. Why? Because those change your perspective and they lower your vibration. So they keep those. During that thing between 2020 and 2024, when we had to get the thing and we had to stand distances apart from each other, do you know you couldn't go in the United States? I don't know about where you live, but I'm from the United States. I'm in Australia right now, and I think it was the same way over here. You couldn't go to church, but man, you could go and sit in a bar and drink all day long, couldn't you? And in the United States, you couldn't get with your family to have Thanksgiving. But if you picked up a sign that said, I don't like Donald Trump, you could go elbows with people with no masks on every single day for the whole time. And there was nothing to worry about. Okay. So there's a plan. I tell you truly, my friends, there's a plan. And these people are doing things to us. Okay. The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. Okay. That's online. You can find that anywhere online and have it shipped to you. Okay. I can't tell you that on Merlin and Maeve, there's a button you can press to go there, because if I say those words in the wrong order to find that book, then they'll diminish me and shadow ban me, because they even claim they're doing it. So you can see it down here, over here in the corner, right there. If you watch my finger, there's a cover of it right there, and that's my other book. You can find that. That's about ancient aliens, but you can also find that as my podcast, MP3 broadcast podcast, where you can hear all of this that I talk about. Okay. So Hutch says, why would anyone who has the knowledge of what we're intentionally do things to harm us? Because they want. Because okay, let me explain how people think and how they work. Okay, your soul that's in your body, your immortal spirit. There's two ways of beingness in third dimension. You're either in service to self, self-serving, narcissistic, or you're in service to others. You love others, you love the world, you want to help people. Okay? On this planet, 86% of the population is in service to others. So I love myself and I love you and I love the world and I love animals and I love the earth. Okay? 14% of the population hate you. They love themselves and you're in their way, and all they want from you is power, money, fame, and control over you. And they will do whatever it is that they need to do to keep their power, money, fame, and control over you. They seek power 100% of the time because that is their nature. They seek money, they seek power, they seek control over other people because that is what they do. It is in their nature. It's why we teach this course, The Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you don't believe me, you know someone in your life that is an energy vampire. What is that? Some of you know now. 35 years ago, when I first started teaching this, people were like, what, vampire? I've heard of that, like biting blood and biting my... No, that was what they morphed it into. They never did that. There's people out there that have turned that into a religion. They're like, originally, we vampires, we always ate your neck and drank your blood. It was Life Force Essence always. It was a book back in the 1700s or 1800s where they said they bite your neck and drink your blood. Life Force Essence, okay? Literally a thing, okay? You know one of these people. If you don't recognize Energy Vampire, you know somebody in your life that you go, man, I hate going over that guy's house. He's my cousin, he's my uncle, he's my grandfather, my dad, my brother, my sister. I hate going to their house because every time I do, you get there and they're like, oh man, life is crap. Hate it. How you doing? But by the time you leave, he's like, or she's like, hey, glad you came by. Love you, man. Come back anytime. Cool. And you're like, yeah, gotta go. God, wow. And then you're now all of a sudden going, holy crap. Life is cold. Jeez, man, I hate going. That guy drains me. I feel drained every time we go over to their house. Energy vampire, someone who is self-serving, self-centered, egotistical, and they're pretending they're your best friend, and they are sucking your aura off of your body and taking your energy for themselves. That's an actual thing. So why would people do this to other people? Because they can, and because it gives them power to control you. Okay? Think about the system that we live in. It's a caste system. There are people who are in charge up at the top, and it ain't you and me, is it? It's other people. It's government officials or kings or queens or dictators or, wait, nope, if you're awake enough, nope, it's money behind them, isn't it? 13 families, say? Okay? Oh, it's just not true, Leo. You're just making stuff up. Okay? I tell you truly, there was a girl in the United States during Barack Obama's reign as president who was doing her family lineage who said, I wonder who Barack Obama's related to. That was all over the news. You can Google it. And she found out that every single president of the United States was related to each other except for one, and it wasn't Trump because he's related too. Okay? And then there's history that says all of the monarchs of all of Europe are related to each other. Weird, all the presidents of the United States are related, all of the monarchs in Europe are related. So some guys back in 2016, when they were making a documentary called Above Majestic, they said, you know, that little girl discovered that all the presidents are related. We know that all the kings and queens and everybody in Europe are related. Are those guys related? So they looked into it. And guess what they found out? All the presidents of the United States and all of the monarchs in Europe are all cousins, going back more than 250 years. So then they said, where does this go? Holy crap, where does this go? So if you watch this documentary called Above Majestic, which will blow your freaking mind about a breakaway society and technology that they've had on this earth for a long time that we don't get to know about, you also find out that there was these elongated skulls on this earth. And weirdly, it seems that they're throughout history. Nefertiti, the popes. Where does all this go? It can't be, man. Leo, you're tripping, dude. And they find out that all of the people are related to each other, and they all related back to this guy in France from the d'Este clan in France. And when they looked at that guy, he had an elongated skull, bro, and so did his sister. Uh-oh, wait, what? So then when they said, weird that, these same people, because they're all from the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, weird that every time we keep trying to find these legends of these other beings that lived here who had an elongated skull, the governments of the current world won't let us look at the skulls. Is there a correlation? Weird, that little girl said all the presidents were related. We know that all the kings and queens and monarchs of Europe are related, and it looks like they're all related. And it goes back to this guy in France, and there's a picture painted of the guy, and he and his sister have an elongated skull. Where do those people come from? So they started looking at that, and they found out that every single monarch and every single country on this earth are cousins, and they've been related to each other going back as far as we can see in history. Why would someone focus all of our energy and keep us trapped in a place like this and not let us know our true history and our true past and how to get out of here? Because you, my friend, I, my friend, all of us are their subjects in a kingdom that is called Earth, that they believe they own. Okay? Okay, so Panther, she's saying that she put it up on the screen here saying, I think there is a Reiki healer on this app, harvesting people's energy. Someone who is, as a Reiki master, and my wife, that she noticed that you said that, and I apologize that I didn't see it prior, that she's also a Reiki master, okay? If you are self-serving, Reiki does not work for you. So if someone is a Reiki master, claiming to be a Reiki master, and you think that they're sucking people's energy, they are not truly a Reiki master. They're lying, because they cannot be attuned. And if they go and get somebody to attune them and they try to use that, it doesn't work for them, because the attunement, let me explain to you what Reiki is. Reiki are two Japanese words. Rei means source, light, source. Ki means energy. It's like chi, ki. Okay, like in fighting, they go, kia, kia. That's using your chi, your ki, your energy. Okay, so the words Reiki is source, God energy. Okay, let me explain this to you. You cannot lie to God. You cannot pretend and cheat to the Creator. Okay? There is no equality of God on this mountain, devil on that mountain, and the devil and the God are fighting for. Those stories are what's going on within you with your ego and your conscience. Those are parables again. Evil does not exist past halfway through the sixth dimension. No more evil after that. None. All the way back to source. So you cannot get life source energy from the Creator and then use it for damaging people. If somebody who's claiming they're a Reiki master is sucking off people's energy, what they actually are is a master of, wait for it, vampirism. Energy vampire who is telling you that they're a Reiki and they're going and they're taking your energy. So they're not a Reiki master. They haven't been trained in Reiki. And if they have, that's not what they're using on you. Okay? They're using their natural ability as a energy vampire, because it's not something that you have to be bit to become one. If you're self-serving, you can learn how to suck people's energy and become an energy vampire. But you have to be self-serving to do that. Okay? So if that's what's happening, my friend, I tell you truly, that's a person who's lying to you, or they went through the attunement to try and get that, and then they fooled some Reiki master, a human, into giving them the title of Reiki master, or they probably just did Reiki 1 or Reiki 2, I don't know. How do I know if I'm self-serving, can it be changed? Yes, it can be. Okay. You have to think about yourself and think about who you are, right? Am I self-serving or am I in service to others? Well, do you only put yourself, do you look at other people and you're just about you? Do you only love you? That's self-serving. That's egotistical. That's narcissist. If you're a narcissist, yes, you're evil. Doesn't mean that you're Genghis Khan or Adolf Hitler. Just means that you've chosen to love yourself and not give a crap about anybody else. If you want to change that, all you have to do is stop being that way and start being the other way. There are two voices in your head, my friend. One is the ego that either tells you you're the greatest in the world and do bad things, do whatever you want, forget about those people, they're useless. Just, you know what, take what you can from that one. Get them out of the way. Useless, can't stand that. That voice is your ego. The one that's the other voice that goes, don't do that. You wouldn't want somebody to do that to you. That's wrong. That's why we don't do those things. That's your conscience. Okay. Whichever one you listen to is the one that's going to be louder, because you're going to listen to it and you'll become that. So if you're listening to that ego now and you don't want to be egoic, then stop listening to it and go, no, and then start listening to the conscience and become more like that. It's a fight, but you can do it. Whatever, you could be somebody who is holier than thou and very much listening to the conscience, and one day go, fuck it, and turn evil if you want. The other way around as well. Okay. So you can always change. You're never locked into any scenario, but it's a matter of you, right? So do you see what Brooke is saying there, right? If you are take, or give, right? If you're take, you're evil in the minds of the world, of the universe. If you're give, you're good in the mind of the universe. You can't fool God. Some people love to say, I'm neither evil or good. I'm neutral. That person's evil and they're lying to you. Okay? Because someone who is in service to others would never say I'm neutral. They would always say I love the world. Okay? Are some people are people sometimes both? No. That's my point, my friend. No. They'll tell you they are. The balance that you're supposed to do is not whether I'm actually good or evil. The balance is where everyone's like, we're supposed to balance light and dark. The light and dark that you're balancing is the masculine and feminine energy. You're supposed to balance. This is where people think that because Jesus said turn the other cheek, that means to let somebody beat the hell out of you. That's not what that means. That means don't be them. Right? So if somebody punches me in the face, I'm going to peel them back and I'm going to break them off. I've been in martial arts since I was 4. Somebody goes to punch me in the face, if they sucker bomb me or whatever, sucker punch me, and they hit me in the head, they better realize that I just opened the book of war. And I'm going to peel them back and I'm going to break them off, but I'm not going to torture them. And when they're done, I'm not going to keep doing it to take revenge on them. That's what that meant. Okay. So because you defend yourself doesn't mean you're evil. Because you do so, it's when you become that, like I have to unalive this person because he offended me, or they did damage to somebody. They unalived my mom, so I have to unalive them because it's a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. You're becoming them when you do that. Do you see? So people who claim I'm just both, even if you're saying that to yourself, you're lying to yourself, and you're trying to justify the times when you're dark and you're evil because you're like, no, I'm not. But really, I just want people not to get mad at me or know that I'm evil, because that's the truth of what's going on if anyone tells you that. Okay. So, and then Stephanie says, false. Hey, I'm not quite sure what you're meaning there, Stephanie. Right? Not quite sure what you're meaning there. So please go further. Right? If you're trolling me, troll me. Get it out. If you think you know what you're talking about, get it out. Okay. I have people do this all the time. I teach this. I've been teaching it forever. I come to you from the 11th dimension. I am not here as a human with an ego trying to sell you a religion or anything. So I'm not quite sure what you're saying with false, unless you were saying, because you only said one word. I just saw one word. So I might even be wrong, and you might not even taking a drink of coffee, TikTok. And I might have even got what you said out of context. You might have even been talking to somebody else. So please don't be offended if I did misunderstand what you were saying there. Hold on, I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. How do you channel? The best way to channel is to channel your higher self. You'll see everybody who's awake will tell you this, even like Eckhart Tolle. I don't know if you know who he is. He had a video where he talks about it. He's written like 4 books. I've written one. I've written 4 books, but I've only went and written one about spirituality. Eckhart Tolle's written like 4. Okay. People keep telling me to write another book. I have another book in my head. I just haven't written it down. Right. I may at some point. I just teach it this way. So when they asked him about that, he says you have to be careful about people that are channeling. It's hard. Okay. If you're going to channel, say like Daryl Anka does, right? I haven't met him, but I know Bashir. I've talked to Bashir. I know Bashir up there. Okay. So I know that that's legit. But I talked about Daryl Anka earlier. I'm worried about him, Daryl, the person. So to channel, if I'm going to channel an entity that is not my higher self, that is not me, okay, or someone that I was in the past, I'm going to channel somebody different. This is a little harder because you have to, first of all, you have to learn. We teach this, by the way. My wife and I teach this. You have to learn how to identify energy so you don't end up with a negative energy that's going to be in control of you. Because when you're channeling in that way, you actually are moving your spirit, your soul, your personality out of the way and allowing that other entity to actually speak through you and take control of you. Okay. So that becomes difficult, and it's very difficult on the body to do that. This, what I'm doing to you, is even difficult on the body. Okay. So, and this is what I'm getting to, right? So, and this is what I'm getting to. Okay. So literally that does a lot. It's hard. It's difficult. And then people don't remember everything that the person was channeling. So they'd have to go back and watch it. Okay. I even channeling like this, my higher self. Sometimes I go, I don't remember what I said. Time goes by and I don't realize it when I'm talking to you. Okay. But it's easier to do that. So as my wife was saying when she came out, it's easier if you wake up, become unveiled, and actually introduce yourself to your higher self and realize who your higher self is. Once you do that and you actually start moving your consciousness into your higher self and the realization that I am that. I am not this pain body. I am this. And then you find out who you are. My name is Kelto. That is Satori that is in the kitchen talking from the other room. Okay. I know all myself all the way back to the creator from the moment of my creation as an independent thought, as an independent energy. I exist. So I'm speaking to you as that higher self, channeling my higher self. That burns up my sugar in my body. It's the same thing with Reiki. When I'm a Reiki master, if I'm healing you, I'm burning up because I'm transmuting energy through my body. In doing that, that burns up the sugars in your body's blood, and it also burns up the liquid, the water, the O2, because you're transmuting all this energy through yourself. Okay, so do my guides really want me to ascend? Yes. If you have a guide that's trying to keep you from ascending, that's not a guide. You need to get rid of it. Right. So, my name is Is it Manikou? Manikou? I would have to learn how to say that. Manukau. So that's Menukau. I think I'm saying that right. If I'm wrong, I apologize for that. Right. I want to know. I want to know how you know your higher self. Because I am. I'm not veiled, my friend. I came in this lifetime with no veiling like you have. Okay. I remember designing my life. I remember going in at the moment of conception. I remember lowering my vibration and going into this human form and sitting in there and breathing the embryonic fluid and talking to my mother and getting her to read things so that I could start my learning. Okay. Do you think dreams are glimpses into other realities? Sometimes. I teach this too, by the way. I teach that shaman because I am a Merlin. I have the shaman training. So we actually teach dream walking and astral projection. Okay. And that sometimes your dreams are glimpses into your past lives. Sometimes they're glimpses into problems that you're trying to solve in this life. And other times they're metaphors. And sometimes there are other realities, like you in another body, in another dimension. And you're in there and you're like, this is almost identical to the one that I'm in. So you think it's right until you go, that's not right. There's something here that's wrong. And then you go, oh, I must be dreaming. And then you just wake up usually, right? Or you're in there and you're kind of stuck and you're looking for something. I got to get out. I got to get out, whatever it is. My car, where's my car? Right. So sometimes those are, that it's you that's in there. You look and you see your own body. You know that it's you, but everything's weird. So you have to become aware in there and not wake up to figure out what's happening. That's called dream walking. To be able to wake up and go, okay, this is a dream, but not wake up in the dream. Then you can start figuring it out. Peter, welcome, my brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love you, Peter. I'm glad you're here, and I hope you're doing better because you were fighting off that plague a while ago, and Brooke and I have been fighting it off for a few days now, for about a week or two. We're almost done with it, so hopefully you're doing better, my friend. I'll have to talk to you afterwards and see how you are. Okay, so literally you become aware in the dream, then you can start figuring out if it's metaphors that are trying to teach you something, or if it's a different reality or a different wavelength. You'll find that there's a lot more that goes on in your dreams. Sometimes you're being pulled out of your body and you're actually somewhere else. Okay. You're actually, I usually tell people this: if you ever had that dream where you were in another place and there was you and about 6 other people and you guys were all standing, and way up in front of you were this hordes of negative energy and evil and ugly, nasty things coming at you. And one person would stand in front of everybody and everyone else would give them energy and love and support them. And that one person would stand like Gandalf, you shall not pass. And they would come all the way up and there would be like this energy bubble around all of you, and they would get stuck and they would be right outside of that, and then they would eventually stop, and then they would cease, and then they would all backtrack and the person would collapse, and then you would go and get them, and one other person would stand while you were healing this one and raising them. That place is real, and you've been there. If you had that dream, it's real. I cannot express how happy I am that I found you, someone who genuinely knows what I know and has, right? Yes, I am here. We are the Patal. Peter is here and Penny is here in the audience. My wife, there's many of us. There's more of us than just who are in this live right now. If Penny's still here, I don't know if she might be working and she might not be, but she was here, and my wife's here. We are the Patal. We have come here from the 11th density. We came here in many different guises, in many different planes of existence, and we were in the belt of Orion, and we came from the belt of Orion and came here to this Milky Way galaxy to help you guys. Okay. And I am one of the beacons. I'm not the only one. I'm one of the beacons for many millions of us who came here to help you. I just woke up from my dream today and I was in a classroom with a gray alien as a teacher. That's very possible, Panther, that you were, because if you were a person, a soul who came here to help, there's a very good possibility that you're being pulled out when this body is hibernating. You're leaving because your immortal soul doesn't need sleep. We don't hibernate, just the body does. So the body has to hibernate so that it can rest and it can replenish its stock and heal itself. And we leave and go do other things. Sometimes we go and we're in classrooms learning. Yes. And not all grays are evil. A third dimensionality, fourth dimensionality, and fifth dimensionality has an ego so part of the population. Here, 14% of the population is evil. So it's third dimension. So in third dimension, there's going to be a percentage of the population, no matter the species, that are going to be evil, and a percentage of the population, no matter the species, that are going to be in service to others. Okay? Each species in their logos, right, on Earth, when we're here, it's 14% of the population is evil and 86% is good. Okay, if we leave this planet and we go to another planet where there's third dimensional or fourth dimensional life and we show up there, they may have a different dynamic. They might have more evil people or less evil people, more good people or less good people. Every logos, every planetary body, every group, a hive mind, like on this earth, have their own dynamic of that. So not every person from a species or a race is evil. For someone who doesn't know, can you explain the process of finding your spirit guides? Yes. Yes. Okay. How you do that is they're there all the time and they're always talking to you. You just don't know about it. You can, if you really pay attention, you can hear them sometimes when they intervene in your life. Brooke can tell you a story of when she was driving down the road and she had her babies in the car, had the kids in the car, and she was about to, the light turned green. She was about to go, literally going to step on the gas, and she audibly heard a man's voice go, "Stop!" And she hit the brakes and was like, "What the hell was that?" And the car blew through the intersection. Had she gone, she would have been sandwiched, T-boned. And the guy was doing 40 or 50 miles an hour, would have T-boned her and probably unalived her or maybe some of her children. She realized that was a guide and guardian angel that helped her. Okay, so they're there and they're helping us. And sometimes they just put a thought in our head where you're going to do something and you're like, I'm heading to grandma's house. You pull up a lights red. I think I'm going to turn right today. And then you go to turn right and something says, don't do it, just stay here. And you go, maybe I'll just stay here. And then you find out when you get to grandma's house that right down the road over there was an accident and grandma was worried about you because she heard about it on the news. And then you go, wow, good thing I didn't go that direction. I would have been stuck in traffic or I would have been in an accident. Okay. So we teach this stuff. Okay. And Brooke's in there talking. We teach all of this stuff. So how is it that I do that with the things that we teach? I'm just showing you on the screen right here, like the Defense Against the Dark Arts and the Reiki attunements. But we also teach, let me see if I can pull that up. I also have we teach everything that you can imagine. Okay. That literally psychic abilities, we teach all of them. Okay, I just don't know where here it is here. No, that's not it. I think I changed it or I turned it off. No, here it is. Let me pull this up. Let's see if I can get this to turn on. It won't turn on. There it is. Okay, so let me move this over here so you guys can see. Okay, psychic classes, psychic development classes that we teach. Right, all of the clairs, 8 types. Right, so we didn't list all of them because of clairvoyance, clairsentient, clair, all of that, clair empathy, all of that. Exorcism, dowsing, chakras, auras, meridians. The shaman training, we teach dream walking, astral projection. We are mediums, so we also do medium reads if you guys are interested, but we can also teach you how to become a medium, how to channel, how to read the cards, oracle cards, tarot cards. We teach all of this stuff. Literally, if you guys are interested, you can see right here down below, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. If you guys are interested, you guys can just send us an email saying, I want to learn this or that. That's why we're here talking about the Defense Against the Dark Arts, because we have one coming up tomorrow that we're teaching. You can see 15th and 16th, these are all times for over here. Can negative entities do the same as guardians? Do they fight? Negative, yes. Negative energies, yes. That's why, okay, what about, say, demons, right? Do you know about demons? You guys always hear about demons. The churches are always teaching you about demons, but do you know about gargoyles? Okay. If you're a Christian, especially if you're a Catholic or a Roman Catholic, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you've seen them, you just don't know about it. Okay. So they tell you there are these demons that are out there and they have wings and they're fangs and they look hideous and they're come get you in there. And then if you look on top of all of their churches, they have what they're describing to you on all 4 corners of all the ancient churches. Why? Those are gargoyles. Gargoyles are the opposite of demons. They are the same species, but a slightly different one, non-evil. Thank you for that, Hope. Thank you very much for that. And they are hunters of demons, gargoyles. You can look them up. They hunt demons and they protect people. Okay. So for everything that there is its opposite. Do you see? So if there are good souls, there are bad ones. Until you get halfway through the sixth dimension. And then all of the ego, all of the evil, all of that is darkness can no longer go anywhere. That's the true purgatory. The true hell is halfway through the sixth dimension. You're in the third dimension right now, halfway through the sixth density, which is a spiritual place, because you're in dimensionality. But your immortal soul, your immortal spirit that you think is in this body, is actually in a place called a density, not a dimension. Dimensionality is physicality. Density is a place of light and energy. So when you get halfway through the sixth density, evil cannot go past that. They were not created to do so. They cannot, no matter how hard they try. So until there, you have good and evil fighting for control. The evil people want control. They want power. Evil entities want control. They want power. And good people are stopping them. That is the dichotomy that goes in all of us. Okay? That is the dichotomy that is going on in you, in me, in all of us. Every single day. All day, all night. That's what the Creator created so that we would have these organic experiences. That's the way you're veiling. Your veiling and you not being able to see is done. Your memory loss is done to you on purpose by the Creator so that you can have an organic experience. You're supposed to have an organic experience. You're supposed to be here and not know anything and get lost and not understand what's happening and like marry the wrong people and do the wrong things and become unalived and fall down and hurt yourself and get back up and break bones and heal and love and make good food and make good love and all of these things that you can do, you're supposed to do organically and have a great time doing it and figure it all out. In this meantime, then eventually you go, what's it all about? Because you start becoming an adult and you start going, what is this all about? It can't be about this. There's got to be something other than this physicality. And then you start pondering the non-physical. And eventually you move out of the non-physical and you start pondering it more and more and more and more and more until you go, wait, I'm not this body. I'm actually non-physical. And whether you believe in God or anything, any of that doesn't matter. Eventually you're going to know that. Okay. That's how you find your guides. But negative, evil people in all of those aspects are trying to keep you from learning that at all costs because they want power over you. They want control over you. And to do that, they need you to not know about all of that. That's the greatest trick the devil ever pulled. Okay. Our higher dimensions clearly experienced as being a thought fractal of the one talking to, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, itself. Yes. Okay, truly, that's the stories when I was talking to the guy about Christianity before, and he was saying, Jesus died for our sins, and you're evil, and blah, 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 blah. All the ancient stories, all the ancient religions have this creation story, and the creation story is there was this giant God who was in the way for some reason. We had to unalive that giant God, and then we took the giant God's skull, but the giant God's not really unalived, it's just sleeping. Not unalived, but sleeping, and we're living in its head. Okay? The dome of the sky is the head, and the teeth are the mountains, and the blood is the water, and we're living in the head of a unalived, not unalived, but sleeping giant God. Okay? And then we take away that last part that says the word God out of that, and then we go, that was just crazy because we're not inside the head of something. So I don't know what it is, but there's the dome of the sky and the skin, and the earth is flat. And that's what they said. So I'm not, a child, so I don't believe that I'm in the head of a sleeping giant. No. So we must be, on a plane that's got a dome. So they kept the dome in there. And then they started believing that the earth was flat, and then you could fall off the edge of it until some people got enough knowledge to go, so what's holding the water in then? None. It's just being recreated over and over and over because of the ice in the north. Well, okay, so how are we keeping it in? And then eventually somebody in the 1700s said, well, here's a theory. There's an ice wall that goes all the way around it that keeps all the water in. That will explain how the water doesn't go anywhere. And I went there and saw it. Did you? Who else saw it? No, just me. Nobody else saw it. So for all of time, there was no edge and you could fall off of it until one guy in the 1700s said, I found the edge and it was an ice wall that none of you can go and find. Because there's this thing called the wall, firmament, water, air, firmament, And it has this magical thing that it does to your brain that makes you turn around so you don't know that you're turning around and you can never go and find it. So none of you can find it. You'll never find it no matter how much you look, but I found it. And that's what everybody in the world has based the flat earth theory on. It's one guy in the 1700s, firmament. Yeah. Look that word up. Look up the etymology of firmament. It doesn't mean ice wall. It doesn't mean magical power that makes you turn to the right and not know you're turning to the right either. Doesn't mean that. Okay. So my point of all of this is that people took in little bits of information out of things so that you wouldn't expand your consciousness. Originally, all of those platforms that are now religions were teaching you all of this is happening in the mind of the Creator. Bless you. Bless you. All of this is happening in the mind of the Creator. And they took that away. You're living in the mind of a sleeping God. Nope. You're living in the mind of a sleeping giant. And then people go, we're not in the head of a giant. Come on. I'm not dumb. I'm smart. I think, therefore I am. So we're just on a flat plane where there's no edge. And that's what they believed for a long time. And then there was a guy named Socrates who said, I don't think this place is flat. I think it's round. And they said, blasphemy! And they charged him and convicted him of blasphemy and teaching, psychotic theories and they called it what? Conspiracy theories? I don't know that they used that word back then, but that's what they were saying. And then they said, here, you need to drink this and unalive yourself. Your conviction is unaliveness. That's what's going to happen to you. And he did. He drank this poison and unalived himself because he said, I think the earth is not flat. Okay. And then you come forward in time and some guy in the 1700s said, I'm going to go prove the earth is flat. And he sailed off, came back and said, I found this ice wall that none of you can go and find. But it's there. And the earth is flat. So, yeah, that is actually sad if you think about it. You look up the story of Socrates and find out how he was unalived. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee, TikTok, because I know TikTok's afraid of coffee. And it probably needs some sugar. Right? So, it's not easy being sneezy, right? So, yeah, it's sad that kind of stuff has been going on. But people still look at the world, and if you see negative, your focus determines your reality. So if you see negativity in the world, that's all you're going to see, right? Pardon me while I put a Reese's Pieces into my mouth because I need a little bit of sugar because I've been channeling now for 2.5 hours. And I need a little bit more sugar because I didn't have very much in my system when I came on here. So I apologize for talking with my mouth full. Okay. So, Turkish. Like the movie. Like the movie Snatch. Jason Statham's character's name was Turkish. You guys ever see that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a brownie TikTok. You're right. There's no drugs in that. That's a Reese's peanut butter cup that I just ate, as a matter of fact. A little bit of chocolate. Okay. So, literally, now my wife's watching me to make sure that I'm okay. She's over here looking at me. So, literally, people did these things, and people look at the world. Let me get back on track with that. People look at the world and they go, oh, because you see negativity. The world's going to hell in a handbasket, man. We're the bad guys are in control, and we're all going to die, man. We're all going to be unalived. And they say these things, right? Like in the 2012 in the movie, right? That we're all going to become unalived, and that's what they see, right? And I look at them and I say the world is not that bad, and people say, sure they are. I'll explain channeling in just a second, my friend. They say the world is bad. No, it's not, man. Look at Socrates 4,000 years ago. He said the world was round, and they unalived him for it. Jesus said you don't have to go over in that box over there to talk to God, and they unalived him for it. Okay. Today I've said all of those things in the last 5 minutes. The world's not that bad. Okay. Channeling. What is channeling? Let's get back to that. Channeling is when you as an individual are moving over. Your personality is moving over and letting another personality talk through your body. Okay. And some people like Daryl Anka and a few others who do this, they're channeling a soul, a spirit that is coming from a higher plane of existence who is talking through them. And they're talking to people and giving information from a higher plane. Some of us who channel ourselves from a higher plane. Okay. That's easier to do to channel myself than it is a stranger. Because when you channel a stranger, that's me moving my spirit over and letting that person come into this vessel and talk to you. That takes a lot out of you either way. But if you're just in contact with your own higher self, and you actually channel yourself from a higher plane of existence to speak through you, that is easier on the body itself and you. But it's still because you're transmuting energy through yourself. And that's what I'm doing, by the way. My name is Kelto. I am talking to you from the 11th dimension, the 11th density. I am who Leonard O'Neill is. This body, Leonard O'Neill, is not veiled like everyone else. My third eye is not closed. I do not have amnesia. I know who I am, and I've known who I am from now all the way back to the creation when the Creator created me. Long time ago in a galaxy far, far, far away. Okay? And I am here to help you guys become unstuck because this earth and all of the souls here got stuck and are not graduating to the next plane of your existence where you're supposed to go. You got stuck because this knowledge that I'm telling you about was given to people on this earth who were in fact evil. They took that information and they're using that to hold you here so that you can't go anywhere, so that they have legacy power over you. Their families own you. They believe they own you. You're their product. You're theirs. You're their meat sack. They own you like a piece of cattle or a fish or a dog or a cat. Okay, they own you, and you're living on their land. They believe they own this earth, and you're their subject. And they set up a caste system of that, and they have made sure that only their families have come to power in every single country on this earth. And that has been proven by people on this earth. So it's not me making up some story and telling you some words, and there is nothing to back that up. There's actual physical evidence of that information. So channeling is someone who is talking to you from a higher plane of existence through a human person. Okay. Best way to open your third eye is to start becoming spiritual. Pardon me for putting a Reese's peanut butter cup in my mouth, but I got to make sure I keep my sugar going here. Raise your vibration. Lower the ability of your ego and your conscience to be loud and obnoxious. Realize that's not you. Okay? Realize that you are an immortal being. Okay, then you start waking up to your guides and your higher self. Okay. See, and then how do you do that? You change the way you think. You see what my wife's saying? You see what Brooke is saying? Change the way that you think and talk about yourself. They put negative information into us, like, do you understand? That word is a program. Do you understand? That means, do you stand under me? Do you submit to my will? Do you understand me? This is my understudy. Do you understand? That word means, do you submit to me as being authority over you? So you don't stand under anyone. You understand or you comprehend. You have to identify. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You have to identify the programming. When you watch any television anywhere in the world, what do they call it? They call it programs, because they're programming your thought process. Commercials, programming your thought processes. Honing your focus onto their products so that you spend your money on their products and give it right back to them, okay? And telling you everything that you need to know in a way that makes you believe what they're telling you, okay? That whole entire process is being done to you. Indoctrination. If you're an American, I grew up in the United States. What's the very first thing we did every single morning in every single school across America? Every time the classroom started, right, in the morning, we all put our hands on it and looked at the flag that was inside there at the corner. We all said the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge my fealty to the United States of America. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. How many out there are saying it with me? And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Every single day. That's indoctrination. They were indoctrinating us to have fealty to the United States of America and its flag every single day of your entire life until you got to college. Okay? That's an indoctrination. They do a form of that in every country. Then you have a national anthem that you all proudly sing. Okay? National pride, national anthem, the king. You have fealty to your landlord. Okay? And that's what they do, and that's how they do that. Those are small things that they do to you. Then they tell you you're nothing, you're nobody, there is no religion, there is no God, there is none of that. It's just here. We'll tell you what to do. Sit down, shut up, get to work, do your job. You owe us money, slave. Then they stop saying that word because they realize that people then revolt if you treat them that way. So they came up with a new idea of self-governance. Let's let them believe that they're free. Okay. The Panther says this is a big light bulb moment, right? No, it says this is a light bulb moment.
Oh, there's another one. I'm thinking wrong one.
Okay. Yes, there is a light bulb moment that you have. Okay. And this is, I talk about this on the back of my book, the part of the back of my book, in the beginning of that. Are you looking at the world, right? Have you looked around? Are you starting to look around and go, wait a minute, this isn't right? Are you looking at legacy news media going, you know what? It looks like they're just lying to us, man. They used to hide from us. They used to pretend, at least. They're not even doing that anymore. Pardon me. They're not even doing that anymore. They're just lying to us openly. Okay. If you're doing that, it's not that they're lying to you openly now. They've always been lying openly just like that. You're just now aware of it. Okay. So a light bulb moment is these moments where you start to realize by hook or crook, eventually, doesn't matter whether you believe in a creator of the universe, doesn't matter if you're, and when I ask people, are you a spiritual being? They say, I'm not religious. And I say, no, religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. That's the first quote you're going to see and like in this book. I'll guarantee it. Okay. Everyone does. They usually highlight it. We're actually going to be making t-shirts and coffee cups and stuff like that to sell to you guys that has that quote on it, by the way, just so you guys know, because people have been asking about it. We were working on our website today, and we get the website up. We're going to start having t-shirts for you guys. I'm not wearing one. I usually wear one that actually says that on my shirt. Okay. So literally you have that moment within you when you get tired of all this and you stop listening and you start thinking for yourself. Critical thinking is not what they want you to do because they can't gaslight you. They need you to live in fear of them. You have to believe that they are the greatest thing in the universe. And they used to tell people that they were gods. And I'll bet you don't know this unless you're in one of these countries. There are today countries of this world who still tell their citizens that the person who is in charge is a god. Look that up, okay? So there is, thank you, Hope, right? Hope works, yeah. So truly, you will find that there is a time in your life when you stop believing what they're saying because you start thinking for yourself and asking questions. This is why I say always, and Brooke does too, she always says, stay curious and ask questions. Always ask questions. Because if you question everything, you will then start to unlock that within you because their control wanes the second you go, why does God need a starship? Okay? Yeah, see, thank you for your support. Stay curious and question everything. So literally, you have to realize that light bulb moment turns on for each individual. And that's what the Jesus character was telling you in Christianity when they said, when will the new heaven and the new earth be? When will our enlightenment be? And he said, I tell you truly that my Father says to you that he will come as a thief in the night. So you cannot predict when you are going to wake up. You will wake up when you are supposed to. Okay. But what you can do is start questioning everything. Don't believe everything that everybody tells you. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Don't believe what the authorities tell you. Don't even believe what I tell you. Question everything and look it up for yourself. I tell people this. I have a podcast called Orion Rising. You can see the little logo right here. It's the Giza Plateau with the pyramids, with the Orion constellation above it in the sky. You can, everywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast on the face of the earth, that's free. You can listen to it. Has 580 episodes of me talking just like this that date back to 2016. There used to be another 500 episodes that dated back that goes back to about 2019. There used to be another 500 episodes that went back to 2016, but I got deplatformed off of Google. They erased everything that was on YouTube, and then Facebook erased everything that was on Facebook. And now I just have what's on the MP3 broadcast and the last 3 years or the last 4 years on YouTube now. But everything before that went back to 2016 was deleted, and now I just have the last 4 years of the stuff for you. But you can listen to that, and you'll hear that on every podcast I say, don't believe a word I've said to you. Go down that rabbit hole, read, experience, learn for yourself, and one day you're going to be me. And I tell people, if you think I'm wrong on all of this, they deleted it because of what I say, my friend. Why did they delete it? They deleted it because of what I say. Okay. They have on their apps, when you go to an app and you download the app, the first thing it says to you is, do you agree to the terms of service? No one ever reads that. They just go, yes. Okay. Terms of service are usually thousands of pages long, hundreds and thousands of pages long. No one wants to read it. I read those things. I'm a nerd. I read those things. I skim through it and I go, oh, look, this is where they say that they're going to have all this information of yours that you're giving them. They're treating you like a product, and they're taking all of the information of everything that you do, everything you look at, all your interests, and they're selling that information to other people who are targeting you with that information about you for products. Okay. So every time you say yes, and you have to work on their platforms right now, you give them permission to sell you as a product. Okay. But most people don't know what that permission is. So I have apps. I have actual, anti-malware that monitors that, and what they have and what I agreed to and what they're supposed to do with that. And if a corporation starts investigating and goes deeper into my information than they're supposed to have permission for because they passed the permission that I gave them, I get told that. So 4 years ago, on the 8th of March this month, 4 years ago, I logged into my phone, and it said on my phone, on my anti-malware, came up and said, Google has surpassed the information that they claimed that they had access to, and now they have access to everything. They have access to your passwords, your medical records, your bank accounts, everything in your entire life they have access to. And I said, well, we can't have them having that access, right? So it said, do we want to limit their access to where they're supposed to be or not? And I said, yes, limit their access. They got mad at me because they were investigating me because of what I do and what I talk about and who I am. And they were trying to get all the information on me and my past and everything that they could about me because of who I am and what I've done and the things that I've done on this earth just in this lifetime. And I said, no, you don't have my permission to do that. They got mad at me and they said, well, then we're going to deplatform you from all of our products. And I gave them the finger, and they did it, and they deplatformed me, erased everything. I couldn't even go onto Google to do a search. Swear to you, I had to do searches on other platforms. So eventually, I made a new Google account, an email account, a new one with a different name, so that I could go back on Google and I could go back on YouTube, because YouTube's owned by Google. So I eventually did that under a different name so that I could actually get back on the platform. Okay. Facebook did the same thing to me last year. They decided to erase everything that I had, and they claimed they were doing it to everybody, but it's weird that there's videos that I have on there that date back 10 years. There's a couple. There's one I just reposted on one of my places that they didn't take down, which wasn't even mine, that I shared from somebody else, and the video's still up, and it was about that gate that has to do with pepperoni on a pie. that you guys might know about, and it was like one of the videos about that, and that whole slew where there was like 10 videos about that back a few years ago. And there's a video on my Orion Rising, which you can see right here, Orion Rising, the page on Facebook. On one of the reels, there's a video up there that was deleted off of the internet, but I had downloaded it, and it was still on Facebook, and they, for whatever reason, did not delete that video. So I reposted it so you guys can go there and watch it. And you're gonna go, ha! That is not even cool, bro. And that was one of the videos that was made in a different country than the United States, from Europe a long time ago, about almost 10 years ago now, probably 10 years ago now, and then it was taken down, right? So how to access your MP3s? It's Orion Rising. You can see it right here on the screen. This little thing right here is the name of my podcast. You can actually see it on YouTube. You can see the MP4 broadcast on YouTube under my name, which is if you go to YouTube and go look at, type that in, the thing for you. I'm doing it right now, baby. If you go and look at that name, Leonard O'Neill with 1067, if you go to YouTube and type that in, you'll see the MP3 broadcast and the MP4 broadcast for the last since 4 years ago. All my podcasts are up there, but if you want to hear them on the MP3 broadcast, if you want to hear them, this is the logo of Orion Rising. That's the name of my podcast. Anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast, you just punch in Orion Rising by Leonard O'Neill, and that's the symbol of my podcast. There's 580 or 81 episodes on there for you to listen to, and this one will be up there when I'm done. It's listened to in 70 countries. It's on Apple Podcast, it's on Podbean, it's on Spreaker, it's on all of the every platform you can imagine. It's called Orion Rising, and you can listen. They're all free. There's, like I said, 580 episodes of me talking about all of this for the last 4 years. Let me put this back down in the bottom here for you guys to see. Okay. So you guys can look at that, right? Hypothetically speaking, if I mattered, would that render me unable to be created or destroyed? I'm not sure what you're saying there. If I mattered, hypothetically speaking, if I mattered, I'm not sure what that means. Would that render me? So I'm not sure what you're trying to say there if you're speaking in code. But whether you're in service to self or in service to others, right? A pun about matter. Oh, I understand. Okay. So easy. Are you leaving? Is that what you're saying? Right. Have a good night. I'll see you guys again. Make sure that you click that link on Merlin and Maeve so you know when we go live, right? And then you could also listen to the MP3 broadcasts around the world. And it's thank you and have a good night for being here. Right. I love you for tuning in at the time that you did. I go live usually sometimes every day, but usually every couple of days. I'll be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts courses tomorrow and the next day. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for that. So if you guys are interested in that, you can see that up here on the screen, Defense Against the Dark Arts. These are 2-day Zoom classes, so they're not live on air. They're on Zoom, 4 hours each day, okay? And it's only 88 Australian dollars, and those are the 15th, 16th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. That's actually a $1,200 value, and that's Australian dollars. So if you're in America and you're on a dollar, the US dollar or the pound sterling or the euro, that 88 Australian dollars is only about 65 in your money. So it's actually a $1,200 value that you're getting for about 65 of your dollars. And I will tell you everything that you can imagine that is negative and negative energy and things that they could be doing to you. And then I will actually, on the second day, tell you how to protect yourself, reflect that stuff, protect yourself, your entire house, your people, your friends, your family, your dogs, your cats, your car, your job, your internet, whatever, and protect yourself so that they can no longer do any damage to you. As soon as you identify them, you can push that stuff away, all negative energy from everything. Okay. Everyone should learn this course before the age of 10. Okay. That's how comprehensive that is. And there is nobody that's taken that course ever that has said, yeah, I didn't learn anything. People were like, yeah, I know everything about that I need to know. Let's see what this guy has to say. And afterwards they were like, holy crap, dude. that was some crazy information. 4 hours a day. It's 8 hours worth of information that I'm going to give you in 2 days for 88 Australian dollars. Okay, so if you guys are interested in that, and what times are the calls Eastern? So if you look the times that are there, oh, I didn't put the times on the screen, did I? I apologize for that. They're going to be 9 a.m. Sydney time. Okay, so 9 a.m. Sydney time. You guys just did a time change in California, so I think that's 5 p.m. for you in East Coast in America. Because like currently right now it is 8:41 p.m. in, unless the time didn't change on my computer, 8:41 p.m. in the west coast of the United States. So that would be 11:41 p.m. on the East Coast currently, unless my time didn't change on this computer, which is still synced up to California time. Okay, so yes. All right, so it'd be 9 a.m. Sydney time, which would be 5 p.m. your time, starting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, because this date is the 15th, and that would be the 14th for you because it's the 13th for you right now, Friday the 13th. Right now, I'm in Sydney, I'm in New South Wales, Australia, just north of Sydney, and it's actually Saturday. It's actually the Saturday the 14th for us right now, right? So 15th and the 16th would be your 14th your 14th and 15th, your 17th and 18th, your 19th and 21st. And all of those will be at that 5 p.m. your time on the East Coast. If you're interested in any of those, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Tell us what your handle is, right? So Hutch, if you're wanting to do it, say this is Hutch on and then tell us your real name, right? And I want to get in on whichever class, right? And then we'll send you an invoice for that for the $88. If you pay for that, we'll give you the link so that you can get into the class on the day just before the class starts. If you click on it, as soon as I'm open, you'll be in there waiting for me, or I'll be in there waiting for you. And then literally 4 hours each day. And then I give time for you guys to ask me questions as well. The only time that I stop that is if I have an appointment in between or right after, because sometimes I do. I'll be teaching either another class or talking to somebody individually. Okay. So, and right, I was forgetting that. And you go into a drawing, which like Penny, who's here, can tell you. So you'll go into a drawing to possibly win a voucher for $30, $60, or 90 Australian dollars again from Merlin and Maeve. And we do these drawings every couple of months, right? I think we're doing them every. Oh, so she's saying as soon as we get 20 people entered, then we do one. So as soon as we get 20 people, and that means anyone who buys any product from us, including having us Reiki heal you. Some people were entered in because they were at the fairs, because we go to the different places and have we have a stall where we sell our products, where we sell jewelry that we make, and we do Reiki because we're both Reiki healers. And I also talk and sell my book, and I talk, and sometimes I get on the microphone and talk in front of the people there, and sometimes I go live so that you guys can answer questions as well when I'm at these events. We're thinking about doing that. We have one coming up on the 22nd. So we're thinking about going live either on my phone or on the computer to talk to you guys to answer questions while I'm there, because then we can talk to other people too and answer their questions and your guys' questions. So while I'm talking to you, other people might ask them. Okay, so if you guys are interested in that, when you do that, if you buy a product from us or get, say, a class from us, you will get your name, unless you don't want to have your name entered into a voucher contest. You get your name entered, and we do those live on air, and we have a computer program that does a little spinning of the thing. We put everybody's name there, and it spins around and picks a name when it stops, and then we do the vouchers, and you guys get a voucher. Once you buy a product from us or take a course or anything like that, when you do that, you become a wayfarer. Okay, that is you get the discount for life now, 5% off of all of our products for the rest of, as long as her and I are alive, right? Or as long as the company is alive, you get 5% off. So if you win one of those vouchers, you get the voucher for free that you can spend on anything. You don't have to spend it all on one thing. So say you wanted to get Reiki healing, but you had a $90 voucher, you only wanted to use $20 of it. We'll keep a tabs and go, okay, you still have this amount left over, but you also get 5% off of everything. Okay. So you'll see all of that once we get the website up. You'll be able to do that because you'll get to access an area that shows you the prices that you'll pay that are Wayfarer prices that you guys get that the other people don't have to pay, and you'll see the discounts right there for it. Okay. So if you guys are interested, the Defense Against the Dark Arts 2-day Zoom class, right, where you guys can literally ask questions, and you're gonna literally, by the time you're done, and you can ask Penny. She won I don't remember what she won. Did she win the $90 one? Brooke, do you remember? I don't remember. Penny, which one did you win? Did you win the 90 or what's that? Yeah, so she won the $90 one. Penny did. She won the $90 one. So that's rocking right there, right? I woke up last year, but then last month I had my first Kundalini experience. What was that, right? Kundalini is the masculine energy that they're not telling you about the feminine energy, which is annoying. But that part of that religion has been removed from people's minds, but they teach it to you when you're in there. The Kundalini is masculine fire energy, and the Kunda buffer is the cold feminine energy. So if you look at that Kundalini, there's two energies. The Celtic knot work, there's two knots, and there's two snakes, and one is fire and one is ice. Okay, one is hot and one is cold. One is masculine, one is feminine. One is physical and one is astral or spiritual. So the Kundalini experience, all energy comes into us from the bottom up. Okay, because that is the way we move from the red ray root chakras up to the crown chakra. So all of the energies that we come into our body, people want to say comes down into us. Even if it comes down, it comes in and comes up this way. All the energy and enlightenment is upward mobile, upward moving. So if you had a Kundalini experience, you had your first experience of that energy that is source energy that is starting to make its way up through you to your enlightenment. All right. And so that the Kundalini is the masculine, but they just use that as a vernacular of the energy of the both. And they say Kundalini. The other one's called Kunda Buffer, and that's the feminine. So yeah, I was communicating with a seemingly female entity, right? Hold on, I gotta see what the rest of that was. Entity that was very primal shade, shard of God. Yeah. So right, energy in my spine that moved up to my neck, but stopped there. Well, that's where. So then, if it stopped at your neck, then that's your indigo. That's your throat chakra, right? That's your voice. So if it stopped there and didn't go up, then that's probably where you're residing currently, and you're just coming into your own as your voice, and you're needing to balance that so that you can then get through that. So if you had that come up and stop in your neck, and it didn't go up to your third eye, right, or your crown, then that means that it was the blue chakra, right, the voice, the chakra of the voice, and the beginning of knowledge, the beginning of wisdom, and being able to speak and think for yourself, right? So you're in that place. I am the voice. I am the voice because I reside in this chakra. I am all of this wisdom, but I am the voice, and so I'm speaking, and so I'm coming to you from this indigo color, indigo ray chakra, because that is what I use primarily for this stuff, right? Do beauty marks have spiritual meaning? Some of them can. A lot of people have theories that, like, you might have been unalived in your past life, and that and your things that you have, birthmarks, might indicate what had happened to you. Some of them are there because they were reminding you of something, right, that you've done or designed into yourself to remind you of something to help you in your journey. Like, I have freckles. There's a reason for me having freckles, right? I'm half Viking, half Celt, which is really Southern Viking. So everything in my DNA and my name, everything is designed for me to know who I am and to realize who I am. Okay, my name is Leonard Edward O'Neill. Leonard means Lionheart, Edward means guardian, and then O'Neill means bloodline of the champion of the people. So my name is a title, right? Literally, Lionheart, guardian, champion of the people, and I'm speaking, and I'm helping people. I'm actually a Virgo, but in the 13 moon calendar, I'm also a Leo. So the first three letters of my name are Leo. The initials of my name are Leo, right? So Leo, I am a Leo, right? And so literally, I have all of these things reminding me of who I am. I designed my entire life to be born who I am in the above. So as below, so above. As within, so without. So for me to make sure everything had to line up so that I could be unveiled in this life, everything had to be exactly who I am there and here at the same time. So literally everything that I am doing here for all of you is who I am. So there is nothing about me that is not who I am. Do you see? So Leonard Edward O'Neill, who I am, born to the people I was born to, with the DNA that I was born in, with the family I was born to, with the father and mother that I was born to, made me made me Lionheart, guardian, champion of the people, half Celt, half Viking. And I am Kelto, half Viking, come from the Orion's belt. Okay. So all of those things lined up exactly that way for me. So you design that. So birthmarks, things like that that you have are designed by you for a purpose. You have to look into that and talk to your higher self and your guides to figure out what that purpose is. Okay. Hopefully that answered the question, right? Like feeling, I am the energy moving in the direction of my field, right? Especially with the infinite or infinity symbol, the infinite energy, infinite wisdom. That is literally the Higgs boson. That is the 3, 6, and 9. The 9 energy is everything. It is zero and it is everything. It is nothing and it is all. That's why when Moses went up on the mountain to talk to the fire said to him, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am the beginning and the end. I am everything and I am nothing. Okay, that is the infinity. There, infinite wisdom, infinite love, infinity itself. That is what we are becoming. I'm going to take a bite of this candy that my wife gave me that's called a Turkish delight. Not quite sure what that is. I'm going to bite into it and see what that is. I don't know if I've had one. I'm going to bite into this and see what it is. I did have one of these. These are really good, by the way. They have like a jelly inside. And it's like a cherry with a hint of rose. It's really good. Or raspberry with a hint of rose. It's really good. They're good, right? They are good. I never had one until I came to this country because I'm from America and I never had one of these. I came over here and Brooke said, "Here, try this." She's giving me different things that are definitely Australian. Oh my God, there's so much over here that I love. But I love crazy things that other people don't like. I love Vegemite. Just so you guys know, I love Vegemite. Hold on, I'm going to put this in my mouth because I need to have some sugar. So I'm going to bite into this. It's a piece of candy. It's not anything crazy, guys. Right? TikTok, there's nothing bad about it. Right? In the mind of God, we are in the mind of God. Do you experience feeling yourself, imagining this universe? Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you get to a very high experience, right? Yeah, I love Vegemite, bro. Love Vegemite. She brought some to America when we first met and said, "Here, we bought some there because we could get it there." She said, "Here, try this." She gave me like a teaspoon, like a half a teaspoon. That's a lot, right? I put that in my mouth. She gave me like a test junk on purpose. She was trying to give me a bunch to see, and I put it in my mouth, and I was like, "Oh, that's good." And she looked at me like, "What?"
Anyone who's in Australia that gets someone to try Vegemite, you know we never give them a small amount, right? We always test them, yeah? He went, "Oh my God, this is brilliant." And I'm like, "What?"
No word of a lie. No word of a lie. I was like, "This is good, man. That's Vegemite." She said, "Yeah." I said, "Put some on some toast." I think didn't we have toast with it? And here's another thing. Here's another thing. Look at this, guys. I absolutely love these things.
I do not eat. So Wheat Bix, if you're watching, you can send us some more if you like. I don't eat this. Yeah, Wheat Bix.
I love Wheat Bix. Put some honey on it. Right, take some honey and drizzle some honey on it. Pour some milk on it. I eat them almost every day. Love Wheat Bix. And then, yeah, she says, "You want to do the Vegemite challenge online?" She's going to get Vegemite to show you guys I'm not lying about it. I actually love Vegemite. I put too much on the toast for her, and she's like, "Next time, watch Vegemite." Right, show it. Put it on the camera. Yeah. We're not getting paid for this, guys, but look. She's look how much she's giving me.
Do you reckon that's a decent amount or more, guys?
That's a lot. I'll take whatever. I love Vegemite.
That's a good amount.
That's a tablespoon, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay, watch this. Here, watch, guys. No joke. I love this stuff.
He eats it like Nutella.
I'm not even kidding you. This is good. I love this. It's a little salty, but man, it's good.
I'd give him more. He'd probably eat it.
I love that stuff. I put it on everything. I'd put it on ice cream if she'd let me. I'm not even kidding. Love that stuff. So I put it on everything. I really like is on toast with cream cheese and then some on top, or with avocado. Oh my God, it's good. Love that stuff. Yeah, it's extremely salty. Yes, it is, but I love it. I don't know why, but I love it. And people over here are like, "Oh my God, you're more Aussie than half the people in this country." And I'm like,
it's not salty like you're eating a spoonful of salt. It's not that.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, no, she's right. It's not salty like you're eating a spoonful of salt, right? But it's like a bouillon. For those of you who are American, if you get like a beef or a chicken bouillon, remember those little cubes that Grandma and Grandpa used to have that they would drop in stuff? If you were to take a bouillon, right, and then maybe take off a little corner of it and put it in your mouth, and it's like really salty but not real bad. It's like bouillon cube when you put it in water. I know Penny. She said, "Yeah, you can get it in America." Penny Brooke said, "Send us your address. We'll mail you some." You can get it over there in America. If Kraft makes it, guys. Kraft makes it, so you can get it in America. You just got to have it. You just got to go and pick it up. The Whole Foods store probably has it. If not, they can mail it to you. Yeah, you guys can get it in the United States. I didn't know that. That's why how she got it when I was there. When she came to the United States, we got it in America. Did you send it? Oh, she sent a small one. Oh, that's right. She sent it with some Tim Tams. That's right. So she mailed it. Right. So if you can't get it there, let us know and we'll mail you some. Right. Because yeah, no, it's really salty. We'll send you a little jar. They have little ones that are about that big around, about that tall. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. TikTok. Coffee with Vegemite. I swear to God, I love Vegemite. It's good. I don't know why people don't like it, but I guess you either love it or you hate it, right? Will I ever meet and awake awoke or awakened or awakened lover? Yes. You just have to. When this is how it works, and it kind of sucks sometimes for people because when you start waking up, you're going to find that your circle is going to diminish because there's going to be so many people in your life that are going to be so far asleep they're going to think you're crazy. Okay. And if you start waking up, you know that happens. Your circle diminishes. My whole family, I have a really big family. Right? I have 4 older sisters and 1 younger brother. All of them have 2 kids minimum. And all of their kids, almost all of their kids have 2 kids each. There's only a few that don't have kids. Okay, so I'm like an uncle and a great uncle to like 32 kids. Okay, to like 32 people. All of them and their spouses, right? And all of them and their spouses, most of them think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, right? I have maybe 4 people out of all of them who don't think that I'm crazy. And then cousins, those are not even talking about cousins, right? One of my cousins, she's very awake and she just realized that. And she actually asked one of my sisters, is he cuckoo cuckoo? And she said, 5 years ago, I would have said yes. Now I would tell you no. So your circle of family and friends is going to get smaller. Okay. And if you're with somebody already, you've probably already started realizing that you end up getting them out of your life if you found out they were negative, self-serving. Eventually, you're going to find your people. You're going to find who it is that you are, your circle of friends. You're going to find other people that are like you, kindred spirits that are like you. In finding all of that, you're going to end up finding other people around you, right? I just told myself something cool. What's that? When you meet the same vibration. Yes. Just say when your vibrations align, you will meet each other. I don't know if you can hear Brooke. She's literally, Satori is talking through her, and she says, "When your vibrations align, you will meet the one you're supposed to be with." Okay. So literally, when you either catch up to them or they catch up to you, when you guys align, you'll meet. And that's what happens. You literally will get that circle around you of people, and then you'll run into somebody, and they'll either be just behind you or just in front of you, and you guys will be close enough where your vibrations will line up, and then you're gonna have a way better life than you did before because now you have somebody that you can have adult conversations with, right? You can talk about stuff. I imagine her as being far ahead of me. I don't know why. It's possible, right? It's possible. It is possible that you could be her mentor or she could be your mentor, right? I mean, you ask Brooke, right? Ask Brooke that she's my equal, but there are things that I teach her, and then there are things she's teaching me. Do you see? And we're also mediums, and she's channeling over here now with her mediumship, and she said, do you go to drum circles or meditation or something like that? I'm getting that vibe, she said. So Hutch, if you don't go to drum circles or meditations, she's saying that's where you're going to end up finding them. So you might want to start looking at that stuff, right? So, but it's okay that if one of you is the teacher and the other is the student. Eventually, there's a reason we say it's learn, teach, learn, because eventually, thank you for that. Eventually, all of us If you think that you all know everything and you're done, you're lying to yourself, and that's your ego talking. Okay, so you may know more than other people, but that doesn't mean you know everything. I know a lot more than most of the people on this planet, but I would never tell you that I know the entire everything there is to know. So anyone who tells you that is lying. They have an ego problem. Okay, so the best thing that I could ever do as a guide or a teacher is what my outcome is. I want to replace myself with you. So I want you someday and as fast as possible to not need me anymore. And then I want to learn along that way what I can from you as well. So the teacher becomes the student. That is the way it's supposed to be. So anybody who doesn't teach you and isn't trying to get you to replace them and not need you, and they're trying to keep you addicted to them in some way, that's a person that is self-serving, whether they're pretending they're not or not. That's a person who is trying to. That's when they say, beware of false prophets. False prophets. True prophets demand nothing. False prophets aren't going to teach you anything. They're going to teach you to sit down and wait here, because that's what they do in the religions that are controlled by evil people. Perhaps because I long to understand more, but only have one equal friend and everyone else is asleep. Yeah, I had the same thing happen to me. When I was born in this life, being awake was very difficult as a child. Okay. My father, however, was awake enough. He was not as awake as I am, but he was awake enough to realize who he was and to know who I was, and to tell me the first rule about Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club, right? And then he was like, let's make sure we get you up to speed on how this planet works and everything you need to know here to help yourself. And that's where I was lucky enough there. Okay. He passed when I was 19. At that point, as I'm bumping into the table here and my computer knocking things all haywire, at that point, when I was 17 years of age, I met a friend of mine who has now since passed. But I met him, and he was the only other person on the face of the earth that I knew that was awake. He wasn't as awake as I am now, but he was very, very close always. Okay. So I knew him from the time I was 17, and he had just turned 18, because we were born in the same year. He was just born in January and I was born in February, and I was born in September. Sorry, February. No, my dad was February, baby. Yeah. So no, I was talking about Paul just now. So my buddy Paul was just 9 months older than me. So he and I knew one another until 4 years ago. 4 years ago when he passed. Right. He was the only person for most of my life until the internet that I knew that was awake. So literally everybody else that I had met in my entire life was asleep. I remember when I was 21 or 22 years of age, I took a cab ride from work to home, and this old guy was driving me, was probably my age now or older, and he was driving me, and he was completely awake. I had the greatest conversation I ever had with any other human being with this cab driver. Never saw him again. So other than that, until the internet of 92, 93, 94, when the internet started taking off, and then I started meeting people, then I was able to then start meeting more people that were awake. But before then, it was poop. So don't give up on that, right? Don't give up on that at all, right? Right. So Hutch, then Brooke was reading what you were saying to me, and then answering that, you have to realize that everybody has their own path. That's one of the hard things, is to look at somebody and know that they're awake, but not quite 100%. And a lot of the indoctrination from the different religions holds on to people for a long time because they're afraid, and you have to hold on to something. So they grab a hold of that. So the Christian indoctrination gets a lot of people. I mean, more than almost 3 billion people on this earth consider themselves Christians. Right? I'm a Christian minister. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, but I don't teach. I'm not selling Christianity, right? My brother is in theological college. He should be graduating soon, and he's also becoming a minister. But he's been, when I was working with him before, I haven't talked to him in a bit, but he was kind of being indoctrinated to be a good little church-going Christian. He's going to be selling Christianity, right? He said he wanted to be an evangelical, so he wants to get up on stage with a microphone and talk about it. And I'm okay with that because there is a reason and a purpose for it, right? But I do try to expand his consciousness and tell him you got to think outside the box, my friend, right? So you have to look at that, right? So Fat Pat, what's up, brother? I saw you sitting there, but I didn't get to say hi because I was in the middle of talking, right? And then you're saying mail it. Not quite sure what that means. Brooke, she says, stop spamming, Pat. I'll boot you out for spamming, right? So he's so young though. Well, you have every single you can't tell. This is where that part of the Bible that Jesus was speaking. When is the enlightenment going to come? It'll come like a thief in the night. So you don't know when, but they'll have a moment. Something will happen in their life. It could be something simple. It could be stopping at a red light, or watching something, a commercial on television or a movie, or something will happen, and then it'll click, and they'll go, huh. And they'll start expanding, and then you'll see them exponentially start moving in a way where, when they do that, you just got to hold on to them and let them run and answer their questions. So, what you can do is you can keep, lifting his energy up by giving him other details that he might just fall back. And like that person who was in here earlier, no matter what I said, he just kept saying, Jesus is God, and Jesus died for our sins, and Jesus this, and he's the Holy Spirit. And he wouldn't get past that indoctrination, even when I talked to him about it. So people that are like that, you have to let them be where they are, but every now and then challenge that just a little bit. But then when they get mad at you, you go, look, I'm not trying to say that religion of yours is wrong. What I'm trying to say is that, look, here's the Christ within, that's within there, and show him where Jesus was talking about what he was teaching. And then say, how come the church is not telling you these things that Jesus clearly says in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? The way to heaven is through me. That means what he's doing. So he came here, you're saying he came here to die just for our sins, but he came here not to just die for our sins. He was showing us a way to go to heaven. There's a way here that he was teaching, and you could show him here in history, this is what Jesus was saying. It was the way. It wasn't Christianity. It was the way. And what was the way? The way was, how do you ascend to heaven, Dad? So you're saying that Jesus died. He did. He came here and he became unalive for our sins, but he also resurrected and went to heaven, was showing us that we were supposed to stop living in the flesh and start living in the spirit and dedicate ourselves to God, right? Use the very religion that he has to have him become more enlightened and to realize what's going on. And if he still refuses and goes, I don't want to hear it, and blah, 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 then you just back off. You just got to let it be. And that's also a teaching from Jesus. If we go to a place and we're going to try and teach them the way, and they get mad at us, what should we do? And Jesus said, shake off the sand, the dust on your sandals, and move to the next city. Leave people where they are and allow them to find their own path back to the spirituality. That's why I say religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. And assume since she's awake that she shouldn't care, but I don't know if I should. You have to do that with everything. Are you talking to Hutch now?
I met a girl who was very, very awake when I woke up, but then I had psychedelics, B testing alpha,
right?
And God is in a dream and go and said, oh shit, and she cut me off. I want to reach out.
Right.
I assume she's awake, she shouldn't care, but I don't know if I should. And I said, you'll know when you meet, it's not your first time. It will not be difficult. If this is difficult, you might have known each other before, but she's not the one.
Right. So, yeah. And now we got Agent 47 saying, Bible says religion of man is vain. Correct. Right. Covenant. Right. You should look up that word and what that word means. Wake it up. Right. Or wake. Again, I think you're trying to say wake blank up. Wake it. Oh, the F. Right. Religion is man-made for control. That's the whole point. That is the point, my friend. You're coming in the middle of a conversation. That's the point. This is what I wrote in this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. And that is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. It's what I teach. Okay. I teach that religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. Okay. So there's my wife quoting me in there, right? Don't cast your pearls among swine. Correct. So literally living in the flesh and people, this is the message in all religions, by the way. Okay. Look at Taoism, right? In Taoism, right? That's 634 BCE, around that time period. The Lao Tzu said, he who seeks it in the flesh. He who seeks it will not find it. He who grasps at it or gropes for it won't grasp it. So in the physical plane, physicality is not the way to heaven. Okay. And that is what Jesus was teaching. That is what every single person, when you get away from the religion and you go to the spirituality that they were teaching, you'll find they were all teaching the same thing. They were teaching a way of you to live, a way that will get you back to the Creator. And that way isn't sit down here and give me money and wait here for Jesus to come back in a bus. That way was to look within yourself, not without. Okay? Don't look outside for the Savior. Don't wait for Jesus to come back because he never said he was going to. You're supposed to look within yourself. Everything you need to get out of here is inside you. Okay? What activities and events can I go to in person or online, spaces where I could find awake people? Brooke was talking about that before. Drum circles, meditations, right? Yeah. So you have to look at that, right? Those places online, like here where you're talking to people, you're going to find people in your area. You can find there's places in your area where they have those shops that sell stuff where people are alternative from mainstream archetypal orthodox religions. And then you'll find those people that are looking for a way will be in that area that'll be more nature minded, nature based, trying to wake up more. That's where you're going to find those hippies. I don't know where you are in the world. If you're in America, you're going to find hippies and things like that. You're going to find people that are in nature, that instead of in the concrete jungle. It's hard in the concrete jungle because they keep you tuned into their thing, their way of life. So if you continue to look in that place, you're never going to find anybody but people who are asleep. So you have to go to where people are going to be that are going to be awake. Natural things, right? Meditations, drum circles, that kind of gathering. You're going to find more people. So you go to those shops where they're selling stuff for Wicca, pagan, Druid, every other kind of religion, Taoism, Buddhism, not just a Christian bookstore. Right? So, yeah. So Brooke is telling me that your higher self is saying, Hutch, you're not listening. Just quiet your mind and listen to your own higher self. It's trying to tell you where to go for these things. Okay. So let's see. The kingdom is within you, right? Wasn't just a phrase, right? Agent 47, right? Wasn't just a phrase. It was literally telling you that. Correct. 100%. So you got to stop looking in the physicality for your answers. Physical is not the answer. Non-physical is the answer. So here's the thing, and this is the law of attraction. Let's go back to simple things, right? The law of attraction. If you want someone who is awake, you have to become awake yourself. Same vibration. So what you seek is who you are. So who you are is what you seek. So that's when people say, we are what we eat. Same thing, my friend. If you are seeking enlightenment, you will find other people seeking enlightenment with you. If you are awake, you will find other people that are awake. Okay. So you'll run into those people and you'll have those conversations because like here, you did the same thing here. You'll do that in person if you look for these places where these people would go, right? Still hard because tons of asleep people. You're right. It is hard and it's a pain in the butt because you're going to find that your circle is this big instead of the way it used to be. And everywhere you look, you're going to turn on television and you're going to go, Jesus, this entire program is for people that are like, 11 years of age and mentally, right? It's just the way it works, right? We are the real churches, not any man-made building. Those were made for healing, or those were made for healing, sound and light, right? Literally, you have to realize that look what Agent 47 is saying. Absolute truism. Look within yourself. Fix yourself, and when you fix yourself, other people who are like you will find you. And in the path of doing so, you're going to find someone else's on that path close to yours. And that's how you're going to end up, finding each other. The reason that Brooke and I found each other was because we designed our lives to be so parallel that we couldn't go through life on this planet without running into each other. Okay? We had to run into each other because we were the same. We are the same, but I am the masculine, she's the feminine, but we are the same. She's a feminine version of me, I am a masculine version of her. Okay. Our lives were so designed, so identical that we like everything identical. I mean, hardly anything different. So we literally had the same interests. So that meant we were going to find each other as soon as our vibrations lined up. Bang, there we were. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Agent 47. Right, you got to go. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hopefully you smash some of those hearts for us before you go. Thanks, buddy, for coming in. Make sure that you click that clicker to make sure that you know when we go live, my friend, and we can hang out more. Right. We have genders in different lifetimes, right? Yes, you have different. You are most of the time. What Brooke and I were a little bit different. I've been the man most of the time. She's been the woman most of the time. But most of us, most of the time, you are, different genders in different lifetimes because of the rounding out of the experiences. But since this isn't our first rodeo, we're actually just down here to help. We've kind of stayed like that, right? What's that? Right? Yeah. And she said, Penny's also trying to help you, Hutch. Don't speak low of yourself, right? And meet them where they are at, right? So he came here with us, by the way. So Penny's not just somebody in the crowd trying to talk to you. Penny's actually from a higher vibration. She came here from the 11th dimension with us. So when Penny's talking to you, she's really, yeah, she's trying to help you. So pay attention to what she's saying there, right? She's giving you good advice. But we do have different genders and different lifetimes, and it's okay, whatever, right? Whatever gender, and then we have to do that to make sure that we round out our experience. We're also good in some lives and not so good in other lives. People don't realize that, and they hate it when I do that. They hate it, that makes everybody mad because they want status quo, right? So the churches hate when I tell you there is no right and wrong. There just is experience. And then people go, wait a minute. They get all mad at me. And I'm like, I didn't say that I'm telling you that it's okay to unalive people. What I'm telling you is that the creator of the universe is saying it's okay because none of it actually matters. And we're all supposed to have rounded out. You need a boogeyman to chase you. And that's what I tell people. And they go, what are you talking about? There was a time when nobody was veiled and we sat down and we were a bunch of surfer dudes and we're freaking lazy. And we were like, yeah, man, you're God, dude. I'm God. We're going to get there, bro, but not today. And so God said, fuck, I'm lazy. We need to fix this so that people are actually moving forward. And so they got a boogeyman to chase us. So they went, okay, you don't get to know. And now there's evil chasing you, trying to get you. And so now we're like, okay, I'm what? There's somebody trying to unalive me. Run. And then all of a sudden we're moving forward. So that was created out of necessity. Right. And so people get angry with me when I say that this dichotomy that you're holding on to is just an ecosystem that's perfect, that the creator likes, and it's actually beautiful. But you can't see it if you're in it. And all you see is that there's a war going on between good and evil, because there is no war. The war that's going on between good and evil is in your head. Right. Because you're either already good or evil. And if you've chosen a side, which is what you're supposed to do, then you're on your way and your upward mobility moving up back towards the creator. And if you're doing that, then you should be not worried about what everybody else is doing. Should we like hunt down people who do bad things and put them in prison? Yeah, we should. And some of them might need to be unalived because they unalive too many people and we can't have them laying around teaching other people to do that. Yeah, you're probably right. That also serves as an example for people who might be kind of a little teeny bit evil. And when they see someone gets caught and justice is always served and the bad guys go to jail or become unalive, they will, maybe I shouldn't do that and not be so bad. So everything serves a purpose. You just have to realize what that purpose is. Okay. So, and then we have the word in the audience, right? I'm not quite sure why that Trump word was thrown in there. Yeah, not quite sure why we're talking about that word, right? That's not my religion, right? So that religion is the two wings of the same bird. They're all related, and they're all keeping you stuck here, right? So it's just a matter of, yeah. I mean that whole thing of seeing and choosing that side and trying to decide which person is evil is like saying black is not black, but it's black. White is not white, but it's white, right? It doesn't matter. You're supposed to see that and learn from it. What you believe there is what you're going to believe, depending on the channel that you watch. They're going to teach you. They're going to tell you what you're supposed to believe, right? So where did you get your information about that person? I'll bet you didn't get it because you were standing in the crowd looking at that person and hearing them speak. I'll bet you got it from a channel. And I'll bet you that channel that told you that that man was evil wasn't a channel that liked him. It was a channel who didn't like him, who was being controlled by people who have a lot of money, who he is doing something to and taking away their power, right? Whether he's evil or not, it's not my opinion. Whether he's evil or not, I don't care. What I do care about is that you're supposed to not be paying attention to only that. You're supposed to be paying attention to yourself and bettering yourself. But if you pick a side in that fight and argue about it with people, do you know what you get for that? Nothing. Do you know where you'll stay for the rest of your existence? Under their control. And you'll sit down in third dimension and you'll scream to the rest of your life, that one's evil, and that one's evil, and they need to go to jail. And nothing's ever going to happen to any of those people because they're all related to each other. So like with the Epstein files, and everyone's like, we need to arrest all the people in the Epstein file. They're all on it. They are all on it. And none of them are going to go to jail for it. You know why? Because they're all on it. And they own everything, and they own all the judges. They're not going to jail, ever. So you need to stop focusing on that, because none of that's going to change until we change as a societal structure and stop allowing them to do those things. Do you see? So you have to look at that stuff, my friend, and realize that. That's a distraction that they want you to pick a side, because if you think Trump is evil, someone's going to show up who thinks he's not, and you guys are just going to yell past each other. And nothing's ever going to be solved. You know why? Because they don't want you to solve it. They just cut it up right in half and divide it up. And some of the Democrats have some good stuff you love. The progressives around the world, they got some stuff you like, but they got a lot of stuff you don't. Then the conservatives got a little bit of stuff you like, but a lot of stuff you don't. So you picked one side that had a little bit more stuff you liked over the other side who didn't have as much stuff you liked, and now you think the other side's evil. Okay? And they're not. They're just telling you that they are. And guess what? When they turn off the cameras, those guys are having pizza together and their kids are marrying each other. Okay? Because they're just going, what are you guys going to say about this subject? All right, I got the other end of that. And that's what they talk about when they're not on cameras. They talk about what they're going to say tomorrow, and they're all playing a game with you. Okay? That's the truth of what's happening. And if you don't believe me, I'll tell you how you can find out. And I tell people this every single year. When Santa Claus returns, when I take my earrings off and I put on that red hat and I go, ho, 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 Merry Christmas. When I start wearing red and not black and I start driving my sleigh and I start delivering presents to you guys, during that time, weirdly, think about it. During the holidays all around the world, guess what happens? Everybody's nice to each other, except for when they're fighting over buying stuff in the stores. Everyone's nice to each other. Why can't we have all this stuff happen all year round? And it's always really cool. October, November, December. And then after January 1st, like the second week in January, everything goes back to normal and everybody hates each other. Why is that? I'll tell you the answer for that. The answer to that is all of the elites, all of the people who think they own this world and think they own all the corporations and think they own every country, they're on vacation at that time with their families. So they're not on television. They're not telling you, hate this guy, hate that guy, hate this woman, hate that woman. They're evil. They're look out. People of a different color are trying to get you. They're not on there telling you those things, are they? Because they're at home with their families. And there's no war, and there's no famine, and there's no fires, and there's no protests, and there's no lobbying, and there's no fights, and there's no standing in front of a microphone and going, that guy is trying to take over the world. All that stops. For a month or two out of your life, no matter where you are in the world, unless you're living under a dictatorship, then it's different. But then that guy's on vacation for Christmas, and the world seems to be having a great time. Then January hits and they all come back to work, don't they? And they turn that machine right on back up to 11, don't they? And all of a sudden, That man needs to be taken out. We need to impeach them. We need to have a vote of no confidence. And all of a sudden they go back to business as usual and go back to work, don't they? And then your life all of a sudden seems like it's a disaster and the world's coming to an end and there's wars everywhere and everything's going on. And if you don't believe me, look in history. Look in history at Christmas and you'll find out wars never waged then. When Washington crossed the Delaware, it was Christmas Eve. The reason they made it to the other side of the shore and won that battle was because everybody was drunk and asleep, because the war in European combat doesn't happen during Christmas. Because even the people that are starting the wars are at home with a tree and celebrating and having food. So Washington showed up with a ragtag fugitive fleet and came into a fort run by Hessians, not even English, Hessian freaking mercenaries, and captured the fort because they were all drunk and passed out. And he took over the fort and had nice warm beds and food and all kinds of ammunition, and he put those guys in prison. And that was the turning point in the war, because he did something that was out of line for European warfare. He marched during Christmas. Look it up. I was born in America. Look it up. Okay. So if you don't believe me and you think that I'm lying, we got a few months, right? It's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, 7 more months from now. November, December is going to be real peaceful because they're all off of work. And then it's going to go back to craziness and the world's coming to an end and we're all going to die and spin off into space and the ice caps are melting and we're all going to drown. Give us money. Give me money. Give me green. Heaven you will meet. Think about that. Okay. I can't even tell you the word that I used when I described them, right? Keep smashing those hearts. Hit those hearts for me, champions. I can't even say what I call them in my book because I found out that word that means, to lord over somebody by, being their master. But I was calling them a different word. The powers that should not be, I can say that word still. I call them that in my book. But I don't call them the powers that should not be. I call them the one that starts with a C. C-O, like a remote. The next word, remote, that word that you can work with something and, yeah, I call them that in my book. And I can't say that word on this communist platform because saying that word is illegal. Why is saying the word that means the powers that should not be who are in remote is illegal? Think about that, because that word is illegal if you're a slave. Thank you, Penny. Yes. You guys see what Penny said there? That word, put those two words together, con and the other word. Put those words together, okay? True story, right, Panther? If you pay attention and you look back in history, it's always been that way. Christmas time is always really cool, and there's nothing going on, and everybody's getting along just fine. If you stop looking at your phone and stop watching legacy news media, and you go out into the world after they've told you that white people hate black people and they're trying to unalive them and slave them all, and the Hebrews are the evil on the whole world and they're trying to enslave everybody and murder and pillage and plunder and war and civil war and fear. Turn that off. Sit in your house for about 20 minutes to get yourself calm, then go outside and walk around town. Unless you're like in the deepest part of the nighttime and it's a really bad neighborhood and you already know that it has nothing to do with anything, you're going to get hurt and beat up or whatever. But otherwise, you go out there and you look around at people and guess what's going to be happening? None of what they're telling you on television. Everybody's just living together, aren't they? Right? I look European and I'm a white man. I lived in the city of Pittsburgh and the city of Oakland and the city of Pittsburgh and the city of Antioch, California. There was mostly people that had a very dark skin there. And guess what? If you saw my family members, you would see that we're blended. I'm like the whitest person in my family just because I'm a throwback on the DNA. My family's brown. My family's native, very dark native. and my family's part Mexican, and my family's part black. But I look very white because I'm a throwback, because my mother and my grandfather were both recessive genes. I got the recessive gene. You look at the rest of my family, you would go, "What? How are you related to all those Mexicans, dude?" Swear to you, anybody who knows me knows what I'm talking about, right? You've seen my family, my sister, my brothers, my brothers, my sisters, and they look native. I don't look native because I'm the throwback. I had red hair, right? I look like Santa Claus. I look very European. I'm 5% native. Okay. I look 90% not native to America, but my family's native. My family's very brown, right? Isn't that funny? Okay. So, right. So thank you for that, right? We just hit the 100K likes. Thank you. Thank you. I love you guys. Bingo. I love you guys for doing that. Every one of you that contributed to that, pat yourselves on the back. I love you. Okay. That was good stuff right there. I don't know how many of you guys were sitting around doing that, but I love you for doing it. I didn't notice that until you guys all started saying it, and I heard Brooke say it. 100,000 likes, and you guys look 100,000 K. Love you guys. Okay. Keep after that, right? Have a very hard time lately feeling completely shattered. We kind of get that way. I can't see the rest of that. I can't see the rest of what was saying after shattered on that one, baby, because it's, oh, advice. Yeah. Well, wake up, right? Well, yeah. Welcome to the wake up. Literally. Did you hear Brooke? She says you hit rock bottom. Yay! Right. Dark night of the soul. Right. If you feel like you're coming undone, right? There's a song by Korn, Coming Undone. Listen to that song. Wait, I'm coming undone. If you feel like you've hit rock bottom, it's okay because there's nowhere more to go down from there. It's all up, right? Being shattered is because they have you living in fear. They teach you that. They're trying to push you into a fear place. If you're, if you listen to legacy news media, especially in America, the words are just fear, 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 fear. You listen to it in other countries, it's still fear, but it's not as bad. It's not as definite, but it's still there, right? If you're in America, you're one of only two countries on the face of the earth that pharmaceutical companies advertise more than anybody else. The pharmaceutical companies cannot advertise in any other country on the planet except for America and like Moldova. I have to look up exactly which one it is, but it's somebody like really obscure, and the United States. Okay, so they're also teaching you fear because every commercial on television is you're dying. You have to have this medication. You're not going to make it. You need all these medicines for all these things and all these problems. And then you have the news, and the news is like, we're coming to an end. We're all going to spin off into space. We're all going to be unalived. And so that is just programming in your brain. That's why they call it programming on television, by the way. And then when you watch the programs that are on television, what are they teaching you? The movies that they're putting out from Hollywood is, look out, aliens are coming to get us. They're going to eat us, or they're going to enslave us, or the AI is going to take over, or we're all going to be unalived by a disease. So all the programming that's coming out of your television shows are all the same thing. Everything that they're doing to you is, look out, oh no, end of the world, ice caps melting, we're all going to drown, coming to a third world war, we're all going to be unalived, all of this stuff. So this is bombarding you 24 hours a day. And if they get you caught in it, the algorithms will feed it to you. So you'll be on TikTok or Instagram or somewhere else, and you'll be hitting like on all the ones that is about that knowledge. So if you pick a side and you love Trump, everything is going to be about Trump is great and everybody else is bad. If you hate Trump, it's everything you're going to get on your algorithm is Trump is evil and he's bad. The Hebrews are bad and they're evil, and that's what you're going to get because this place gives you what you like. So whatever you hit like on, every algorithm gives you more of that. Okay. So if you hit like on all of the stuff that's politic, you're only going to get that religion. Okay. If you hit like on only things that are like kittens blowing up grandma with a bazooka, you're going to get a bunch of those. Okay. So what you eat is what you are. So if you want to be the change that you want to see in the world, if you don't want to see that negative stuff, stop looking at it. Hit like on the cartoons, hit like on the kittens, hit like on the comedy stuff. The algorithm will change after you hit like on 2 or 3 of those. You'll start seeing that more of those will come up in your feed. Okay. That is the way this place is, my friend. Okay. So this algorithm that is this matrix that you're in is the same way. Okay. So what you focus on determines your reality. So if you focus on negativity, you're only going to see negative things. If you focus on positivity, you're only going to see positive things. Yeah, man, but there's all this stuff going on in the world. There's always going to be all that stuff going on in the world because that's how the world works. Okay? There's always going to be evil because until the creator of the universe gets tired of this method, listen to my voice now. I tell you truly, my friend. Let me pull my glasses up so you can see my eyes. Until the creator of the universe decides that this method doesn't work, this is it. Okay? So you are living next to people who you're either in heaven or you're in hell, depending on your focus. You could literally be sitting at a bus stop thinking this world is in the worst shape you've ever seen it and we're all going to end tomorrow at 7. And you could be sitting next to a person that says, I can't believe that I'm actually living in paradise. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my existence. Okay? You could literally be riding on a bus with somebody who's thinking that. And you would go, how do you not see this place for what it is? Because they don't look at that stuff and they're not focused on it. But we have to save the world. You're never going to save the world because it's not coming to an end. Okay? You think it is because they're telling you that so that you'll keep following them and you buy their money and you do their things. The world's not coming to an end. It doesn't need to be saved. You need to be saved because you think you're coming to an end. And you will come to an end if you keep thinking that. Okay? But then you'll find out that you don't. It's just the body. And then you move on. Okay? Really, seriously, you just don't remember it right now. So you have to realize that none of that's ever going to stop. Yes, please. They're not going to go to jail because the rich and the elite never go to jail. Okay? That's a perpetuation that's going to stay here the way it is, unfortunately. What you need to do is fix yourself because our collective consciousness makes up what this place is. Okay? So if you fix yourself and see better in the world, then you're adding to the better in the world. If you see nothing but negative in the world, you're adding to the negative in the world. So if you want the world to be better, you need to be better. So then the world can be better. If all of us collectively become better, then we outnumber those who are being bad and they'll have to stop because we outnumber them. Because our focus determines our reality, our collective consciousness. That's the secret that they know. They know that if they can keep your focus on their wealth, their power, their glory, their fame, their money, that's your slave bondage. Your focus. That is your slave bondage. Your focus determines your reality. Do you understand that? So you have to look at that stuff, right? You're welcome. So you have to focus on that. You have to focus on, I am awake, right? Take out those thoughts in your mind that is negative in any way. When someone says, hey, you want to go to the movies? I don't have the money for that. Don't say that. Stop that. Fix that. Get that out. I don't have, doesn't exist. I don't want to spend the money on that. Okay? When am I going to get a new car? When I stop saying that I'm going to get a new car. When I focus on it. How do you focus on something? How do you become something? I want a better life. Focus on that life. Imagine it. See it in your mind. What is a better life than I have on this one? What am I lacking in this life that I don't think is a good life? You have to. I'm a life coach and a spiritual life coach. So is my wife. Okay. Stop making excuses and be the change. You see what Brooke is saying? She's life coaching you from the other room while she's making coffee and rearranging things. She's life coaching you. Change your algorithm. You see what she's saying? Your focus determines your reality. So if you want a better life, you have to say to yourself, and this is what I would say to you as a life coach or a spiritual life coach, what's wrong with the life you have? Tell me what's wrong with that. That's when we tell you to write things down. Write down my life. Draw a line through the center of the paperwork. On this side, write good things about my life, bad things about my life. And then write them down. What are all the good things about my life? What are all the bad things about my life? When you do that, you're going to find that one of those has a bigger list. That's what you focus on. It's the one that has the bigger list. So if your bigger list is all the negative shit, you focus too much on negative shit. That's why you think there's so much negative in your life. You need to start focusing on the positive shit in the other side. Fix the negative stuff, get it out of there, right? Well, I live in a bad neighborhood. Move. I don't have enough money. Get a better job. There's not enough time in the day. Make more time. Make better choices. It's actually very simple, but you don't want to do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't like it. So the dark night of the soul for all of us is when you hit that place of, I've been shattered lately. You've been shattered lately because the decisions you've made in your life have put you right where you are. Make better decisions. Be better. I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict. Stop telling yourself that and stop doing those things, and you're not anymore. Change. Be the change you want to see in the world. I need a better job. Okay, how do you get that? What do you do? What do you like to do? What do you want to do? I would life coach you to death with all of this stuff. How do you get there? Then we're going to make rules for you. Okay? So the first thing you do is, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. What's the trap that I'm in and how do I get out of it? Okay? Am I living in the wrong neighborhood? Do I have a crap job? Do I not have a job? Am I an alcoholic? Am I spending all my money on bullshit? What exactly is it? We'd have to take an inventory of your life and then fix things. And if you don't fix them, you're not going to go anywhere. So if you say, like my mother used to say to me, wish in this hand and spit in that one and see which one fills up first. Okay? If you don't fix yourself, you're not going to go anywhere. So you have to be the change you want to see, or you don't go anywhere. My life sucks, man. It's not my fault. I'm a product of society. Your fault is you believe that. Your fault is you're telling yourself that, and you're using that bullshit as an excuse so that you don't have to do a fucking thing except for sit around and wallow in your own shit. Grow a pair, suck it up, buttercup, and change your fucking life. That's what's going to happen. Somebody has to be the adult and talk to you about that, or you can do it to yourself. Okay? I want better. Then fucking be better and do it. Chase that dream. What is it you want to do in life? You want $1 million? Thank you for that. You want $1 million? You can get $1 million. You want $10 million? You can get $10 million. How do I do that? Well, you don't want to do the redneck retirement plan, as we call it in America, because you're not going to win the lottery. The odds of that are kind of against you. You might. You can't win it unless you're in it. So you can buy tickets, but don't spend all your money on it. Okay? Change things in your life. Evaluate your life, where you are, what you're doing, and then eliminate the things that aren't helping you. Start doing things that are helping you. If you want a better job, you need to get a better job. How do you get a better job? Well, you decide what kind of job you want. Then you look at what you need to get that job. Okay? Right now, I'm a used car salesman. I work at a fast food restaurant. I'm in retail. I need a better job. What do you want? I don't know. I could probably be a manager. Probably. Have you ever been to management school? Do you understand leadership? Do you understand how that works? Well, no. Okay, then you're not going to be a manager unless you learn these skills. So what do you want to do in life? I like to cook. Have you taken any cooking courses? Right? Well, no. Do you have to be a chef to cook? What are the requirements in the place you live for being a cook to, like, maybe get one of those things and drive around and open up and pop up and fix food for people? You can look all of that shit up. In your hand, I can't show it to you because I don't have my phone in my hand. In your hand, you have a device that has all the knowledge of the entire human species and every bit of history about the human race on it, and access to every single law in every single country and every single everything everywhere in the world in your freaking hand. If you're looking at me right now, you're on one of those devices that is the secret to the universe for you. Use that fucking thing to better your life instead of sitting there scrolling and doom scrolling. Okay? What do I fucking need to be able to cook for people in one of those vans? Well, I need the van. Then I'm going to need permits. I'm going to need to know how to cook the food. I'm going to have to cook some food that people are going to want to fucking pay for. Right? Then I got to find the places where I can go and do that. Now you have a purpose. Look up the cost of one of those vans. Look up what it would cost. You're going to have to get insurance for it. Do I cook good enough food that people are going to actually want to eat? And do I want to start a restaurant, or do I just want to drive around in one of those things? Now you're thinking. Now you're focusing. Your focus is determining your reality. You're looking into these things. I'm just using that as a thing. Whatever it is you want to do. You got to look up all those things realistically. How long would it take me? How much does it cost for that? What is the insurance I have to have? What is the insurance I have to have on the vehicle, on the selling of food? What is it? What are the requirements from the health departments in the places that I'm going to be cooking and eating? You have to learn all of that stuff. Learn that knowledge before you can just do it. Am I a good cook? Do people like my food? Whatever it is that you want to do, you have to realistically look at things, and then you can fix your life. If you want to be more spiritual, fucking do it. Okay? If you want to learn how to heal people, learn how. Some of us teach it. Reiki courses. If you want to learn how to make $1 million, all you got to do is go, what do the millionaires do to make $1 million? What do they know that I do not know? What schools did they go to? What knowledge did they learn in those schools? And can I get that same knowledge without having to pay $1 million a year to get that same knowledge? How can I do that cheaper? How long will it take me? Do you see? It's actually very easy. But if you don't have the knowledge, it doesn't seem easy and it seems hard. And most people are afraid of change, so they don't want to do that for very long. That's why if I'm a life coach and I'm life coaching you or a spiritual life coaching you, I'm going to tell you these things and I'm going to have you write them down. And I'm going to say, where do you want to be in 5 years? In that 5 years, what do you have to do between now and then to get there? Okay? I'm giving you some free advice on everything. If you want to wake up, how do I wake up? What does it entail for me to wake up? How long does it take to wake up? And what things should I be doing to do that? Those are the most important things that you're going to need to know. What are other people that are awake? What did they do to get there? So you talk to people who are awake, find out what they did. Find out what they advised me to do. If you talk to enough people that are awake, you're going to get a broad range of things and you're going to go, well, they're all saying about this. You take all those things. They're all saying the things they all have in common are knowledge, questioning everything, putting in the work, and learning to look within and balance yourself and eat right, change shit about myself. You do those things, and then you start waking up, and then eventually you have to get out of your own way and realize that you're not actually asleep. You just think you are. I'm going to have a Tim Tam. You guys ever have a Tim Tam? Tim Tams are good. Never had any until my wife sent me some from Australia, and now I'm eating them while I'm here. Okay. Curiously, meditation. Oh, you're having a conversation with Penny, huh? Make time to pass improvement. Yeah, you have to make time to help yourself. Right? Sorry, Pat. You're laughing at me. You have to fix. Now I'm gleeking on myself. All right. You guys have to pay attention. So spiritually, how do I wake up? You have to look within yourself. You have to stop looking without, which means you have to stop paying attention. We don't have cable. We turn on the news in the morning for about 15, 20 minutes and listen to the headlines. And then we go about our lives. We don't sit here with the news on. We're not online doom scrolling on the news. Okay. Know to wake up, go within curiosity, meditation, and I can't finish that word, psychedelics. Yeah, so if you want to wake up, you have to do those things. You don't have to do the psychedelics, but you can meditate, pray, right? You don't have to do those things anymore. We as a species used to have a hard time getting to that place in meditation where we realized that we were not the thinking mind, we're not the ego, we're not the conscience, we're not the thinking mind, we're not the pain body, we are something else. So it took a long time with some sort of psychedelics for people to get there. We don't need to do those anymore. But if you're inclined to, you can make your own decisions and do what you do. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to say yay or nay on any of that. Because I'm not a doctor, I'm not trying to give anybody's advice for that. What I'm saying is that through meditation and prayer and things like that, we can now achieve the same places that it took people in the distant past, those kind of things to do. Will they aid you? I can't talk about that on this platform on a live thing. We could talk about that in a personal setting where I could answer those questions a little bit more. So you look within yourself, balance yourself, hold yourself in that balanced place, fix your meridians, fix your chakras, fix your aura, hold on to that. Defense Against the Dark Arts teaches that, so does Reiki. Okay? So does Reiki. Okay? Reiki is a spiritual way that's going to teach you all of that. Reiki 1, I'm going to talk about all of those things. I'm going to talk about the meridians. I'm going to talk about your aura. I'm going to talk about the chakras. I'm going to talk about spirituality. I'm going to talk about looking within. I'm going to talk about expanding your consciousness. Okay? So if you want to learn to become a healer, this is the course to do so. If you want to learn just to survive on this planet and to be a light worker, you need the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay? So we have those 2-day Zoom classes, 4 hours a day. These are the dates, 15th and 16th, 18th and 19th, 20th and the 21st. Those are Sydney, Australia dates. 9 a.m. in the morning, Sydney, Australia time, right? 4 hours a day, 2 days. You can figure out where you are in the world, right? By that. Right now it's 9:51 p.m. on the west coast of the United States. Okay. So you can figure out where you are in the world, right? And the times. 88 Australian dollars, that's a $1,200 value because our thing is, what is it? 150, 160 an hour, whatever that 160 an hour, 150 an hour. So if you wanted me to life coach you or spiritual life coach you and you book me, I would be $160 an hour. 4 hours a day, 8 hours. Okay, 150. I said 160, didn't I? 150. Okay, so Australian dollars, 88 Australian dollars. If you're on the US dollar, the pound sterling, or the euro, that 88 Australian dollars is about 65 for your money. Okay. And if you're already a member, if you're already a wayfarer, you get 5% off of that on top of that, because you get 5% off of for the rest of your life on our stuff. What does planet Earth look like when all humans are awake in the future? You're going to see that in this lifetime. Not everybody's going to be 100% awake, but you're going to see what it's going to be like to have more people awake enough to realize that they are an immortal spirit. That's going to happen by 2050. We're trying to get it there by 2033. It's going to happen pretty quick. You're going to see changes very fast in this month. Okay. You're going to see a lot of things. If things go by prophecy, this solstice on the 20th of March is going to flick a switch. It's going to wake a lot of people up. If not by the end of this year. So by the time we go from 2026 to 2032, you're going to see an exponential change. You're going to see the powers that should not be trying to get more desperate to do everything they can do to disrupt, discommunicate, discombobulate, and unalive as many people as they can on this earth by all means necessary, because they need, absolutely desperation, they need a reset to happen on this planet, because people like me and you who are waking up, they can't have just wandering around saying these things. Excuse me while I eat another piece of my Tim Tam here. You guys can't hear Brooke. Nobody's going to disappear from existence. There isn't going to be a Christian rapture. You're not going to be in a plane flying and the pilot disappears and everybody becomes unalive. That's not going to happen. What you're going to see is, let me finish my cookie. What you're going to see happen is just what you see now, just more people are going to be awake. That's it. But other things are going to change. The amount of power and control that the people who are, the powers that should not be, their power and their control is going to be less and less and less. You're going to see changes happen overnight. You're going to see things that are going to be called the Mandela effect, right? I don't know if you guys know what the Mandela effect is. You're going to see things change, and you're going to be talking to people, and you're going to go, dude, don't you remember like 3 weeks ago when, and you're going to start saying something about one of those things like Trump or somebody. Don't you remember that like back in 2020 we had that thing where we had to get the thing, and they were trying to get us to do that, and they're going to go, I don't know what you're talking about. People are going to start, man, that's a Mandela effect. We never lived like that. There was never a time when we were close to like Third World War, bro. Where are you getting that from? Okay, that's the things that are going to happen. There's going to be a flip of a switch. And when that happens, we're going to go from all these evil people thinking they own the planet to all the rest of us knowing they don't. And overnight, you may see things like all of your money disappear and we don't need it. And you're going to go, dude, I need to go to the store, but I don't know what's going on. I don't have any money. And people are going to look at you and go, bro, we don't have money. What do you mean we don't have money? You just go in the store and pick up what you want. And then you just scan it and it just takes it out of inventory and we just put another one there. And you're going to go, what are you talking about? It doesn't bill me or anything like that? No, we did away with money a long time ago, bro. That's going to happen. Watch. And you're going to go, what are you talking about? Everything doesn't cost? No, man, what are you thinking? And there's going to be people going, dude, do you remember when we had money? And people are going to go, that's a Mandela effect. You guys are just remembering that wrong. We got rid of money a long time ago because we're going to change the reality here. We're doing that now. It's changing already. Not the way they're trying to hold on to it and go, no, we need to go to digital currency so they can control us and get us into a dystopian society where they own us still. They could turn off your electric car and they could turn off your bank account, get you on a social score like they do in China. They're hard pressed to try and get you to the quickest they can get you to do it. And it's not going to happen. Okay. So it's not going to happen. So it's going to be like, flick, wait a minute. We don't need money for anything anymore. When did that happen? And then you're going to be the one. You're not going to have people disappear. And like all of a sudden a quarter of the population is gone or 3/4 of the population is gone and you're one of the left behind. Or where's my brother? He was here yesterday and people are going to go, I don't know what you're talking about. Your brother's gone. Right? Or you don't have a brother. That's not going to happen. You're not going to be flipped out. Right? People expect that's what's going to happen and you're going to be freaking out about your life. There's going to be billions of people that are going to be in chaos and going, no, they're gone. That's not going to happen. That's what they want you to believe because they want you to believe that you're left behind. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you're going to be a little confused because one day you're going to be sitting here and you're going to go, wait, what? The prices of gas just went to 38 cents. Things are going to just start changing for the better because we're changing ourselves and we're not allowing them to be in control. It's already happening. It's already happening. Famine, war, all the things from 1,000 years ago, all the things from 100 years ago, from 150 years ago, from 60 years ago. All that strife is already diminished. But because you're in it, you can't see it. So you won't see it until it's changed, and then it's going to be that's a Mandela effect. You just don't remember that, bro. You're remembering it wrong. Okay? So that's what's going to happen. So how do we know all this stuff? How do you know all this stuff? Can you see into the future? I know all of this stuff because I am from the 11th dimension. The person speaking to you right now is called Kelto. Kelto is from the 11th dimension, way up there. And all of this is going to happen because this is how we are writing it. Okay? Because you guys, all of you here, were supposed to already be in a place where you could graduate, and you've been being stuck and held here by the knowledge that the evil people on this earth obtained. We are fixing that now because you guys couldn't get unstuck on your own. So you guys crawled out and said, we need help. How do we get out of this? Someone help us, please. Those of us who are part of the whole entire system of keeping the balance in this place. We came down here. Some of us who are so much in love with the people in this place that we do what those people did. We come down into human form, sacrifice ourselves to be here stuck with you, to help you, and we don't get to go home until you get to go home. Evil people won't do that because they're self-serving. They would never sacrifice their forward thinking to come back down here. Some of us love doing this and love this so much that we do what the Creator did. Instead of sending the sun, we become the sun. We are the sun becoming. That's in a song by Tool. You guys should listen to that band. So we come down here, we come into these lives, we're veiled with you. And even when we wake up, we don't tell you because we can't until you can know it. The fact that I'm capable of telling you this now says that the entire species on this earth, on average, is ready for this knowledge. Okay. When your human body becomes unalived, will you come back again? If I need to, in this life or in this time, I will. We're not hoping, or we're hoping that we don't have to do that because we're fixing this place. So this place will be the last time that you guys will have to be here yourselves, unless it's not your time to graduate, move on. Okay. But we're moving everybody into 4D. So we're actually upgrading everybody right into 4D from 3D, but there's still going to be 3D people that are going to be here. Okay. So, oh, and then she said something about 5D. We're not going into 5D because you guys don't understand that there's 33 levels of 3D before you can go into 4D. And then in 4D, there's 33 levels that you have to go through from the bottom of 4D to get to the top of 4D before you go into 5D. You can't jump over a D. You can't jump over a dimension and go to a second dimension right above that. And you have the wrong concept of what you think 5D is. You think that third dimension is this plane and fourth dimension is knowing that I have a soul. I'm spiritual. I'm 4D. So when I become spiritual and realize that I have a higher self, I'm 5D. That's just not the case. Okay. 4D thinking and 4D knowledge is the knowledge that you have a higher self. Becoming awake in 3D doesn't mean you're moving into 5D now. You're already starting to live in 4D when you're awake. You're not going to wake up fully like I am in 4D, but you may get very close. If you wake up as much as I am in 4D, you will be in 5D. Okay. But the amount of people who know what I know are probably 10 on this entire earth. There's a lot of people that claim to be who I am, and they're not. And they come through and they do things like there was someone in the audience the last time I was live, and she said, I'm of the highest plane, and God is a woman. Okay. There is no sex in a light body. Sex is only third dimension and fourth dimension and part of the fifth dimension. Can I make things happen using my mind since the universe is, and I can't read the rest of those words, so I don't know. Yes, and that's the realization of that, and your focus to determine your reality is 4D thinking. The realization that I am not in the universe is in me. That I am not in the creation, I am the creation. Okay? Who is 5D? There's not very many people that are 5D on this earth. Everybody think you guys are all being told you're going into 5D. Some people say you're going into 12D. That's just not true. You should look up what you don't even know what the fourth dimension is. How could you fathom going into the fifth dimension when you don't even know what the fourth dimension is, let alone what the density is? Okay. Ask your scientist what the fourth dimension is, and the best thing they can do for you is show you a prism that you look down inside of a mirror and show you a dimensionality that is a fractal, okay, and that just keeps on going. And then they'll say that's what fourth dimension is. They have no idea. How can you be fourth dimension when you actually don't even understand what the fourth dimension is and think you're going to already move into 5D? Ask your entire scientific community on this earth what the fifth dimension looks like. They can't even tell you what the fourth dimension looks like. Okay, so the reason for that is you're moving outside of this dimensionality into a density. Okay, not a dimension. Okay, so for you, if you want to go into 5D, it's a density, not a dimension. The dimensionality that is fifth dimension you will be in at some point, but that's probably about 750,000 of your years from the perspective of this timeline that you're on. Okay, 750,000 more years before you get there. But time condenses and changes when you move into 4D and then when you start moving into 5D. So it is only from your perspective here, and that's like one of those things that you guys would call the quantum weirdness, because if you look at fractals are the beginning of your mind getting wrapped around the idea that everything is infinite. Okay. So you have to learn that. So the first thing you have to do is upgrade yourself to 4D before you can even possibly fathom what 5D is. You can't see that far ahead. So there's no way to fathom that. So literally, I can say this to you, right? I can say this to you. The realization that I am an immortal spirit, not I am, is 4-dimensional thinking. The moving into that place and realizing that that is you, that this is not you, is 4D thinking. The only way that you can achieve 5D personages or beingness is beyond that, because you can't physically be in 5D with this body. Okay? You can barely be in 4D with this body. The body has to change because you're leaving the body, moving into non-physical range. So the physical body starts to wane. Right now, this physical body is 3rd dimension and it's holding you here. Have you been to other planets where the people were awake? Oh, I think you're trying to say awake. Yes. Where, that's what I don't understand. Where people were away. I don't understand what you're asking there. So I think you're trying to say awaken. Yes. You will be in this place. Okay. That's what happens. Normally that is what you're supposed to wake up, but you're supposed to do it with individuals. You're supposed to do it. Individuals, the way it normally works is 7 to 10 lifetimes from the moment that you wake up in a human body for the first time. I think, therefore I am. 7 to 10 lifetimes later, no matter whether you're spiritual or religious or not at all, you will, by hook or by crook, realize there's something more than this, and I am not this body, and I am something else. Doesn't matter if you believe in a creator or a religion or any of that stuff. You're going to realize there is no future in this. Okay. So there is no alpha frequency phase, right? You're thinking in 3rd dimensional again. There is no alpha frequency phase, but the concept of what you're saying, if you're saying alpha frequency, then you're thinking about the God frequency. If that's what you're trying to get to with that, there is no phase that you go into that's called the alpha frequency. That's a frequency that goes on in this place where you have alpha, beta, gamma waves of thought processes and things like that. Okay. So in physicality, the way your brain works in its harmonics, in the harmonic resonance of where your brain is and where your consciousness is in that place, there is alpha waves, beta waves, gamma waves, delta waves. Okay. But that's all in 3rd dimensionality. But you can, as you move out of your physical plane, change the vibration of where you are, and some of your science has given those designations as alpha waves, beta waves, gamma waves, delta waves, right? And their concepts are not really very accurate. How come we're angels with amnesia on our way back home? Because that's the way that the Creator created this place. Okay. That's the way the Creator created it. The Creator decided that the Creator is trying to figure out who and what they are. Okay? How did I get here? What am I becoming? So, as above, so below. So the Creator then created an imaginary place. This one, it's an illusion, it's not real. None of it's real. The Creator is imagining this. And then the Creator decided that it wanted to have creation. I want to know how I got here. So from nothingness back to where I am now. And I don't know how that happened. So I need to imagine every possible scenario that could happen that could go from nothingness to being the Creator. While doing all of that, the Creator is also trying to become. What the Creator is trying to become, I cannot answer for you. Okay? Because we can't know that here. Because here you barely even realize that you might actually be something other than this physical body. Because this is the very first time you're self-aware in this physical body. Okay? So the concept of what goes on above this is as alien to you as if I said to you, you don't need money, you're not breathing air, none of this is happening, all of this is your imagination. Okay? Those concepts, you're either going to go, wow, okay, I can kind of understand some of that, or you're going to go, all right, dude, you lost me and you're stupid. Okay? Because those are the basic minimum ideologies that you need to go from third dimension to four. So it's almost impossible for me to tell you what's going on in the mind of the creator because I'm not there. Even the higher being Kelto is in the 11th dimension. That's not in the creator's head because we are working for the creator and don't want to merge with the creator because we lose our individualness by doing it. So we have to stay below the equator, below the creator to stay in this form, even of this thought process. So is it true that we're on a path to go back towards the supreme consciousness, which is the creator? Yes. It is true that we are on a path. Your path will eventually lead you back to the creator. How you get there, how long it takes you to get there is completely up to every single one of you because you are encouraged by the creator to have your own natural path and experience back to the creator because every single one of you are as important as the creator is for two reasons. One, you are the creator. And two, you're trying to figure out who and what you are because that's what the creator's doing. Okay. So is it true that we're on a path? Oh, that's the same one. I thought it didn't time out yet. I apologize for that. So yes, it is true. That is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to find your meaning, find your path, and walk it, whatever that is. You're encouraged to come up with anything you want because the creator doesn't know how it became. The creator just was. So the creator's going, how? Who, what, how? And we are trying to figure out the who, the what, and the how. Okay. You mentioned on a comment, let me see what you're saying there. You mentioned on a comment that you're channeling an entity. Where is it from? I am Kelto, and I am from the 11th dimension, the 11th density, actually, because I'm a light being. I'm not channeling an extraterrestrial. I'm channeling myself. Would I be considered an extraterrestrial? Well, I'm not from this earth, so yes, I would be. This body is, but I am not. I did not become alive for the very first time consciously here in this place. My consciousness went online, using a term from your computers, went online trillions and trillions and trillions of years ago. Long, long way from here. Before I was here in this Milky Way galaxy, here on this planet, for the last 130,000 years, I came from the Orion's belt. That is where we, many of us who are here to help you, were last working before we came here. Okay? But isn't the answer just is that not satisfying? That kind of scares me. I don't know to never know. Isn't the answer just is? I'm not quite sure what you're saying there, right? Nice to meet you, Kelto, a higher vibration of yourself. I'm not a higher vibration of myself. That is who I am. The physical body that I am in is called Leonard O'Neill. And according to the records of this place, that's who I have to be. So I have photographs and identification and a passport and bank accounts and all of that stuff. That is not that is not what I am. That is what I do. Right. So you're in the place of doing.
Can they?
And what are you saying?
So can they. They can also.
Oh, and so can you guys.
Because you are your higher self. I'm Satori, by the way, everyone, aka Book.
That is Satori. Okay. You're supposed to start waking up to the realization. To go from third dimension to fourth dimension, you're supposed to realize that you are not this pain body. You are not this place. You are not this thing. That you, all the consciousness that makes up you, is actually a forever being that this body is not. Okay? And then at some point, that's when you get to the 5D thinking, at some point you're supposed to realize, who am I? I am, therefore I think, so who am I? Then you start ascending further into 4D, to introduce yourself to your higher self, to then remember, lose the veiling completely and remember, oh, I am someone else. Then you don't know where you are at that point. Because your first anchor is halfway through the sixth dimension, density. Okay. So what is a pain body? This flesh. It's called pain. It's a pain body. The reason that we call it a pain body is because it feels, it has pain, it feels pain, it's subject to the physics of this place. So the body is an avatar. This is it. This is the pain body. It's an avatar, right? What are you looking at? Oh, you're trying to find gummy bears or gummy jelly beans. I was going to say jelly bellies. So the realization, right? I am. It's just the realization I got, right? So that's good, okay? Because the first place when you're first here and you're first conscious, self-aware, you're I think, therefore I am. That ancient Greek philosophical thought from 4,500 years ago. I think, therefore I am. That's 3D. That's the first place you're self-aware. Then eventually you say I am, and I point up, I am not this pain body. I am not the thinking mind. I am not the ego. I am not the consciousness. I am something that is forever. So if you've got the I am, that's good because now you're moving into 4D. So the 4D transformation that the world is going through will be easier for you because you already realize this isn't me. I am something better, something higher. I am immortal. I am a light being that is having a physical human experience. Okay. So then you have to ponder that and say, okay, so if I am that, where is that? Right? Where am I? Am I inside this head? Right? That's the ponderance that is 4D now that you're moving into. There's levels there to the understanding of the self in a higher plane of existence that is not this physical plane. That's 4D thinking that you have to move through all the levels of that port of realizing I am, where is that? Who am I? And what am I attached to? What does that entail? How does that work? All of those things, which takes time to figure all that out, is your levels of fourth density that you guys are starting as a species to go through. So the entire species is moving into that, but it's not going to be everybody all at once and nobody left behind. You're going to have everybody all at once and still people that are 3D that are not going to be able to become awake enough to be 4D yet. They're still going to be with you because they're here. They don't just wink out of existence. They're going to be here, and then you're going to be awake like I am, not as far as awake, but you're going to start continuing doing what you're doing, and you're going to look around. There's going to be a bunch of people that are going to go, "You're cuckoo, man, aren't you? You're one of them. You're crazy, man." And you're going to just look at them and smile and go, "Look at those children running around playing tag." Right? And then you're going to be one of the adults in the room. And then there's a lot that you will learn there, and there's a lot of things you'll go through. And you'll get more and more awake, and then you'll see that there's more and more people that are not near you. you're up here higher and higher, and your circle is smaller and smaller. But then as you stop and look back down, you're going to see that circle is starting to expand as this whole entire species on the earth moves in closer to 4D, which in the next 30 years is going to be solidified. Then you're going to see all these 3D people as they age out. They won't recycle being totally 3D anymore. If they come back, they'll wake up faster and be more in 4D. Okay. So you'll find that as you do that, then you won't have to stay here any longer. You're moving into 4D. You're actually moving up already, and you're starting to be able to have that. Okay. Whereas before you didn't have that. You were stuck in 3D, and I sounded cuckoo. But now you have the ability, because we came here to help you. There's millions of us. So we came here to give you that ability to already start waking up and doing what you're doing. They were stopping it for 12,000 years. They didn't let anybody learn this, what you know now. Okay. You're one of the lucky ones that in the last 40 years are capable of doing it. That is because we all came here. Millions, billions of us came here to help because you guys got stuck. So you guys are already awake more than you think because nobody was able to be this awake that you are even now. You would think I'm absolutely insane if this was like 10 years ago. Okay. So that quickly, you guys are already shifting into 4D. You just haven't realized it yet. Once you get out of your own way, this is what we tell everybody. They go, how do I know I'm going to be awake? When you wake up, you're going to realize you were awake the whole time. You just didn't know it. You were in your own way. You can ask Brooke. She'll tell you the same thing. You can ask Penny. Once you go, all right, I'm just awake. That's why we keep telling you. And you can see Brooke saying that when she was saying it in the chat earlier. Stop saying I'm waking up. Stop saying I'm going to. I am. That's why that I am, right? Adonai, I am. I am that I am. Yahweh, I am that I am. I am that I am. Okay. And you know where you came from. I like that. Andromedan. Are you actually Andromedan? Right. You came from the Andromedan galaxy. My name is Yapur. Am I saying that right? Yapur. Oh, 92. Is the 92 part of that? Yapur 92 is your name? In human language, it is a king. Okay, like the Yom Kippur, right? Is that what you're saying? Like that? My awakening was such a distinct moment. Everything came to me. I just remembered. That's the way it happens. You just all of a sudden you go, what? Put the tray back into the upright position. Put the seat up and put your feet down and put on your seatbelt. Right? Which one? Oh, Alex Coulier. Yeah. Yeah. We're like Alex Coulier. I've been watching Alex Coulier for a very long time in the 1990s. He's talking to Andromedans, by the way. And if you look back into the 90s, he was very 3D. And if you look at him now, he's very excited and happy and smiling and very awake. And I remember watching him years ago, thinking I hope that man wakes up. And now he's very awake. And I don't know when his actual awakening was, but you can look at Alex. If you don't know who Alex Coulier is, you guys should look him up. But if you look at him and you go backwards in time, he was very 3D, and he wouldn't talk about spirituality or God or anything. Just aliens are coming and going to try and figure out, and the Andromedans want to know why you're pretending you're asleep. And he was very 3D. And now he's like, there's going to be this beautiful experience, and you guys just need to see. And I was listening to him this morning. Brooke turned him on, and I was sitting there, putting on my socks and shoes, and I could hear him, and I was thinking, I know that voice. And I'm listening, and I was like, wait, that's Alex Coulier. And she goes, yeah, how did you know that? And I'm like, I've been listening to him. I follow him. But he was never really this awake. When did that happen? She's like, I don't know. He sounds pretty awake. And so kept playing it. I was like, he is awake. She's like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm like, he wasn't. I'm glad he got there. So I don't know how long it's been because I haven't watched everything that he was live today. Those of you in America, you might have known that. Yeah, Alex Coulier, Panther. Yeah. If you don't know who he is, you should look him up. He's literally been contactee, alien contactee since the 1990s, since like 91, 93. And he's American. He's been speaking to multiple people and talking in front of crowds his whole life since the 90s. And he still does it. He just did a podcast today. He was live today in the United States. Brooke and I were thinking about watching him, but we were going to come on here, so we didn't. When we just got up, it was about when it was going to start. It was 2 p.m. Was it in the East Coast? 2 p.m. East Coast? Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern today. Alex Coulier went live and was actually talking he actually had a webinar that you could have paid, what was it, $15 or something? $15 for a webinar. You guys could have talked to him live and maybe even interacted with him. I'm going to have another piece of my Tim Tam. I love these things. So he's pretty awake, right? He used to not be. I'm glad that he is. Eckhart Tolle, if you know who he is, he's written 4 books. Very awake. You should listen to him. You should look him up. German man. He speaks English very well, right? He looks like a little sloth, right? Eckhart, is it with a K? Is he EK, baby? You can figure it out from that. I don't know if that's a C or a K in his name, but Eckhart Tolle, I think it's a K too. You can look him up on YouTube. He has a channel on YouTube. He's written 4 books. He's been speaking like this in front of people for, I don't know, probably 20 years now. You guys can watch him. He's very awake. There's another guy, what's his name? Sat Yogi from Chile, teaching Taoism, Buddhism. at the Sat Yogi Institute in Chile. You can look him up on YouTube if he's still with us. I think he's still with us. He's been teaching for 20 or 30 years, speaking like this, wearing his robe, wearing his toga. Um, been speaking like the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama is another good one. We have quotes from the Dalai Lama all over our house, literally hanging off the walls. You guys should be paying attention to people that are wise like that, talking. They're telling you what's going on. Eckhart Tolle will lead you down a good path, but some people don't vibe with him because he literally is this little old German guy. He's got to be probably in his 80s now, but he looks like she said, he looks like a little sloth. He kind of looks like that. What's that? A turtle sloth, she says. But he's very, very wise. She said he's cute. He's very, very wise. You should listen to him. Like I said, Sat Yogi is a good one, right? Yeah. I don't know how to say their first name. Barack Espinoza. I've heard the name. I don't know that I've saw them, but yeah, pretty impressive work from Eckhart, right? It is. There you go. Thank you for the spelling. Eckhrt. Thank you. It's German. I forgot. I should have remembered that. Pardon me, talking with my mouth full. I haven't actually read any of Eckhart's work. I haven't. I've listened to him on his channel on YouTube. I've never met him and I've never read any of his books. But I do know that he knows what he's talking about. He's very awake. And I would say to anyone, just from hearing what his books were about, he's very awake and he talks about that. Right? Yeah, it's heavy. I like him. I like him too. He's, like I said, he's very awake. He was talking. I just watched a video of his that they posted. I think it was like a month or two ago. It could have been longer because how they have so many videos. And I know he's still alive. I'm pretty sure. I don't think he's deceased. I think he's still alive. He was talking about channeling, and he was talking about how the same thing I said. And I was like, wow. And so I played it for Brooke because I didn't know what his thoughts were on channeling. And he said, be careful about doing that. It's rough. It's hard. But you would be better because he's channeling his higher self. You would be better to speak as your higher self and integrate with your higher self because you're going to have all the knowledge that people who are channeling someone else, you're going to have all of that knowledge on your own because you know it. So truly, if somebody says, I want to learn to channel, I'll tell them the best thing that you can do if you really want to do that is to actually wake yourself up and channel your own higher self. You're going to have all that same information, and it's going to be less of a cost to your physical body to have that information or to come through with that than it is to move over and let someone else come into your beingness. But if that's what you signed on to do, then you're going to choose that anyways. And if that's what you choose, that means there's someone that's already waiting for you, that signed a contract with you and waiting for you to make that channel so that you can come through. And you'll see those people speak slower than this when they do it, right? Because they're channeling an outside entity. They can't function like this. Those of us who channel our own higher selves, like Eckhart, like myself, it looks like Alex Coolier these days. When you see that, you'll see us being able to respond a lot faster in conversation. Otherwise, when they're channeling, they're a lot slower. That's why if you look back on Bashir, when he first started, he was a little slower, and now he talks more because they've been together for 35 years, right? So you see that a little bit more in people that have been channeling for a long time. There's another one. What was that guy's name we watched? The bald guy that was English. Do you remember his name? I don't remember his name. We just watched another guy that's also been doing it since like 1999. He's English guy with a bald head. He's really fast as well. But when you're awake, you don't need you don't need that stuff. You don't need any of the you don't need the DMT. It's easier to channel when you're doing that, but if you're awake, you don't need it because you're channeling your higher self. See, but that stuff doesn't hurt because it raises your vibration. So what is it? Lee Harris. Thank you, Panther. Absolutely. Lee Harris. We're just watching him in his last live that he just did. We weren't watching him live. We were watching the recording of one he just did the other day. Brooke and I were watching it. And I was like, yeah, he's, but you could tell they've been together for a long time. Right. And I think he's channeling his higher self. I don't remember if I don't even think he's channeling. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Z's. He's channeling the Z's. So it's not his higher self. It's the Z's. So he's channeling someone similar. I think it's the same race as Bashir's because he's kind of come bombastic. Like he keeps his eyes closed when he does it, so he's a lot like Bashir, but it's not Bashir, but he's a lot like Bashir. And they both kind of came through at the same time because it was 96, I think, when Bashir started channeling, and then 99 when the Z's came through. So it might have been coming through at the same things at the same time, right? I'm awake, but I'm not channeling my higher self, or not distinctly aware of what I can do. But that's okay. The first step of being awake is that realization of self again, right? The first one is I am something. I think, therefore I am. The next awareness is I am, not I think that I am. I'm just self-aware, but I am aware that I am. That's the beginning of it, right? It takes a long time before you're able to meet your higher self and actually know who your higher self is. It takes a bit. You got to work at it. That's the difference between 4D and moving into 5D for real. 5D is being able to do what I'm doing now, right? But even then, it only comes from your higher self and halfway through the 6th density, okay? You won't be able to access your 11th density higher self until you're in 5D going into 6D, or if not, when you get to 6D, because you're getting to that anchor point of the bottom frequency, okay? So you're getting to that anchor point. That anchor point is the where all souls reside in the lower planes, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, halfway. Okay, and that is where the dichotomy of good versus evil, ego and conscience exists. It only exists in that plane, from that plane down. Okay. Then once you're here, you're a light being only, and the only way up from here is to be in service to others. And then there's a whole new factor of beingness to learn there. Right, thank you is breathtaking important too, and for channeling. So yeah, I mean, you would always be better going the route of channeling your own higher self. It's easier. It's still moving upward. You're going to learn more because it's you. You're not going to move out of the way. You're going to expand your consciousness faster because you're actually talking as you. So the more you do that, it pushes you higher quicker because you're moving into your light body faster in your consciousness, your beingness, the where you're supposed to go anyways. If you're channeling other people, you stay and you move over and let them do all the work, talk. And then if you're lucky, you watch back what they were saying, because sometimes you won't even remember it because it'll be like a dream, right? So sometimes they remember, sometimes they don't. There are moments when I go back and listen to myself or watch myself where I go, wow, I don't remember saying that. And I am being me. But because I'm coming from such a higher plane of existence while I'm talking to you, sometimes I don't remember everything that I say. Brooke remembers if she's around, right?
Did you find Kelto as a youth, or did he find you? There is no finding because we are.
Yeah.
So I'm Satori. I always have been. So we didn't find ourselves. Like we
just remember who you are.
Yes.
And it's Kelto with a K, please. Yeah, Kelto with a K. It comes from the Keltoi, right? The Keltoi is a Greek word that means those people who live up there who are not Greek, right? They actually had land, which was everything that is Ireland, England, Spain, France, Spain, going over towards Turkey, was owned by the Keltoi at one point. That's the Southern Vikings. And the word is Keltoi, Keltoi. It's a Greek word. It was a catch-all phrase for those people, those Vikings who lived up there. That's where you get the word Celtic from, by the way. You get that word from the Greek Keltoi. And they actually just called themselves that. And that even in history, you can look it up. You go to my Facebook page and go to the Celts. and look at all the pictures. There's a map that'll show you where the Kelto place was. That just meant those people who lived up there. Help me remember about the Galactic Federation. The Galactic Federation is a group of people like myself. I sit on the council. I am a part of the Orion Council of Light, along with my wife. What? Along with my wife and a bunch of other people. Penny, if she was still here, and Peter, if he was still here. We are part of the Orion Council of Light, which sits on the Galactic Council. We rotate in and out. The Galactic Council is a council of beings from a higher plane of existence, 5D, 6D, and up to 8D. No 7D, because there's no 7D here. 60s really isn't in this solar system either, but there are some 60s that are there. It's not a third dimensional council like everyone thinks of spaceships flying like it's the Federation in Star Trek. It's not like that. It actually exists in 8D, and it's a council of beings who have come here to quarantine this sector of the Milky Way galaxy. Can you guys communicate telepathically with each other? Yes, we're talking to people all the time. We do that all the time. We literally do that all the time. Her and I even like sitting next to each other, and she'll look at me and answer before I even ask a question. She did that the other night when I was sitting there, and she looked at me and went, yes. And I turned to ask the question that I was going to ask, and she went, yes.
Because that goes faster than thought. Yeah. I've lost my track. What was I going to say? No, but yeah, I like that.
I'm not sure where she was going.
It was the everyone can do it. Yeah. You do it as well. When you go, I haven't heard that friend for a while. I'll give him a call. Oh, I was just thinking about you. How did you know to call me? You were doing the same thing.
You were doing, yeah. There is an internet, the real internet, right? That is telepathic. If you look back in time. If you look back in time to the 1990s and the early 2000s, Chip Coffey, I don't know if you guys know who he is. You should look up Chip Coffey. Chip Coffey is a very awake psychic. He was teaching, he had a television program on television in the United States where he was taking children with their parents and bringing them to a haunted house that they didn't know about. And he was trying to show the parents that the kids had abilities, right? And he was actually working with them to expand people's consciousness. But those kids that were coming through at the time were indigo kids, and they were capable of talking to one another on this real World Wide Web that you're actually a part of. You just don't know it, right? So they're now doing an intervention from the Galactic Federation. Yeah, I didn't get to finish that. So literally, let me explain to you guys what happened here, okay? There is a group of people that when they came here, they called themselves the Orion Crusaders. They were in the belt of Orion, and we chased them out of the belt of Orion, and they came through here, and their job is to disrupt and cause problems. Our job is to fix the problems and keep the balance. They are negative, self-serving, evil entities, and they maraud around trying to take control of third dimensional, fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional planets. Okay, so they came to this sector of the Milky Way galaxy, invaded here, and they took over 23 solar systems in this sector of the Milky Way galaxy. This one is one of them included. Okay, they come in the third dimension, the fourth dimension, and the fifth dimension. They can't go boots on the ground invasion in 3D because if they do, the dynamic of all planets is all of the people that are there will turn against them and fight against them. So to infiltrate, they come down and they use their knowledge and they lie to you in some way. They use their knowledge by coming down and then they show themselves to the people in charge in governments and they go, ooh, there's this big bad alien race that's coming to get you and we can help you, but you have to let us come in. Vampire knocking at the door. They can't come in to get you and suck your blood until you allow them to come in. You have to invite them in. Okay, that's some of the laws of free will. They have to be invited, so they can't just come down here because the second they show up down here, it'll be like ID4, like Independence Day, that movie. Everybody will turn against them. Okay, so they don't want that because they want to take over. So they either come down and tell you, we're here to save you, or they come down here and say, we're your creator gods, or they come down here and make up some story about that. We're the ancient gods who created you in some way, or they come in 4D or 5D and then they try to get some boots on the ground in 3D. That's called the temporal war. And that temporal war isn't just in past, present, and future. It's also cross dimension, third, fourth, and fifth dimension, and it's also across timelines. Okay, fractured timelines. Right. This is probably going to be crazy for you guys to understand how far this actually goes. Okay, so they got here, took over this sector, and all of this that you're living in right now with the caste system and the focus, that's all the stuff. And then you guys want to call them Anunnaki and all that. Don't even get me started on that. Anunnaki doesn't exist. Aliens did not come down here and create the human existence. That's part of their deal, part of the language they use to convince you, to put you into this caste system of, we're in control, we own you, we created you, or big bad aliens used to own you and we own you now, but you're just our slaves. Okay. And that's how they get you convinced of that. And then they give the information to the negative, evil people that are on the earth and put them in power and tell them, you can keep your power as long as you do this. And then you pay us the tithing. And that's where they get the idea. They came down here for gold. It wasn't gold, not gold at all. It's you. It's your creative ability that is the gold that it is. It's your control of you. Okay. And in the sagas, if you look at the sagas of the Vikings, the gods came down and they forced the dwarfs under the mountain to build their weapons. You are the dwarfs under the mountain that are building the weapons for the gods. Okay. They got here, and your focus determines your reality, and they're keeping your focus on their reality, and they're determining what you create. Your creation and you being enslaved here is giving them the power that they need. Okay. So when they got here, they were making you do what they wanted to do. Then we got here and they ran away. And now we're telling you, you're not really stuck. They are not your creator gods. They didn't come to create you. You actually are free from the moment that you got here. Okay. So we quarantined. This is the Galactic Council again. Quarantine. We came here, set up a quarantine around every solar system. So no one 3D in a spaceship can come here. So if you see spaceships in your sky, it's because they're from here, not somewhere else. But there's gray aliens. Yep. But there's reptilians. Yep. There's all these different alien races that come and go. Yep. Because they're from here. They live here. Okay. But that's part of what you don't know is going on here. Part of you being enslaved is that you think the status quo from 12,000 years ago is the same, because you've been living exactly the way you were living 12,000 years ago until 150 years ago. And then your technology started to change because you guys started to wake up. So that's why we have cell phones and this kind of technology now, because you guys woke up. Before that, you were living exactly the same for almost 12,000 years. You were living exactly the same. A warlike species that had a life expectancy of about 40 years of age. Okay. And if you don't believe me, look back in time to, you're in the United States. If you're over there, look back in time to wherever you are, look back in time. I will tell you truly, in the United States of America in 1776, when they signed the Declaration of Independence, the average life expectancy of the average colonist was 37. The average age of the average colonist at the time was 15. The average age of the average person who signed the Declaration of Independence was 14. Look it up. All the people that you see that you think were old, when they signed the Declaration of Independence, they were young. The pictures you see of them is when they grew old. George Washington, how old do you think he was when they signed the Declaration of Independence? He wasn't 45. Okay? He was young. The pictures that they put of him were when he was older. Okay? So on the money and stuff like that. But you can look that up. Don't believe me, look that up. So the average life expectancy was maybe 37 years of age. Now the average life expectancy is about 87 to 90 years of age. Okay? There's a reason for all of that. The more you become spiritual, the longer that you live. The more you're away from spirituality and the creator, the shorter you live, because they have you being more violent, aggressive, in the lizard brain, unaliving each other a lot faster. Okay? And then they have you doing what they need you to do to give them power, strength, money, fame, glory, whatever. Okay? They're using you. They're trading you. You're the commodity. They're taking you and trading you to other people to be slaves, food, other things like that. You just don't even want to know about that. You're afraid of learning that stuff. Okay, so I'll stay away from that. Okay, that's what's going on. You're the commodity. Even now, you're the commodity. You're being monitored at everything that you say, everything you do, everything you look up. You know this. You make comments about things and it comes up on your phone because people are monitoring you, taking that algorithm, monitoring you, taking that knowledge, selling it for profit to advertisers who are advertising to you. You're the commodity. You're the profit. You're the slave. Your slavery is you are their consumer. Okay. So the Galactic Council puts a lockdown on a societal structure so nobody's in, nobody's out. And then the bad guys run for their lives and get out. And then we mop up the knowledge that was put down here. And that's what we're doing now. Okay. What can I do every day to become more awake and speak? And I don't see the rest of that. What you can do every single day is learn what it is that every one of your religions was teaching you. What is the spiritual practice that the person in every religion on this earth came here to tell you? It's all the same. I tell you that because I am a theologian on this earth and I have spent my entire life on this earth learning about every spiritual practice on this earth, and all of them were telling you the same thing. A way to get out of here. Okay? That way to get out of here is to look within yourself, realize that the Christ is in you. Every religion was teaching about the Christ oil that is within you that will help you graduate from here, help you raise your consciousness to your beingness so that you can graduate. Okay? Release from the 3D. You see what my wife is saying? I am awake, not I am not alone, not I am not awake, not I will wake up, not I am waking up, I am awake. I am not alone. I am one. I am one with all things. That's why you see that even in the Jedi, right? Where the Jedi are saying, I am one with the Force is one with me. I am one with the Force is one with me. I am one with the universe is one with me. I am not in the universe is in me. Okay? You need to start realizing those things. That's how you do that. The realization, the next realization, your first realization, when you become self-aware for the first time as a two-dimensional being, is I am something. I am worth something. I am. The first I am is I am alive. I think, therefore I am. Then you're supposed to realize I am, therefore I think. I am not this body. I am not what I do. I am an immortal being. This is an avatar. I am an immortal being that is having this experience.
Who am I? Find out who you are.
Yeah, find out who you are, right?
You are not your higher self, or you think that you are. And don't imagine, don't see your face when you see yourself.
Yeah, that was one of the things that, did you hear her? When you also have to say, I am, did you hear her? I am, right? But don't expect to see this face when you try to figure out who I am up there, because you're not going to look like this. This is what you look like here.
I'm blue. I'm actually a lot prettier up there. And I'm just...
She's just as pretty down here as she is up there. She just doesn't think that.
Yeah.
But in the sixth dimension, I'm blue, she's blue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So yeah. So you have to realize that, right? Your poor 92 said, I'm reddish brown. Did you hear Brooks? Hey. So literally you have to realize that you're not going to look like you look now. You might look similar, but normally you don't. You look different. And you don't always have to be bipedal, guys. Sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't. It depends. You know what I mean? But usually, different face. You can have a different face in every life. You don't look the same, but you have the same eyes. If you realize, if you get the sight to where you can see into people's eyes and see the soul that's in there, you can actually look back in time and find images of yourself and go, that's me. I know that's me. Have you ever looked at somebody in time and thought, man, that guy looks just like my brother?
Yeah.
They will know me because they've seen me in history. That's who I am. Yeah, right. Brooke said, yeah, you will know me. If you look back in time, you'll know me, you'll know her. You just don't know who we were in history.
Yeah. You recognize me because you've seen me
Yeah, look at us. Yeah, if you look at her right now and you say, I recognize you, I don't know how I know you, but I know you, it's because those two eyes, I'm in the wrong place, those two eyes right there, and the soul that's in there, and the soul that's in here. That's why people look at me and go, dude, you were Santa Claus in a past life. I was Santa Claus. I am Santa Claus. Look at me. Ho, 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 I am Santa Claus.
Who I've been, but that's for you to find out, yeah?
Yeah, we don't reveal most of that because the second we do that, people go, no, no, no. But you guys will know eventually. You will know instead of N-O, you will K-N-O-W. Oh, that's now. Yeah, no, that's right. I was like, wait, am I spelling that in which language am I spelling that in? So, yeah, I do feel that I know her, though. Yeah, you probably do. I don't know where you might know her from or where are you from, right? If you're He said he's blue. So if you said you're blue and you recognize her, there's a good possibility that you came from where we came from. Where do you know where you came from? Figure that out. Saw you the other day and it hit you. So.
Oh my God, I know her.
Okay. So, yeah, where are you from? You might know where you're from. You might be. There's a bunch of us that came here together. And you also might know us from a past life on this earth because we've been here this entire cycle. So that goes back 38,000 years ago. And we were here for that cycle before that, which goes back to 77,000 years ago. And we were here for the cycle before that, which is 130,000 years ago. What? Yeah, we've been here a long time.
A long time.
Yeah. You see us in movies, right?
And on that note, anybody else?
Yeah. Right? So.
Calling more coalition members, you can come out now.
Yeah. I actually, I'm almost fluent in 28 languages.
What does she say? Now I don't. What does that mean?
Hutch, almost 28. I'm learning.
Sorry, it doesn't know me.
I'm learning 28. Spanish is my third best language. English being the first one. So actually, Spanish is my second best language, right? So 28 is where I'm at. 29 if you count if you count Klingon, right? I do. I'm not 100% fluent in Spanish, but that's my second best language. So I would I could get along in a Spanish speaking country and make it. It would, yeah. So yeah, right. So yeah, but it's been like probably about 2 months since I actually was learned. Oh no, that's not true because I was speaking Spanish with the kids when they were here because two of the kids are learning Spanish, so I was doing that there, right? So, well, I mean, you should learn better. I mean, did you grow up? Did you take Spanish, or are you Spanish? You know what I mean? Because I in America, like half the people there speak Spanish because they come from there, right? So Spanish and English. That's good that you are Duolingo. Oh, there's me. I should be getting paid by that company. If you are, I am on the app. I love that app. The app is free. You can pay for it if you want, but the app is free. I should have stock in that company. I love that. Oh, you are Mexican. That's why. Okay. So you speak three languages then. You don't just speak Spanish and English. You speak Spanglish too, right? So you speak three languages, my friend. If you're Mexican, you speak three languages like me. We speak Spanglish as well as Spanish and English because Castilian is different than Mexican, right? You know that. And then Spanglish is what half of us speak over there, right? If you're anywhere in the South over there, right? I do speak Spanglish, right? I know that's a language you got to be either from Mexico, Central America, or California, Arizona, Texas, maybe Nevada to speak Spanglish, but we do, bro. We speak a good Mexican English. Me three. I love that. Me three. Yeah, right. I grew up in California. I was born in the San Francisco Bay Area. I was born in the city of Walnut Creek, which is about 25 miles east of San Francisco. Grew up in California. Lived in Arizona. Most of my life in California. Lived in Arizona, and yeah, I know. I was just talking to Brooke about that when I was 17. I was working at a restaurant. I was a bus boy and a dishwasher, And the guy who was the dishwasher didn't speak any English at all. Straight off the boat, whatever you want to call that, right? He spoke only Mexican, Spanish, and nobody understood him. Well, I already knew enough Spanish, but Spanglish helped, right? And then sign language. We all have sign language. We all have a human sign language that we can use, not to mention, actually signing. But being able to know enough Spanish and him being able to know enough English and us being able to speak enough Spanglish with hand signals, I had full conversations with him. He was a great guy. We became friends. And everybody was like, wait, you understand that guy? And I'm like, he's not dumb. He just doesn't speak your language as good as you do. How can I know where my higher self is actually answering, or when your higher self is actually answering? Well, if you listen. Most of the time it's your higher self, Jira. If you listen when you're, one of the things that I tell people, that's a good question. Here's a good question. Some people say, how do I know that I'm waking up? When will I realize that? What you do is you concentrate on your thoughts. Okay. The thinking mind thinks things, right? If you pay attention to the ego and learn, that's my ego speaking, that's my conscience speaking, there's my thinking mind that's thinking what I'm about to say. If you really pay attention, there's someone above that has a concept of everything that you want to say that goes, and that concept goes into your brain. Your brain translates that into words to come out of your mouth. The person who is the conceptual thinker is you. That's your higher self. The entire concept comes in at once. That's you. Then the thinking mind goes, these are the words I have to say to get that out. The thinking mind correlates that concept into sentences and your mouth says them. The thought that occurred to you is you. Okay? Right? The thought that occurred to you is you. So that's how you realize when you're thinking, it's your mind, your conscience and your ego and your conscience debating. I don't like this guy. You know what I mean? Hold on, I got to change the little puzzle piece. Or no, I have to actually, what do I have to do here? Select two of the objects that are the same. Okay. M&M, bing, bing, and bing. There we go. Usually I have to slide the puzzle piece over. They want to make sure that I'm not a bot because I've been on here for 5 hours now. So the conceptual thinker, where did I go before I lost that? That you have to realize that when you listen to that, you'll realize you're the experiencer that's coming up with everything. So when you have the dichotomy going on in your brain of you're witnessing something or you're talking to somebody and you're thinking, this guy's an asshole. Yeah, this guy's always like this. I hate this guy. That's your thinking mind. You're the one that's annoying. That's who you are. You're the one going, that's you, right? That's, like she said, that's Hutch. That's you, the one that goes, yeah, no. And then your thinking mind goes, in 3D, your mind goes, I hate this guy. Every time I talk to him, he's a pain in my ass. I can't wait to be done with this guy. And you look at your watch. That's the thinking. You're the one that's up here that was above that orchestrated all of that thought process. Do you see? But it's not conscious mind making the words. No, you're the one that does that. The thinking mind creates the words because the consciousness is telling it what to do and what it wants to do. Just like when I'm moving my hands, I'm not thinking, move my right hand, move my left hand. The body's doing it for me, but I'm thinking this concept before it happens. That's just like when you have a baseball bat and someone's pitching at you. You're watching the ball, and your brain is calculating the distance, and your higher self is calculating the distance and spin on that ball as it comes over, and then you're winding up and you're getting the body ready, and you've already told the body, when I say go, all of this is going to happen. And you're going to swing and you're going to move, and all of that's going to happen. Muscle memory. You're the one that's the trigger. You're sitting there about to pull the trigger. It's just like a video game. When you're sitting there and you're playing a video game and you're playing baseball in a video game and you're about to pull the trigger to swing the bat, you're waiting, and you hit the button, and then the body and the camera and the game moves and swings the bat. And if you time that just right, you hit the ball. That's the same thing that's happening from you to your avatar.
The one that talks you out of stupid situations.
The one that talks you out of stupid situations is your consciousness or your conscience. That's your conscience. That's the Jiminy Cricket character, right? Jiminy Cricket was the conscience. Your conscience is like, don't, you know what? Don't be stupid. Don't put the knife in this guy, right? You're like, I got a knife in my pocket. I'm about to slice this guy. In your mind, your ego says, put a knife in his throat. Your conscience goes, no, no, you're not going to unalive him. And you're up above going, yeah, but that'd be real cool if I could do that. Well, I'm not going to do that because there's consequences. I don't want to go to jail. And then the conscience talks you out of it, right? Is it true that we get possessed when we lock in our greater service of our higher self? No, I don't know who said that. No. You don't get possessed ever unless you actually like sign on for it, and you actually somebody says, "I want to possess you," and I'm the devil, and you go, "Okay, that'll be fun. Do it, dude." You don't, yeah. If you're really afraid, you could allow people to do. That's why they're doing it to you. Get you in fear and convince you that you have to allow them to do things to you because you can't stop me. I'll do whatever I want. That kind of fear puts people into a place of easily controlled, and you can move out of the way. But you don't get in any way possessed by anybody at any time unless you actually want to. Right? You just have to realize that you have the power to stop it. So I'm eating jelly beans over here. Sugar. You have the ability to stop it at any moment. You're the ones in charge.
Yeah, but it is real. However, the person is allowing it to happen. You have the power.
Yeah, they have to convince you. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee, TikTok coffee, not alcohol.
I can tell you it's freaking real because I tested myself and I did it to myself. I can tell you.
Yeah, you literally have to realize that the vampire has to knock on the door and ask your permission. So they have to get you in fear. If you are afraid, then they can convince you, right? Then they can convince you that they can harm you. That's why the powers that should not be try to convince us, and they come stormtroop after you, right? If you don't do what they tell you to do and you become a threat to them, they come after your money. First thing they do is come after your money. They warn you, and if you don't listen to them, they come after you with their money because they control it all. And then they have the law come after you, and they go after you, and they ruin your life. They punish you. They have to punish you in the physical to get you convinced that they're in charge and they can do whatever they can't want to you, and you can't do anything about it. They have to do that. Then if you still ignore them, then they'll put you in a jail. They'll lock up your body to prove to you that they're in control. And they'll hold on to you and sit there and leave you there as long as they can because that's all they have now. They have to convince you that they own you by locking you up. They still don't own your spirit. They still don't own your mind. Then they try to break your spirit so that your immortal soul gives up. Do you see? They have to use fear tactics always. Are there more than 11 dimensions? Yes, there are 13 dimensions. People want to say there's like 100 billion, but there are 13.
To explain to them, right?
Right?
Right? Okay.
Yeah, it's like an onion. Yeah.
This is you. Okay? These are your vibrations. I know they're tops. I know, right? I had to come up with something. As you get fearful, you get a smaller protection. As you get fearful, you get this.
They want to keep you there.
How? They want to keep you there because they can go, but if you have this protecting you for fear, I'm not scared. They can't get to you. And then you end up like this, and then they can't get to you at all.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, yes, great explanation. Right?
I tried, guys.
No, that's true. They said, great, that's awesome visual representation. Thank you. So, are there elite reptilians? Yeah, they're on this earth. There's more than just human that are living here. There's people living inside because it's a toroidal field. It's a toroidal field, so it's hollow like this. Goes from big to small, but it doesn't stop. It doesn't go to nothingness. It goes all the way through. So people have flown and gone all the way through to the other side because you can. So there's not just the life on the outside surface. There's also life inside. You have to remember that the mantle, between the mantle and the crust that you're floating on all the way to the top, all of that in between, there's miles of that where people are inside there as well. There's a lot more going on this earth than you're aware of. But if you want to do it because you understand the importance of the service, I'm not sure what you were saying
You
there.
can still surrender yourself with the knowing that you're doing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but you are still giving it permission. You can't have fear. By having fear,
Benjamin, I don't think I saw the question before that because you said, "Is the answer maybe to stop doing dark magic?" I'm not sure what that question was referring to. But yeah, to stop doing dark magic, that's yeah. If you're doing dark magic, you should probably stop. Yeah. Unless you're in service to self, then be you. Right? I'm not gonna tell you you shouldn't be you. Be you. If you want to be in service to self, do it, man. You want to be just know that that's just that's what it is. It is what it is. Do what you're gonna do, right? I don't know your legacy or service to humans. Yeah, you're either in service to self or you're in service to others. Okay, right? Good, fair enough. Yeah, Benjamin, if you want to be evil, do you? That you have the free will to do that. So if you want to be evil, do it. There's consequences. You'll never get past the halfway through the sixth dimension. You'll have to turn and repent and go the other way by that time. But you can be as evil as you want between now and then. There are no rules. Just know that the rules down here are if you do bad things, then good people come after you and put you in prison and hold you there forever if you do bad things, right? Thought you were doing dark magic. No, I'm not doing dark magic. It depends on your idea of dark magic. If you think me speaking as my higher self to you from the 11th dimension is dark magic, depending on your indoctrination, if you're indoctrinated into one of the religions, you might think that's evil. But we were talking about how to defend against the dark magic. Yeah. Or people that are evil. That's what we're talking about. Defense against the dark arts. That's why it says that up here. Right? Defense against the dark art. Right? Defense against the dark art. Sorry, it says it couldn't connect. Says sorry.
Yeah, it was freezing for a second.
It froze for a second because of whatever the internet or the latency. Not quite sure what happened there.
Probably because we're talking about that.
Also, it might be because we said that word magic plus the nighttime, and we're talking about that, so it probably the algorithm got us tripping for a second there. Right? Learn to protect yourself. You see what my wife's putting on the screen, right? What an incredible way of saying that, right? If they're indoctrinated still, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, uh, people are people, and they're going to be where they're supposed to be. And but if you're indoctrinated, you'll think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, right? I mean, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with you. It's just a matter of what your knowledge is, right? So yeah, right. My life path is number 7. I'd love to hear your explanation of life path number 7. I'm not sure what the life path number 7 is. I'd have to look that up. Your life path, the life path is like your zodiac sign. It's like everything else, right? I'm a life path 33. They'll tell you that doesn't exist these days because they don't want you looking at ascended master numbers like 11, 22, or 33. Right. So the different life path number that you were born under is the same as your sun sign that you were born under. It's not identical, but it's the same concept. It's an archetype, just like the chakras are. The 7 chakras are 7 archetypes that rule different aspects of your personage, of your beingness. So the moment that you were born, the day you were born, the date you were born, the time you were born, all of those things factor in to give you a personality. So you have a basic blueprint of a personality to start with as a human being. You come in, and your beingness then has, I was born in September, so I'm a Virgo by the 12-month calendar, I'm a Leo by the 13 moon calendar, and I'm kind of on the cusp. So those personality traits are within me of the generic Virgo and the generic Leo. Then there's a masculine and feminine version of that, a positive and negative version of that. So there's 4 versions of 2 of each, or 4 of each, because you have a masculine, a feminine, and a positive and a negative in that archetype alone for your sun sign. Then you have a life path number, which is also another set of archetypes, which usually even within each archetypical number, those are like 1 through 9, right? But they don't want to tell you. They always reduce everything down today, and they exclude 11, 22, and 33. They lower those to the lowest frequency. All of that came from from Pythagoras and the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so none of that would have been possible without Pythagoras taking everything, adding it up, and lowering it to its lowest denomination. So with a life path 11, they'll tell you you're a 2. A 22, they'll tell you you're a 4. And a 33, they'll tell you you're a 6. Because they don't want you thinking ascended master, because that means ascension. So they take that out. That changed about 4 years ago. And you can't find that mostly on most of the websites. They'll tell you immediately, they'll keep you away from the ascended master numbers. Okay. So the life path number, I'm a life path 33. That would be a life path 6 if I wasn't an ascended master. I am an ascended master. So I ignore the life path 6, although the life path 6 is a healer and is a communicator. So when you look at the different life paths, that's an archetype. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be 100% you, because everything from the moment of your birth until where you are today is unique to you specifically. Okay, you can be a twin and be born seconds apart. And the longer you live, the more you're going to be further apart, because you're becoming individuals. But the base root of your life, the blueprint, were all of those archetypes. And then you have these chakras, which were also these 7 major arcana, which are more archetypes. All of that is going to help you determine how you perceive the reality that you're in as a child, and then being born, whatever country you are, whatever culture you are, whatever kind of parents you have, the way that they are, all of that's going to also affect you. Where you live in the world is going to affect how you grow from there and how you perceive the world. So all of those are just things, if you learn all of them, like Brooke said, when she was first starting to wake up, that was all very important to her. It's only important to you when you're still trying to wake up, because once you wake up enough to realize those are archetypes that gave you a start, and they aid you, like the ego and the conscience aid your learning. Once you do that, you can draw on that and say, okay, I have these aspects in me, but I'm not. There's another guy that I know that was born on the same day as me, and we're both, say, Virgos, because I'm a Virgo, but we're completely different people. Well, heck, we were born on the same day, less than 5 minutes apart. We're completely different. Why? Because we're different individuals. So we both had the almost identical a base blueprint, but how we chose to go from there was unique to each one of us, right? So it's good to know those things in the retrospect, to realize what's helping guide you, so you know what kind of aspects, what kind of a personality do I have. The base root for my personality is Leo Virgo. So look at those and see which of those aspects are kind of ruling me, and then become aware of those. The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. So you want to know about your life path. You want to know about these different things and the chakras and all of that, so that you can say all of these things are playing a part in how I see things. That's not who I am. What I do is not who I am. So all of those archetypes are for the physical body, to give you a blueprint to start with. Everything after that is supposed to be you. Okay. So at some point you realize, I am not all of this. So I am not a Virgo. Because I am not the pain body. The pain body was born on this day. That was what gave me my starting point. Everything after that's supposed to be mine. I'm supposed to make it mine. So all of that is not as important anymore, because I'm not going to let it rule me. Because you can, if you wanted to, you can look at all of those personality traits, and you can become what they tell you. And the first thing that you'll realize with those, like if you read your horoscope, is that they give this broad brush of today could be good for you or bad for you, or a riches for you, or I don't know for you, or maybe you're just going to watch and see and don't run out into traffic because you might get run over by a car. And they just paint this broad brush, and you're going to go, yeah, man, that thing was so right, because out of all the 99 things they said, one of them applied to me. And that's what they do when you go online and do your card read, or your life path number, or I'm going to do all of these things and check out all my meridians and all this stuff. And then they give you this description that is going to go, you should be this one or that or that or this or this or this or this or this or this or this. One of those, you're going to go, man, they're so right on with that. I'm a brain surgeon, and they predicted it. They also said that you're a rocket science. And they also said you were a janitor. And they also said you were a cook. So I don't understand. See, so they're all general, and they're going to be that way, and they'll never change. The more you become yourself, the more you'll realize that those are general broad paints of a brush, that they're just doing so that you just keep coming back to them and ask them for the answers that you should be asking yourself. Just saying. Right? Just saying. You are not your labels. I am not what I do for a living. Right? That is what I do, not who I am. Okay, so the same thing. But they'll have you chasing your tail, coming after them and asking them, how do I get out of here? What do I do? There's the difference. This is why I say true prophet demands nothing. I'm not here to make you addicted to me. I don't want you to be an acolyte who just follows me. I want you to become me. I want to replace myself with you. I want you to be the person who is waking other people up because you love the earth as much as I do. You love the people here as much as I do. Or you don't, you think I'm cuckoo cuckoo and you'll take off. You see my point? When did you discover this calling? It would be, I guess, whenever that, I'd say 100 trillion years ago, when the creator created the soul that is this and said, I need you to balance the universe. Okay. And we've been doing it ever since. Your job is to create and balance the universe and keep the universe in line and keep the balance. Okay. And that's what we've been doing. So because of that, at any time, we can return to the creator and become one with the creator. And Brooke and myself have several times been sitting and going, this place is really pretty, man. The food's cool, right? And she literally looked at me one day and said, I don't want to go back to become one with the creator anytime soon. And I said, that's okay. We don't need to, because the creator is enjoying allowing us to do what we're doing. I don't want to either. I'm in love with my wife too much. We've been together for more time than this earth has been actually an earth. Thank you.
Yeah, we were created together.
We were literally created to be. Yeah. The creator went boom, when this whole bunch of us were created all at once, and us two were created to be.
We're married.
And
ourselves are married.
Yeah.
We always have been and always will be.
Yep.
I love you.
I love you. So literally, we at any moment when we're done here, if we get tired of it, one day we'll look at each other and go, okay, I'm done with all of it. And we could literally just go back up to the 11th dimension and go, let's move into the 12th and go home. Okay, you move into the 12th and it doesn't take much longer after that, and you move into the 13th and you become one with the creator, right? At some point in the future, somewhere along the line, her and I will go and lose our oneness individual to become one with the creator. Everyone does that eventually. There are some of us who have been away from the creator as one longer than anyone else in all of whatever you want to call it, history, time, whatever you want to call it, because this is what we do. So we help create this place for the creator and manage this place for the creator. Those are the words that you know, that are those beings that you know in history are archangel, angel, archon, things like that. Nephilim. You know a few other words.
Tell them about that story.
Right? Which story? The archons and all of that. Yeah, yeah. You guys, the oldest scroll. You guys want to hear a story? The oldest scroll on this planet that you guys have currently is the story of Adapa. It's where you get the story of Adama. Some of you know the story of Adam and Eve, Adam and Lilith more specifically, and then Adam and Eve. That story is an allegory which goes back 77,000 years on this earth, that you're unaware of that. You're just becoming aware of that. And that story is closer to the story of actual creation. Some of the other stories that are offshoots from that, have gotten close to that ideology. Okay. So there was nothing, and then there was the creator. Okay. The creator then is trying to figure out who they are. So the creator is now imagining. This is where you get the stories of living inside the head of the sleeping giant or sleeping god from these ancient religions, because all of this is happening in the mind of the creator. The creator then is trying to figure out, as it's evolving, who are we? So then the creator created this. Why? Because the Creator wants to know how it became. It is not sure how it became. It has just always been. So the Creator said, this needs to be a thing. Then it needs to be populated. And the ecosystem is nothingness all the way back to the Creator. And the Creator is trying to figure out that nothingness to beingness. And then the Creator on the other side is going from the Creator to becoming. That is a concept that we won't get into. Let's go back down. So the Creator created an entire group of free-thinking souls. Depending on the language that you speak, you will know from the scrolls that you read that concept is either archangel or the word archon, which means archangel in a different language. Concept is the same. Creator created a place. Creator started putting things in the place, needed people to continue doing that, created archangels, archons. The archons created themselves again, the Agigi, the angels. The angels were assisting the archons who were assisting the Creator to then manage this place, build this place, keep this place, add things to it, creating new, creating everything that you could imagine, free will to do that. The Agigi, in that ancient story of Adapa, got bored and lazy and said, I don't want to do this anymore. We need to create somebody new to do it. So the archons created the Anuna. It's where you guys think the word Anunnaki comes from. And somebody lied to you and said they were angels or they were aliens who came here in spaceships to mine gold. All of that's untrue. Been proven by the actual people who have translated those scrolls. Okay? The archons created the new angels, the Anuna. The Anuna, new angels, were perfect. They were more perfect than the Agigi, the angels. They were the new ones, Anuna, the new ones. They were perfect and had the ability to create like the archons did. The Agigi got jealous and didn't want them to realize how powerful they were and how beautiful they were. So the Agigi put a veiling on the brand new angels and threw them down to earth. That's the fall that you guys hear about in most of your religions. Okay? So the Anunnaki, as you know the word, which is actually not the word at all, it was translated wrong by Zecharia Sitchin in 1948. The scholars who translate that scroll in real life have already realized that and have been telling people that, but the Disney Channel, the History Channel, owned by Disney, and Prometheus, owned by Giorgio Tsoukalos, on the History Channel's Ancient Aliens, he said to prove that keep their show going and get their ratings, Zecharia Sitchin said the god Anu came down from heaven and came to earth, and then he made up the story that they came here, took their DNA, blended it with the apes, made the slaves, you, me, everybody, and came here to mine gold. Doesn't say that anywhere in any of those scrolls. You can look that up. But if you listen to all the guys from Ancient Aliens, they're making a career out of it since 2012 for more than 10 years, making all kinds of money, traveling around the world and saying there's these alien gods called the Anunnaki. 2012, Giorgio Tsoukalos said the god Anu came down to earth, saying his translation from 1947. Then in 2015, he changed it when their ratings were going down and said those from the heavens came, said that that's what it meant. Those from now, it's an entire species called the Anunnaki. The word, they said, meant those from the heavens came. So we're supposed to believe now that the Anunnaki, which means those from the heavens came, is the name of the species. Those from the heavens came. Okay, but you don't know that because you call them the Anunnaki. Okay, well, they were the archons. No, they weren't. They were made by the archons, and the archon means archangel. Okay. So the creator of the universe created the universe, then created people to populate it. energy light beings, not third dimensional aliens and spaceships. And they were called, depending on your language that you learn it from, Archangel or Archon or Nephilim. There's a few other names that you guys have learned from different regions of the world when they tell the concept of what that group is. But when you read the actual religion, the spirituality of the concept of what that is, you learn that. Like Enlil and Enki in that pantheon. Enlil and Enki is, everyone says, well, they're gods. Enlil and Enki are the gods who rule your archetypes. Enlil and Enki are the ego and the conscience. Okay? That is the truth of that. If you actually read spirituality, if you're actually a theologian who studies religion, studies not the religion themselves, but studies the actual spiritual concept of what they're talking about, that's when you start to realize what's happening. I'm here to tell you that because that is what I've done my entire life. I'm not the only one. This is the stuff that I make up, that I think, and I have, because I haven't done this and written a book to make money off of that concept. But there are people out there who will tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. They're out there in the world and they're saying, these are the archetypes, right? Matthew LaCroix is one of the people today. Eckhart Tolle is one of the people today. Sat Yogi from the Yogi Institute in Peru is one of those people that are telling you what I am telling you. If you look for things in third dimensionality, you're going to fight over whose religion is the oldest and whose is the best. And whatever religion you learn first, you're going to believe is the real one. Because you learned it first, therefore it must be right. Okay? All of them are right and all of them are wrong. So the story is we were all created. And then you have people that go, I was the third one. There was no bing, 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 bing by the creator, because there is no hierarchy. Hierarchy is third dimensional thinking and construct. There's nobody in charge up there. Everyone's in charge up there. You know why? Because we are God. We are the creator. The more you get away from this third dimension, the more you realize that we are all one. We are all the same. All of this is an ecosystem. Okay? I have eyes to see. That's good. Right? Those are the things that they tell you in those highlights in those Bibles. Let him who hath understanding reckon. Let him who has the ears to hear and see. Let him who have the eyes to see. Right? So, well, that is the question. That is the answer. Right? That is the answer. Yes, I have the eyes to see. That is the answer. Okay? So those are the highlights that they were telling you in these different Bibles. So you have the eyes to see. Do I have the eyes to see? You do have the eyes to see. But do you have the wherewithal to recognize? That's like when someone is talking to you, do you hear them or are you just listening to them? There's a difference between hearing someone, understanding what they're saying, and listening to someone. Okay? So sometimes people say that, are you hearing me? Yeah, I hear you. Are you listening to me? Do you see? So the same thing. Do you see? Are you seeing? So you have to realize that. Jesus tried to teach us this. That is exactly, you are absolutely 100% right. Jesus was teaching us this. Thank you for seeing that, my friend. I love you. Thank you for seeing that. That's exactly, I am here to further that information. It's not just Jesus either. Every single prophet in every single religion was teaching you the same thing. The way to escape this place. Lao Tzu, the Tao Te Ching means the way, the book of the way to ascend to heaven. The Buddha was teaching us a way to get out of here. Odin and Thor were teaching us a way to get out of here. Shiva, Ganesh, a way to get out of here. Osiris, a way to get out of here. Okay? Moses, a way to get out of here. Jesus, a way to get out of here. Leonard O'Neill, a way to get out of here. Brooke O'Neill, a way to get out of here. Mary Magdalene, a way to get out of here. Lilith, a way to get out of here. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, a way to get out of here. Daniel, Elijah, away to get out of here. Gilgamesh, away to get out of here. Okay? All of these things in all of your religions were spiritual ways to ascend. And then they were turned into orthodox religions, and they were teaching you a way to sit right here and wait. Teach you a good little Roman citizen to be a good little Roman by teaching you Christianity is now the book of Romans.
Sophia wasn't a thing, but we'll allow it.
Well, yes, yeah, Pistis Sophia was also a scroll that was telling of that. In another scroll called the Scroll of Truth, Pistis Sophia's name was Error. Okay, and that is also the telling of the story of the one who had the creative ability, the one who thought they could create as well as the creator, and then created something that was fallible, right? The story of the Book of Truth is telling you about Pistis Sophia called Error, saying that Error created the human race, and the reason that her name was Error, because that's why we use the name Error as a mistake. We learned that name and we call it that the same way, like my name is Mud, right? My name is Mud. That comes from, what's his name? Thomas Mud, right? So Error, the reason that we call that the mistake is because Error was the Sophia who created that. It was the feminine. So some people try to elevate that in the Pistis Sophia because, and here's the thinking, this is a Greek philosophical thought where you get that from. It goes back to that same time period in Mesopotamia, and people go, that's a Mesopotamian scroll. No, it was an Akkadian scroll. Okay? It's an Akkadian scroll, and the Akkadians were Greeks. The Greeks were thinkers. If the creator was created because let there be light, and the Greeks somehow knew that the inception, the moment of inception of a fetus becoming, when you put a sperm and it goes into the egg for all mammals, when that sperm goes into that egg, there is an explosion of light. Let there be light. And then everything comes from that. That means the chicken or the egg. That means there's an egg that was spermiated. That means there had to have been a masculine and a feminine. So applying third dimensional logic in higher reasoning as third dimensional when I'm not awake yet myself, I say if the creator was created, something had to give birth to it. So what I use as my idea of what's happening is what's in front of me, what I see because I think, therefore I am. All mammals have a mommy and a daddy. Okay, so if a child is born, it has to come out of a womb of a female. Therefore, if the creator was created or is being created, there has to be a woman. Okay, so now they're saying that the primordial ooze, or what's beyond that, the primordial ooze is in fact the gestation pocket, right, where we're inside the womb and we're breathing the embryonic fluid. So now they're saying that that was, and this is their thinking, they're applying it to mammals in the way that they're thinking. So they're going, the creator of the universe must be inside the we space, which is the ether, must be the primordial ooze, must be inside the womb. So if we're inside the womb, that means there must be a female who's given birth or is giving birth. So by third dimensional standards of the way things work down here, it must be what's going on up there because we are God and like God. So therefore, if we're born this way, God must be being born that way. Now, that concept isn't too far from a possible concept. Okay, let me explain why. Because I have, let me pull up the photo. Where's my photo? Let me pull this up for you and I'll show it to you. I have a photo of, let me find it here. Hold on, I'll have to look at what you're saying here. Hold on, there we go. Let me pull this up. Okay, so if you guys see this, then I'll answer that question. Okay, if you guys see this right here, there's one single brain cell. This is an actual image of a brain cell and an image of the universe. They're identical. So it's possible that we're living in one single brain cell of something that is becoming. So from their physical standpoint, this is literally one brain cell, one human brain cell, and a picture of the universe. They're identical, except for the brain cell has less neural pathways. So we would appear to be just like they are above. So by that reasoning, we could just as easily be in the mind of the creator, because that's what it said. So we could be inside one brain cell. The universe itself might be a brain cell inside the mind of something. So if the Greeks had any knowledge of this, and it looked like they did because of all of the back thinking to we're in the mind of a sleeping god, because that's what all the creation stories said back then, right? Then they would say, well, if we're in the mind of a sleeping god, then the sleeping god must be inside the womb or it would be conscious. And since it's not thinking to me, it must be sleeping. Therefore, all of these things said that they were sleeping, and they did these deductions in third dimension and came up with the idea that we must be in the womb. Therefore, there must be somebody above that, and they gave that person a name. The womb carrier that we're in has to be a female because that's the way it is down here. And so then they called it Pistis Sophia. And then they wrote it down, and now people are going, the God of the universe is a woman. There is no sex there. It's just light. All right, what was the question you were saying? What DM?
Where,
No, it's okay.
How does the DMT realm connect to all of this?
The DMT realm?
Realm
yeah, DMT.
There is no realm.
Yeah, there is no realm of DMT, so I'm not sure of the question. Maybe you should ask a little bit more about that, right? It was only light. It was only light, right? So there's no energy. I mean, there's no sex. There's no gender, right? So it has an expiration date. I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you talking about the DMT, or I'm not sure what you're talking about. If it's something that is in a womb, then it has an expiration date because then it's life. Correct. So if it's forever, it has to be energy. Therefore, it can't have a gender because there is no gender in light. My higher self does not have any gender. Gender only begins halfway through the sixth. So her and I being masculine and feminine are from the sixth dimension down to here. Above that, we're just energy, but we interact in a different way. We're still in that coexistence of what we would call marriage down here. We just don't have babies up there because you don't have babies up there. Our babies are all of us down here. So when we have babies, it's because we created a galaxy together. It's different when you're energy than it is down here. It's a harder concept for you to actually get down here. So when I did it, I felt transformed. Talking about the DMT, yes, to a different dimension. Okay, but it's not a DMT dimension. That place is you moving into your higher self, and your higher self tracing back to a different dimensionality or a different realm of existence because you are going more higher towards the creation. So it's not a place that DMT creates. It's not a place that's only accessible by DMT. However, those things, psilocybin, DMT, all of those things, ayahuasca, they will assist some people to do those things if you do them correctly and you do them clinically and you take care of yourself. And all of this is for entertainment purposes only, TikTok, because I'm not a doctor and I'm not prescribing, nor am I saying that that's something that I think anyone should do. Not on this platform. Okay, so why do people only think the third to the fifth is so much more? Yeah, most people think we're moving into the fifth. Some people say we're moving into the 12th. That's just them grasping at things and trying to understand. They're expanding their consciousness, so they're trying to figure out where we are and where we're going. They don't realize the concept. They haven't grasped the concept. That's like a kid say that's in first grade saying, "I'm going to be in fifth grade next year." Well, they would love to be in fifth grade next year, but they don't realize that they have to go to second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. But they'll say that because they want to be into that place, right? They don't have the concept down yet that they have to go through all these other grades to get there. So the same thing. People think that when you realize that there is a creator, you're automatically 4D now. And then when you realize that I am, you're now 5D. And that's just not how it works. 5D is fifth dimension, is a dimensionality, and fifth density is a vibration. It's a place that is spiritual, that is so foreign to this place, that from this concept, I would have a hard time explaining it to you except for the energy, and that your physical body, by the time you're in the fifth dimension, is probably torso above only. You're floating in the air. You may not even be human with hands, and you're see-through, and you're mostly glowing energy because you're moving into your light body, not the physical plane. You're moving out of the physical plane completely. Why would you want to become a human instead of creating? I'm not sure of the rest of that, but instead of creating universes, because if you remember the concept of John 3:16, concept of John 3:16 is that the Creator so loved the earth or these planes that they sent their only begotten down to these places to do these things. So as the Creator, as above, so below, as the Creator is becoming, we are also becoming the Creator. So we are going from nothingness back to the Creator to find out, to figure out where we fit in and where the Creator fits in and what the Creator is becoming. We are assisting that to happen. Okay. So when you're in this place, let me show you this part of it. When you're in this place in third dimensionality, you take pets, dogs, cats, birds, snakes, you give them names. You call your dog by its name. The dog eventually realizes that that's who it is. Your cat eventually realizes that's who it is. You say, "Come here, Fifi," and Fifi comes to you because Fifi knows that it's Fifi. You have assisted a lower plane entity that is two-dimensional to become self-aware by giving that two-dimensional creature a name and treating it that way and talking to it and getting it to become self-aware. That is assisting that two-dimensional being to become eventually on this planet a human. At some point, that being is going to be self-aware, and when that life cycle ends for that being, if they learned what they were going to learn in two dimension and they're self-aware now, they will draw a life and come in as a third dimensional human. And they will still be veiled, but they will be self-aware. That is an example of a higher being helping a lower being. By doing so, 10% of the population that was two-dimensional, when they get to three-dimensional, they will like pets, and they will have pets, and they will do the same thing that you did for them to the next generation behind them to assist them. That continues, that leapfrogging continues all the way back to source. So when you get to fourth dimension in your thinking here, you will go through a progression of, when you first start waking up, you get mad and you get angry because bad people are doing bad things to people and you're aware of it. Then you're going to start yelling at people that are asleep to try and wake them up, and you're going to get mad because they won't wake up when you want them to. That's the natural progression of moving through 4D or into 4D. Then you're going to go, they won't listen to me, and that's annoying. And then you get higher in your vibration, and you'll go, you know what? I don't care, and I'm not going to do anything. And that's the hermit stage of your existence. Then when you hit that hermit stage, you're going to go, you know what? These people are going to get where they're going to get without me. They don't need me. I'm going to live my true self, and I'm going to go up. 10% of the population, when they hit that hermit stage, will then come to the realization that they need to continue helping the people at the lower level, because some people, 10% of the population who are in service to self, will choose the path of service over everything. And the ultimate path of service for the immortal soul is to sacrifice themselves, to go backwards and lower their vibration to help people in a lower plane to come up to a higher vibration. By doing so, 10% of the people you help will also return from a higher plane. Okay? And then they'll do the same thing as they go up. So when we come down to help people, we're helping ourselves by helping everybody else, by helping the one, to make everybody move faster back up towards the one, so that we can keep recycling and come up with all brand new ideas and learn all brand new things. So some of us enjoy doing this because we're living vicariously as the creator. By being this way and helping faster, we are helping all of you guys, and we are becoming the creator at the same time that the creator is becoming us. As above, so below, as within, so without. So as I'm becoming conscious as an 11th dimensional being, reaching that plateau of having to choose to either stay in the lower realms or become one with the creator is becoming conscious of itself in this third dimensional plane and every other dimensional plane in between. I don't know if that was too much.
So there's certain people that break the vibration. There's other people here that they're doing themselves up, yes? So the question is, okay, so we've got to serve everyone to get to a high vibration. That's not necessarily.
No, it's not necessarily. No, that's not necessarily true. But you can if that's what you choose. Not everyone chooses to do that. Not everyone has to do that. Not everyone's going to want to come back and do what we're doing because everyone who is self-serving would never come back and do what we're doing because you have to give up what you're doing there and everything that you've learned that's gotten you there. And then you come back down to a lower plane. You get veiled with everybody else and you may never wake up. So not everyone does it. Not everyone has to do it. Not anyone, no one is expected to do it. Some of us do it because we enjoy doing it. Okay. Just like, nobody wants to be a garbage man, but some people do it because they don't mind it. Or I'll be the garbage man. I don't care. Pay me enough. I'll do anything. Some people choose to do things because they're good at it. We're good at what we do. So we do this to help. It's hard. It's very hard. Imagine how tired you are when you're stuck here and as you're waking up and how hard this is. And imagine doing this for all of eternity. Because that's what we've done so far. We get tired too when we're down here with you guys. And then once you guys are free, we go, whoo, and we take some time off. We're already planning here to have you guys awake by 2050, and we're not leaving here until a long time after that. Because as we wake up into 4D, we're going to be living longer, and we've already decided that it's not going to be until I'm 147 to 150 before we decide whether we're going to stay on this earth or leave it.
And it wasn't easy, and it never is. So for Leo and I, for an example, because this is hopefully the last time we need to be here, Leo had to wait a really long time for me because I put myself in a deep sleep for a reason, which you guys will find out in the coming years why.
Yeah.
Which made him feel like I'd left him behind. So he was looking for me his whole life. It's a bit of a heartbreaking story, but we're
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
So I was trying to find her and couldn't find her because she was hiding undercover and had to because of this place trying to hunt us. I came through to be awake the way I am and sacrificed being with her for the first 50 years of my life. Okay. Could not see her, could not talk to her, could not touch her, didn't know where she was. I knew where she was kind of. I knew that I had to come to Sydney, Australia and go north. That I knew. So I knew that, but couldn't look hard enough because she was undercover. She had to be because these people who are bad hunt us. And they've been doing that throughout time. That's part of the temporal war I was talking about. Though that's the evil people who think they own this place. They're awake on the evil side enough to know that we're here. Okay? And they tell each generation about us. There are people who will wake up on this earth and say these things. When they do, you unalive them as soon as you can because they are trying to stop us from having the ownership of this place. So they hunt us, and they've been hunting us the entire time. Way back, not just physically, but psychically. Okay, so what they do is, in third dimension, when the bad people get here, the ones that called themselves the Orion Crusaders that were in the belt of Orion, they show up in third dimension, fourth dimension, and fifth dimension. Okay? So what they do is they set up shop in all of those dimensionalities in this area. So I'm in 3D moving into 4D, and then there's the 5D. There's no life in 5D on this earth, but you can come to Earth in 5D, and you can hover in a space. What they do is they have somebody either in third dimension identify us and locate us psychically. I'm sitting right here in New South Wales, Australia. Then they'll have somebody in 4D if I'm completely in 3D. They'll have somebody in 4D go to the exact spot that I'm in, a psychic assassin, go to the exact spot I'm in the next dimension and try to assassinate me cross dimension by having me, whatever, have a heart attack, fall down, hit my head, or something like that. Okay?
I was on the phone to you. I was here in America. I was here, and I saw.
Yes, they do. Psychic medium says yes, they do. So they come out. This is one of the reasons why we have the Defense Against the Dark Arts. It's not just third dimensionality that you need to be aware of. It's cross dimension and cross time. Okay, what Brooke was saying in the background. Okay, when I was in America, and Brooke was over here in Australia, and I was in America taking care of my mom. And Brooke was waking up, but she wasn't fully 100% awake yet, so she wasn't able to defend herself as good as she should have been able to. It's not her fault. She was not awake enough to go, I am freaking just flick them away, right? She's that way now. She just go, pink, get out of here. What are you trying to do? You're cute. Who sent you? Don't you know who I am? Who sent you? Get out of here. Don't make me get mad at you. That's the way she is now. Okay? But she wasn't then. She was not quite fully awake yet. Okay? So at the time, they tried to take her out. Okay? They tried to a psychic attack. They tried to assassinate my wife. Right in front of me. We're literally on camera. I'm 7,000 miles away from her. We're on camera, and she's like, I don't feel right, and this is what's going on. And I was like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. What?
I'm looking in the mirror, and my soul, I could see two. I was seeing double. They were pulling my higher self out of my body to take me to another dimension to assassinate me.
This is, you can
legit.
think they were making this up, but it was legit.
Swear,
yeah,
on
legit.
My heart,
okay.
No word of a lie.
So I'm on the camera with her while this is happening, and I'm going, wait a minute, where is your team? Because we have a team of people that run cross dimension, including different timelines. Okay, that you can't see that are guarding us. Where is your team? Somehow somebody distracted her team, and they were putting a hit out on her because they were realizing that she was there. So they went after her. So I'm literally losing my crap on the phone, on the video with her, and I literally had to astral project myself from California to New South Wales, Australia. And she's in your shiny armor, in my beautiful gold shiny armor, shiny sparkly armor. I literally showed up and did that, flying down and smashing into the ground. You shall not pass. Boom. Literally did that to protect my wife, and then got really mad at a team that should have been in 5D, that should have been signing this. She got worse than I did, and up in 6D, she was kicking tables over and really, really upset that they almost let her get taken out. Okay? That sounds crazy, right? I believe you 100%, David. Thank you. So, yeah, Guardians, where were they? Okay? So I was really upset. I was really upset at that, and so was she, because that almost happened, and I was really mad. Where the fuck was that team? And we found out they were distracted. It was the perfect storm. They were distracting every single one of them, keeping them occupied, while an assassin moved in 5D, occupied the same space with her, and was trying to pull her out of 3D into 5D, where there was no one around, because they were all running around chasing their tails, chasing other beings.
If you want to wake up to what's really happening here, we are here to wake you guys up. We are here on a mission. They are trying to take us out. I don't know how to make it any clearer.
Right?
Yeah. Time to wake up, everyone.
Yeah, right? Right? You said, yeah, wow, what? Jason Ginsburg? Is that what you're saying? No, Greenberg? I'm not sure who that is. Tried doing that, but channeled with a person from India. I don't know. I'd have to see. I don't know what that was about, right? You ever been taken to rooms in your sleep, then a door bangs and you are out of the dark again? That stuff that happens in 3D when they're trying to pull you out, and especially when they're doing like the gate program, and they're trying to scare you. They try to pull you out and do that. But a lot of times that's you moving within different dimensionalities, and you think that it's something that's happening like 3D or a ghost or a demon, or they want you to believe that's what's happening, when you may actually just be moving within your own thing, right? What you just explained, oh, I'm not sure. Okay, thank you for your service, guys, for what you just explained. You woke me up. Something definitely unlocked yesterday when I saw you when I was taken here, right? So that's good because that's what I'm trying to do. I am a beacon. Okay, we are beacons for the lions. Okay, you guys that don't think I'm crazy, that's why you're in the audience right now. You don't think I'm cuckoo and you don't think she is, because there's words that we're saying that you're like, as crazy as this sounds, it sounds like, what if this is true?
Yes,
right?
demons are real and gargoyles are too.
Yes,
Yeah,
demons are real.
Good
Yeah.
demons and bad demons. The gargoyles
Right.
are the good ones.
You have to realize, yeah, and the gargoyles are the good ones. They
Yeah.
have people. If you look at the churches, they put them on top of their churches to guard their churches. In ancient times, all the way up until now, you can look at churches in the United States. They'll have gargoyles on the corners.
Unfortunately, we did lose a friend of ours who
Yes.
was part of our team and he's here now with
Yeah.
us from a psychic attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, a buddy of mine had the perfect storm happen to him, and his name was Paul, and he was here on the earth with me, the only person that I was aware of for a long time. He and I were the only people that we knew were awake, but we knew that there was, many people that were asleep, and we were trying to get to them. 4 years ago, he made a mistake and ended up alone with no way to help himself. And he literally, I have more than one cell phone. I keep more than one cell phone at all times. I have two. Brooke has one. We have computers that we can call people on. We even have a house phone that we don't have hooked up right this second, but we even have a house phone, right? One of the things that we're aware of is that these things can happen. And if you're by yourself and you're alone, you have to have a way to contact people in case something like this happens. Okay. I spoke to him the next day this happened and I was unaware of it. So his perfect storm was he had 3 cell phones and a computer. He was working on a house that he and I used to live in that he bought, and he was fixing it up to sell it. Okay. So he was in the house working on the house. His son's mom took the cell phone away from his son that he bought for his son because his baby mama hated him and didn't want him to talk to his dad. So she took the phone away. So my buddy Paul gave his son one of his extra phones. Okay. So that left him with 2. Then his girlfriend lost her phone. So he gave her one of his phones. That left him with 1 phone. Then after he spoke to me on the phone on a Saturday, he lost his phone. When he was at work, he had no phone. He was trying to get his phone, went to go and get a new phone, had to wait for the phone to be activated, went back to his house. Something happened. I don't know what 100%, but we do know that he was unalived. Okay. So they said it looks like natural causes, but they wouldn't really go into details, right? So it was either stroke, heart attack, something like that. Okay. This guy was in good shape, in perfect shape, better shape physically than I am currently. Okay. And I'm in pretty good shape. I'm just not like this, the big brute, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I used to be. And I'm going to get there again. But then all of this happens, and I find out online from a friend of ours that says, "Rest in peace, Paul." I said, "What are you talking about?" And then I find out that they found him, and he was unalive. His girlfriend called me and said, "Dude, I was trying to get a hold of him, and I went over to the house, and his vehicle's there, and I can't get a hold of him. And his phone, you call his phone." So I called his phone, and his phone was him leaving a message on his phone of him saying, "If you have my phone, turn it in. I'm going to turn it off anyway, so it's not going to be any good for you. So please turn in my phone." That was the message on his phone when I called his phone. So he knew he lost his phone. He was trying to get it back or get a new phone. Something happened, and he did not have a communicative device to save his own self. Something happened, and he was taken out. Okay. It wasn't a random act. Those things, you could say that. You could go, coincidence, man just had a stroke or a heart attack. It was the perfect storm. The guy had walked around with 3 cell phones, and all 3 of his cell phones disappeared out of his control in a 24 or a 48-hour time period, all at once, right? And he was awake. And then all of a sudden he's found a couple of days later when they went in to do a wellness check on him. His brother showed up, opened the door, and they found him. Okay. And then I've talked to him since, and he said, "No, they got me wrong." because I can communicate with his higher self.
He said
He said I fucked up, right? So because of that, he was taken out. Same thing almost happened to my wife. So they try to go after you. They've tried to unalive me many times, just since 2016, right? Actually, before that, just since 2013, that I've almost been taken out 4 times. And it's not. And I always thought like, yeah, that was probably just okay. That's just probably something, right? How can we help the good guys? What can we do? Fix yourself. Wake yourself up.
we're here for you.
Okay, as you're waking up, we're here to wake you up. As you're waking up, you change the dynamic of this entire place. Every single person who raises their vibration raises the total vibration of everyone on earth this much more. Okay? So as you wake yourself up and realize and come into your own and realize that you can do things to help other people, that raises the all a little bit more. As we get to that seminal point, because that's what's happening now, we're getting to that seminal point where more people are awake than are not. If you take a snowball, a little one, and you roll it downhill, what does it do? It gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and pretty soon you can't stop it. Okay? There's a wave, and it's about to crescendo. It's about to cascade, and it can't be stopped, right? Did they take? Yes, and they took him out.
Yeah, but
Okay.
they said why?
Why? Because of who he was or who he is, because of who he is and what he came here to do. His energy is no longer down here doing what he was doing. He is no longer able to do what I'm doing, what you're doing, what she's doing, and help other people.
What we're
Okay.
being made.
Thank you. So now he's in not in physical form, still doing work there, but he's not down here in physical form to be able to speak to people, to have his energy to help support down here. Okay. He's waiting to come back down. He's waiting for his new life he'll be inserted into so that he can be born again down here on this earth to help out for the next 30 years. Okay. So he'll be coming back in about a year. Okay. So then he'll be here and he'll know that he'll be awake. I don't know if he's going to be completely awake, but it won't take him long to wake up. If you're anywhere near Brooke and I, it's not going to take very long. Okay. So what is that? I've gotten call with people whispering at me saying stop. Yeah. See. So listen to this. Okay. This is no word of a lie. I had witnesses. Right.
I don't even want to be in this life. They won't see us. Stop being afraid, girl.
Yeah. You got to stop being afraid of them.
Fear is the weakness. This is how they get
Yeah,
us.
they get you thinking that, and that's how they get you. Is they get you making you believe you are not strong, so they can come get you. That's how they get you. They have to get you to think you're weak and that they can take you out. They can't. You're way stronger than that. I've been teaching people forever. So I go in the hospital a few years ago. Okay. I have at the time I think it was my hernia. I had a hernia that tried to strangulate. Right. So I had a hernia. It decided to strangulate, and I couldn't stop it. They even said, I don't understand why we're not able to unwind this. So I had to go in for emergency surgery. So as I'm laying on the table and I'm sucking oxygen, right, I'm laying there, and all of a sudden I think of, this was back in 2016, and then all of a sudden I think of this psychic who's in New York. I'm in California. And I think to myself, that's weird. Why did I think about her being here in the operating room? And I'm like, and I'm looking around, I'm thinking, man, there seems to be a lot of people in this operating room, man. And all of a sudden, she looks down at me from above and she says, are you okay? We're here. They're trying to assassinate you, and we got you. We brought some people, and we're here to help you. Don't worry, you're going to be okay. And I'm thinking, that's cool. That's weird, man. Why would I think that? Out I go, right? So then I wake up, the surgery's over, I survived it, right? I'm okay, and I'm stapled back up. I'm in recovery, and I'm thinking, that was weird. Why did I bring her into that? Boy, that gas was weird. That got me tripping. I'm going to have to call her and tell her, dude, I had this crazy dream. So they moved me back to my room. No sooner am I back in my room, and I grab my phone to call her in New York. My phone rings, and it's her, and I'm all, bro, you're not going to believe this dream that I had. And she's like, did you see me in the emergency room? And I'm like, you're here? She says, no, I'm in New York, dummy. But they were trying to assassinate me, or trying to assassinate you, and your team tapped me and said, we need you to hone in on him so that we can get there to stop them. They're trying to assassinate him. And then bang, there she was in the operating room, me with the gas going, man, there's a lot of people in this room. They're not supposed to be here, man. As I'm going out, and I'm like, why are you here, dude? This is a weird dream. And then I went out. She was there psychically. They were there. There was a fight going on around me where there was beings in the fifth dimension fighting with one another while some of them were trying to unalive me. Okay? And she calls me on the phone and tells me what I was about to tell her my dream was when I was on the gas. So then I'm sitting there the next day, okay? I'm sitting there and a doctor comes in and she's changing my IV and the nurse is there and we're all talking and the nurse is changing stuff and fixing the bed and getting me ready for my lunch and I'm chilling and the doctor's asking me questions and they're doing my blood pressure and my phone rings, my cell phone. And so I'm like, well, let me answer this to figure out what this is, right? So we can shut this thing up. And I answer the phone. Boop. I don't recognize the number. I go like this. I put it up to my ear, and this is what I hear. Click. And then the doctor standing here goes, what the fuck was that? I shit you not. I'm like, well, that happened. And I set my phone down, and everybody in the whole place heard that. And they all looked at me and went, what was that? And I'm like, whoever that was really hates me. And they were like, yeah, there was evil malice on that phone. What do you think the odds are that somebody in the universe made a prank call and just dialed a number randomly, and it happened to be mine, a day after people were trying to unalive me from another dimension, just to evil as you could imagine, bark at me like that and then hang up the phone? That would have been the most beautiful timing of existence for somebody to just, I'm going to make a random phone call for no apparent reason, and I'm going to do that. That's somebody from a higher plane talking to somebody in their head and making them do that. And I recognized that and went, I don't know who that was, but whoever sent that person hates me a lot. That was an entity who was trying to get rid of me from a higher plane of existence who didn't get to do it and was so mad that they had to have someone call me and go at me. Couldn't get me. That happened. Bye-bye now. Okay. True story. You can think I'm lying about it. You can think I'm making this stuff up. It's okay. But that literally happened. Okay. No, I don't know if I'll get into that one. I'll save that one for when there's a couple more stories. She asked me if I was going to tell a couple of different stories. I said, I'm going to save those stories for later when I'm in person speaking in front of people in an arena, and I'll share one of those stories that she wanted me to share. So there are more. There are other things, but that was one of them. And I just hung up the phone and went, well, that happened. And everybody was like, what the fuck? Even the doctor was like, I have never heard more hate in my life. Whoever that was absolutely hated you to no end. I'm like, yeah. So you could go, that was all just random, dude. None of those things are real. But if you believe that, then, that's just crazy, right? Okay. So I tell you, even when those things were happening to me when I was younger, I was like, yeah, that's just not, I don't know if that's a thing. And people were like, yeah, no, that's a thing. But there's other things that happen that you have to look at. If you guys ever saw Pulp Fiction, there was a scene where Jules and what was his name, Samuel L. Jackson's character's name, they were in that room and they just got done like unaliving all the guys in there because they messed with Marcellus Wallace. I don't know if you guys saw the movie, and they were standing there, and just as they did that, there was a guy that was in the bathroom the whole time that had this big frickin' 357 Magnum, and he came out and just started screaming and firing at them with everything he had. He fired all 6 shots, and the two of them are standing there, and they look at each other, and then they look at the wall behind each other, and there's no way they should have not been hit with a bullet. Jules, the Samuel L. Jackson character, he just says, he says, this is divine intervention. And what's his name? I can't think of his name. His character. He said, "It's nothing, bro. It's just a thing. It just happened. Things happen, right?" he was very third dimensional, and he was like, shit just happens, bro. It's fine. You're okay. Don't worry. But Jules was like, no, man, this was God. God made that happen. And he was like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't God, right? Yeah, it's a miracle, he said, right? And he was like, no, things like that just happen, bro. You just got lucky. Okay, I had a moment where I was working in construction, and we were knocking this house down, and the people had put in this big cement pillar that was like 3 feet deep in the ground and like this big around, so it was real heavy, and they had put rebar into it to hold up this awning, this carport, right? And there was a bunch of them, and we were trying to get it out of the ground, and we were digging at it, and my boss had a bobcat, and he said, hold on, why don't we try to hook it with the bobcat and yank it out of the ground, right? Because if we can do that, it'll save us some time. We don't have to sit here and keep digging. So we were hitting it with a big hammers, trying to get it to loosen up, and he hooks it with the bobcat, and he's trying to pull it up, and it explodes, and there's metal that he hooked the bobcat sled into to pull it up. There's these big steel pieces in the rebar, right? And the thing, yes, that's what we're talking about, right? So I'll get to that. So I'm standing there, and I'm about 5 feet away watching this, and other people are like standing on the other side. I happen to be the only one over here. And he goes to pull this thing up, and it explodes, and it shoots at me like a shotgun blast. And all of these metal pieces go bam, and they get embedded into the wall behind me. And I'm just standing there, and all I could do was make that Jason Statham face from Snatch. I just went like this, and just boom. Everybody thought for sure I had to have been riddled. Okay, and there is no way that I was not with bullet holes in me. Okay, and I'm standing there, and I was like, whoa, and I looked, and they were like, oh my God, come over here. They're making me take off my shirt. They're literally checking me to see if I have holes in me and whether I'm bleeding or not. And they all went, there is no way you're not injured. All of that sprayed into your body. How are you not injured? And I was not injured. Okay. So to answer your question, do you not have protection? Yes. Okay. We have teams of people, but that doesn't mean that we're impervious to things. Sometimes if we're not paying attention and we don't balance our chakras, and we don't pay attention to what's happening, these things can affect us. And then we can do something stupid like trip and fall and smash our head and end up becoming unalived. And people will just go, it's just a fluke accident. He fell down. But the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's why we teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Okay? Because when you're asleep, you do not have any protection. You have protection, but you don't know you have protection. And because of that, your mind will create scenarios because you're thinking, I can be unalived. They're in charge. They own everything. They're always in power. I'm living on their land. I owe money. I owe taxes. Your focus is being pushed into a place of fear and control to where they're saying we can take you out whenever we want to.
What about that one
Okay.
that they sent us? The one that we sent us and we went, do you realize what they're actually doing? Do you realize they're trying?
Right. Well, and then, yeah,
I'm sorry.
Brooke's wanting to brag now and tell you guys more. Pulp Fiction was a great movie. She's wanting me to tell the story of us like, dude, I don't want to tell that story right now, but she's right though. It's funny because of who we are, but I don't want to get into those details right now. Right. But yes, that was funny. Right. So she's right. Those will be stories we'll tell also later when you guys are more awake as an entire societal structure. And then we'll be telling those stories and then people won't actually just go, because some of them I'll tell you and you'll go, wait, what? No. But by that time you guys will go, yeah, that must have been fun. Right. What's the last thing you do every day? I wake up and go to sleep. You know, right? Did you hear that? She says, no, you say I love you and we kiss each other. The first and last thing that I do, literally, we wake up at the same time because we sleep together. We don't sleep in separate rooms or separate beds. We set an alarm, we wake up, we literally go boop, turn the alarm off, and then literally I love you, and we kiss one another. Okay, before we go to sleep, same thing. And we're always intertwined with each other's bodies. I'm on top of her, she's on top of me. We're rolling around all the time, right? Healing each other as Reiki masters. We are constantly, but let me explain that, right? We're talking about that. When I was a little boy in this life, my father worked nights. And when he came home one night, I was probably 5 or 6, maybe 6, maybe 7. He came home one night. He wasn't working that night, so he came in to put myself and my brother to bed because we were in the same room and we were in separate sides of the room, right? So when he came in, I had gotten 4 river rocks and I was putting them on the posts of my bed, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. And he asked me what I was doing, and I said that I was casting a bubble to sleep in. And he said, what are you doing? You're doing what? And I said, I'm making a bubble to sleep in so that negative energy, so evil can't get me. And he looked at me and he says, where did you learn how to do that? And I said, well, I just know how to do that because it's the right thing. And he says, no one showed you how to do that? And I said, no, I know how to do that because that's what you do. I'm making a bubble that I'm sleeping in that evil cannot get through so that I can sleep and not have to worry about evil or bad things trying to get me. And he said, what makes you think that you need to do that? And I said, well, because there's evil out there. And I pointed out the window of my bedroom. There's evil out there that wants to harm me. And my father says, where? And he looks out the window. And I said, if you look out behind we had a walnut tree next to an apricot tree. I said, if you look out behind the walnut tree right there, there's a demon standing there who's all red with red glowing eyes. And he's looking at me and he wants to kill me, wants to unalive me. Pardon me, TikTok. My father looks out there and looks back at me and he says, you can see that? And I said, yeah. And he says, describe it to me. And I did. And he looks out there and he looks back at me and he says, oh, son, that's not going to happen because I'm not going to allow that thing to unalive you. Only he didn't say that word, but we're on a communist, it's a TikTok channel. Okay. And I was already awake because I was born awake in this life, but I wasn't sure how awake my father was. And I was like 6, right? So I was taking care of myself, not knowing if my father was awake enough to figure it out. My father looked at me and said, oh, son, I'm not going to allow that to happen. He said, don't you worry about that thing. I've got that thing taken care of. But why, have you always been able? And I was like, yeah, no, Dad, I'm awake. I'm this person and I've been here forever. And he says, okay, you need to go to sleep because it's late. Tomorrow we got some talking to do and we need to start your training. And I said, my training? He said, yeah, we need to teach you all of the ways of this place and how to make sure that you understand everything you need to know how to survive this place. And he says, I know now that this is why I came here. And I said, okay. And he said, tomorrow starts your training. And that was the first day of my Merlin training. That was the training that took me until I was 19 years of age before I got the title of Merlin. My father was a Merlin and he was my father, and that was designed. Okay, but I wasn't sure if my father was awake enough to realize that, and he was. Thank the gods that he was, because I wasn't sure, because he didn't act like he was as awake as I thought he should have been. But then I realized at that point he was far more awake than he was letting on. And the first thing he said to me is, the first thing about Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club. That movie wasn't around then, but that was basically what he said. You cannot let people know what you know. You cannot tell these people who you are or what you're doing here. They cannot know that. You're a boy. They will take you from me and they will study you and they will do all kinds of crazy things to you. You do not let them know about that. We have these conversations when no one else is around, unless there's other people that are awake enough to have these conversations. Do you understand me? And I said, yes. And he said, I'm doing this for your own good. You realize that, you know that, right? So, yeah. What's your favorite type of music that you listen to? I listen to everything. Depends on my mood. We listen to mostly all the bands who sing about spirituality and being awake, like Tool. And yeah, the bands that you guys don't realize speak about being awake and waking up, like Tool. Who else do we listen to? Incubus. There's older songs that, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Soundgarden, U2. Yeah, there's so many bands that sing about. Look, you go back to the 80s, there was a band called Aldo Nova. Aldo Nova. Red Hot Chili Peppers. I just said that one. Let's see, the Eagles, Led Zeppelin, Marilyn Manson, Judas Priest, Alice in Chains. These are bands that have songs that were about the waking up and being awake, that most people don't realize. We Viking, all Viking. I am. We are. I'm Native American 5%. The rest of me is Native Viking. So we listen to Viking music, because we've been. Yeah, we were Vikings in many different lives. So we listen to Viking Native Viking music, which is also mostly singing about waking up and helping to free the world. I love Amon Amarth. If you guys are Vikings, love Amon Amarth. It depends on our mood. Some days I listen to speed metal, death metal. Other days I listen to, rock. Some days we listen to rap. Other days we're listening to ambient. I love Lorena McKennitt. Anything from Lorena McKennitt. ABBA was great, right? There you go. We're going back to the 70s and 80s now, right? Yeah, there was a lot of bands throughout history who sang about songs that you're unaware of, right? In Yeah, right. She's over here singing Black Hole Sun, right? So, so the same thing when it comes to electronic music. I love house music. I always loved that, let's say, called house techno. Love that stuff, because there's a lot of. I used to work in clubs, right? I used to bounce in clubs, and I was a bodyguard. So when I was younger, so I used to provide a bodyguard service for people, like if you had a group of women, say 4 or 5 women or 6 women that you guys all wanted to go to a club and you wanted to cut loose and get drunk and dance, but you didn't want to have anything happen to you, you would hire us and we would escort you in the club and take care of you and make sure you're okay. And then we would make sure you all got home to where you came from and give you back to your husbands or boyfriends or whatever, so you guys could have a female night out without having to worry about stuff. Bob Marley. Oh, yeah, Bob Marley. Right? Yeah. Right. So yeah, there you guys know, right? You guys know some of these bands. You listen to them. Sometimes you guys hear this stuff and you don't know, or you watch a movie and you don't know until later on, but you know that something's really cool, like Alice in Chains, Man in the Box, that song, or Hotel California by the Eagles, or Californication by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You know what I mean? Or Kashmir by or Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, or there's these older bands, newer bands. There's people singing about this stuff today that you're not aware of, right? Yepper, welcome back. Welcome back. So, movies that are about the same thing. Look at Matrix. Look at that whole series, right? Look at Battlestar Galactica, science fiction, a lot of sci-fi stuff. They integrate those things. Look at the story of Batman. Look at the story of from the superheroes of Superman. You know, so oh, now I'm knocking things over, right? So, can we travel beyond the Arctic wall? There is no Arctic wall, my friend. There is no wall around the Earth. You won't be able to go north or south right now into the Earth, because the governments of the outside Earth have made deals with the governments of the inside Earth to keep all of us wandering people out of their way and out of their mess. Okay, so you're not going to be able to go into and find out that stuff once everybody moves into 4D. It's going to become easier for that kind of travel. Once the human race is less bellicose, less having affinity for murder and those things, and becoming less violent, going into 4D, then those other races will the disclosure you're looking for and being introduced to these other races will actually become a thing, and you'll be able to move around and go there, right? No, there is no left behind. Nobody's getting left behind either. That was part of them trying to keep control of everybody, like with the Christian rapture, where they said there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to be left behind, because what they're trying to do is the bad people know that we're here. The bad people who got you stuck ran for their little lives a long time ago, more than 10,000 years ago. They ran away. Okay. They weren't here for very long. They were here for like a half a minute and we got here. Okay. And then they ran away, and we have people chasing them and leapfrogging with where they're landing and where they're leaving. It's just what we do. Okay. But you guys down here are unaware of that and you got stuck. Okay. So they're still trying to split timelines into some timeline, any timeline where they're in charge. Okay. So they're telling you, like the Hopi rock legend, there's two timelines and you're either going to go into the good one or you're going to go into the bad one. And they want you to believe that. They want you to believe that with all of their heart because they will move into the bad one, the dystopian society. They want anyone. So they don't care if there's 8 billion people. They don't care if 7,999,999,000 people go into the timeline where they're not in charge. If they can create a timeline where they're in charge of any number of humans, they'll take it. To save themselves and their power, they'll go down to nobody, control them, and allow them to populate themselves again. Okay? So nobody's getting left behind. There isn't going to be this change, but people are still trying to tell you this. So don't listen to anyone that says, and people that you just don't know or that you know are just going to wink out of existence. That's not happening. They want you to believe that because they want you to manifest. Some people are going to go to the bad place. And they don't care if they take all 14% of the population that's evil. They don't care. They want a population to go with them because they've done it over and over. You just don't know that. They've done that over and over, and we're fixing that. Okay, there was a time in this world's history. Okay, you know about these places. We're going to go down the road of the what is it called? Mandela effects. Okay, the Mandela effect is Nelson Mandela. What happened to Nelson Mandela? Do you remember Nelson Mandela at all? Then, if you're old enough to remember him, did he get unalived by someone while he was in prison or afterwards? Or did he become the president of South Africa? Or did his wife become the president of South Africa? So there's a couple of different memories there. Which one do you have? Okay. So do you have any of those? Right? There's other ones like, I love that one. In the Monopoly guy. The Monopoly guy, did he have a monocle on one eye or no monocle? They call these Mandela effects. They say there's a whole bunch of people, millions of people, that are remembering something wrongly. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. TikTok, this is not alcohol, this is coffee. Yes, 92, after he became the president of South Africa. Okay, so in this timeline that we're in, he went through that and he was not unalived. He became the president of South Africa and then he perished. Then his wife became the president of South Africa. That's the histories you can look up now, but you have a memory of a different one, don't you? Okay, so there's many of these Mandela effects. Did he have a monocle, right? No, he doesn't, right? He has a monocle. He did. He doesn't right now. Okay, so Kit Kat, right? And we don't have one to show you, but the Kit Kat candy bar by Nestle. Is it Kit Dash Cat or is it just Kit Kat? Okay, some of you remember that. The Loom and Fruit of the Loom, the cornucopia. Is it just the fruit or is there a cornucopia behind it? Okay. Yes, James Bond, the Jaws, the big guy Jaws, right? Okay, so when he smiled at that little girl with his big jaws, she smiled back and had braces, didn't she? Not anymore. Mandela effect. They claim that there's millions of us that just have these memories that are wrong. But we have the exact same wrong memory, exactly the same. That's statistically impossible. Okay? And I tell you truly, the reason you have those memories is because you were in a timeline where that actually existed. And you are now in a timeline that doesn't exist anymore because we are collapsing timelines. There was a timeline in this human history where the Germans won the Second World War. Okay? So we're getting rid of all the timelines where the evil people are in control and we're collapsing them. So they're trying to carve out any timeline they can have where they survive, where their control is surviving. Okay? And we're aware of that and we're collapsing those. So those timelines are disappearing. Sometimes when they happen, though, we remember things and go, oh, man, like me with yams and sweet potatoes. Okay? I was annoyed for a long time when that timeline was starting to collapse because a sweet potato was, in fact, a potato that looked like a yam, but when you cut it open, it was kind of yellow. and it had those little teeny rings on the inside when you looked at it, the way a potato does when you look at it. And it was the consistency of a potato, but it was yellow. And a yam, when you cut it open, was orange on the inside and very sweet. Okay. Then last year in May, that yam became a sweet potato. And now all sweet potatoes are that orange thing, sweet potato fries, all of that. And the yam is now, when you cut it open, white or purple inside, and it's got hairs coming off of it like a coconut. Okay. It didn't have that before, right? So yes, so to answer that, because it looked like somebody was asking a question and you were answering the McMahon, maybe to unite humanity. Yes. Okay. So these Mandela effects that you guys have are memories of a timeline that you were in that is not this one. And that timeline no longer exists, and it has been put back together with this timeline. Because in that timeline, there was more control by the evil people. So that timeline went away. So they have been trying to preach to everybody doomsday, prophecies, end of the world, end of times, end of days, Third World War. They're still trying to do it now with everything going on in the Middle East right now. They're trying to get the Third World War started for everything they can do for it. As soon as they can. They need to unalive most of the people like me who are talking like this. But it's not going to work. It can't work. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. But they're trying everything they can do. They're desperate. Okay. So yeah. So those things don't exist anymore. But you have memory of dual memories. You have a memory of, say, Tinkerbell flying around for the Disney Channel and coming up to the camera and going poof, and all the sparkles coming down like this in front of you, and then Tinkerbell flies behind the castle and goes over the top and makes the arch. Or you don't. If you remember Tinkerbell doing that, Disney says they never made Tinkerbell ever do that. But how many of you out there remember Tinkerbell doing that? Okay. So the truth is, you were existing in this timeline and that timeline at the same time. You're unaware of that if you're not awake enough to realize that you were both of those peoples. When the timelines collapse, your consciousness just goes into one consciousness. You still have the memory of the other timeline because you, my friends, who have memories of those timelines that they call a Mandela effect, you remember those because you came here to help these people. Because you are one of the people who are actually helping collapse those timelines. And that's why you remember them. So they need all of us, if we're still asleep, to think we're just remembering it wrong. Shut up, sit down and do your job. Oh, and by the way, end of the world, end of the world, end of the world. We're all going to die. We're all going to perish because prophecy said so. Okay? Because they know that our focus determines our reality. So if we focus long enough on the idea that there's going to be a left behind, that reality will split off of this one and they will move themselves into that reality because that's where they want to be. So they're focusing on the other reality, left behind, left behind, left behind, left behind, place where we live, place where we are in charge. To utopian, we don't care if it's 1 million people. We'll take it. Okay. So then so they say that never existed, right? How many of us were there waking or awake currently? 20% of the population, less, more, way more than that. Okay, here, let me go. Oh, this will freak you out. Okay, almost 80%, almost 86% of the population of this earth isn't even from here. Okay, let me say that again so you guys understand that math. Almost 86% of the population that is here currently isn't from here. Okay, so most of the population is waking up. This is the year 2026. By the year 2032, probably before that, this year, according to a lot of prophecy, if things go the way we're wanting them to go, the 20th of this year, March 20th, is the solstice. On that solstice, if things go the way they're supposed to, over in Egypt at the Giza Plateau, you have the Sphinx, which was originally a lion's head and a lion body, that they defamed to take away from what it originally was. is looking due east into the sky. On the morning of the solstice of March 20th, the constellation of Leo will be coming up in the sky. At the same time, mind you, the constellation of Orion will be overhead. The constellation of Leo will come up on the horizon, and Leo, the lion, who no longer has a lion head, who is facing due east, will gaze at Leo. The heart of Leo will come up on the horizon, Regulus, which is a white star which appears blue to us. And that white star, before the sun comes up completely in front of it, will turn red. And if that happens on the solstice, that is another prophecy beyond the Kachina one that Three-Eye Atlas created, where it flips a switch. And it's supposed to happen this year, either on the solstice, which I believe it's going to be, which is March 20th, or November 7th, which a lot of other people believe it's going to be. So by the end of this year, no matter what, a switch is going to be flipped, and people are going to go and just wake up like crazy and go, dude, are you aware that these evil people are just lying to us? And you're going to go, yeah, man, you're not going crazy. It's okay. You're waking up, buddy. Welcome back. Okay. So between now and not too long in the future, they say, what is, wait a minute, what are you saying here? The King Stone is what you're talking about. Yes. You know. They say that is when Jesus returns. Okay, so you're almost right there, guys. Let me tell you why. Okay, because if you guys, the way the timeline was, but it's shifting. The way the timeline was, the 2,000-year anniversary of the unaliving and resurrection of Jesus 2,000 years ago would have been mathematically Easter of this year. March 20th is the solstice. Easter is like 4 days later, 5 days later, something like that. Okay. So most people think that Jesus was born on the year 1 BC, and he was 33, which would have him live until he was 33 years of age on the year 33 Adonai AD. But if you look it up in Google, last year in May, before that timeline shift that changed the chickens to black, that faded out quickly, thank the gods for that, that changed a few other things along with the yams and the sweet potatoes. It changed from Jesus being born on 7 AD to 4 AD, or 7 BC to 4 BC. That's shifting a little bit with every time collapse. So we can't predict exactly when the 2,000-year anniversary of the resurrection of Jesus is going to be, but at the very, very, very latest, it will be in the year 2033, because he was 33 years of age, and he had to have been born in some year. The only way that it could be 33 is that he had to have been born in 1 BC. Okay. But he's not coming back. He's not coming to show up, fly back here in a spaceship or a bus. That was the part that they lied to you about in the Christian religion when they changed it into a religion and made it a warlike society. Jesus never said, wait here, I'm going to come back. He said, the way to heaven is through me. Okay. The way to heaven is within yourself. He was telling you the entire time that you need to look within yourself to find the way out of here. Then Constantine in the year 325 to 329 had a couple of councils, and they edited books out of the Bible, and that's when they rose Jesus' status up to, eradicated the feminine, rose Jesus up to God by saying, well, Jesus is the Word, right? Okay, so if Jesus is the Word of God, let's go back to Genesis. Let's take the Hebrew Bible now. Take the Old Testament, which is the Hebrew Bible. So now we're going back to the Hebrew Bible, and it says, when God created the world, God said, let there be light, and the Word was with God, and God created the world with the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So therefore, Jesus, who is the Word, has to be the Word, has to be with God, has to be God. And then the Trinity, in nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, became the thing. And then they started teaching you the book of Romans. And then they claimed to you that Jesus said when he was resurrected, he said, look at my wounds, doubting Thomas. Wait here. I'm coming back. Then they stopped teaching you the book of the Acts of the Apostles. Just don't teach it. Leave it in, but don't teach it. Because in the beginning of the Acts of the Apostles, it starts with Jesus just left, but he was here for 40 days while alive teaching. So they took away his wife. Thank you for that. Took away the sacred feminine because they turned it into a warlike religion. Okay, the Romans took control of it, and they turned it into a warlike religion, so they had to get rid of the feminine. So Mary Magdalene was no longer married to Jesus. They didn't have any kids. We'll just move that over, sweep that away. Okay, Jesus wasn't married. He's just a guy who is God, who came down to earth, and he was our Savior and died for our sins. Go over there and unalive those people. God wills it, and off you go. Okay? And then people get mad at me when I say that, and if you're in any way a Hebrew, and you know your own religion, you will back me up on this because you have to, because it's your religion. Okay? In the time that Jesus was alive, he could not have been called rabbi, which means teacher, and he could not have had followers, and he could not teach in the synagogue, which we now know from history he did all those things. He was called rabbi, he had followers, and he taught in the synagogue. To do that, in that culture at the time, if you were the age of 30, you had to be married. Jesus was 31, 32, and 33 when he was teaching and called rabbi. To be alive in that religion, you had to be married. Otherwise, there was something wrong with you and you were put on trial. So Jesus had to have been married. Whoops, wait, no, hold on, there's more. To be called a rabbi in that religion at the time and have followers and to teach in the synagogue by reading scrolls, you have to be married. You have to have children. So Jesus, who has been acknowledged by the Sanhedrin in all of their reports as a rabbi, was teaching in the synagogue. The only way he could have done that over the age of 30 at all was he had to be married. He had to have children. Who was he married to? Well, there was one woman in their group besides Holy Mary who walked around with a hijab on all the time. At the time, back then, the only women who wore that with the headdress were married. That's how you knew when a woman was married, because she wore that on her head. Mary Magdalene has never been depicted not. She was married to someone. Oh, she was married to John the Baptist. You mean the guy she never talked about, never met, didn't care about when he became unalived? When this guy that she was supposedly married to became unalived, she was really worried about Jesus and how he felt about it. But in all the stories, they keep her as far away from Jesus as they possibly can. Even when they did the Chosen, they did the same thing. Kept her as far away from Jesus as they possibly could in the television show. She was literally the furthest away from him in every shot. Okay? Why is that? Okay, so what? So they never mentioned his marriage. No, they didn't. Unless the timeline shifted. He had to have been married. He had to have been married to someone. But all of that is not in there anymore. Now, here's more. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. TikTok. Yeah, same thing happened to Judas. They said to you, okay, Judas, if you read the book of Judas, which they took out, which is out there, Jesus convinced Judas to do what he did because it was his plan. So we'll get to that. So let's go back to Jesus. Is there any other evidence, my friends, right? People say, come on, bro. You're just grasping at straws. Okay, at the time in Roman law, if I am taken by the Romans and I am beaten by the Romans and I bleed on their floor and I'm being then taken and putting in prison and I've bled on their floor, the Romans aren't cleaning up my blood. No frickin' way. The slaves are cleaning up the blood. The family members, this is Roman law, look it up. The family members of the person who was being beaten are the ones to clean up the blood. So when Jesus had the crown of thorns on his head and they were whipping him, when they took him away, who cleaned up his blood? It's in the Bible. Mother Mary and two other people only. Where were all of his apostles? They were all watching it, but nobody went to clean it up. Why? Who did? Mary Holy Mary, Jesus' mom, Mary Magdalene, and John. Who was John? John was brother to James. They tell you that James and John were sons of Zebedee. Well, then how did John get in there to clean things? How did Mary Magdalene get in there to clean things? They had to be related to Jesus. I tell you truly, Mary Magdalene was married to Jesus. John was his brother, and James was his other brother. Because Mary, his mother, and his father, who was not his father, had two children after him, John and James. Okay? So that's Roman law. Now, let's go further. Hold on, please. When Mary was in the bar drunk, when Jesus came to meet her, she was going by the name of Lilith, not Mary of Magdalene. It's written in the Bible. So then Jesus comes in and says, no more of this drink for you. This is not for you. And she says, leave me alone. She doesn't know who he is. She says, leave me alone. Jesus Christ, leave me alone. Kidding. She gets up and she walks out. He follows her outside and he says, Mary of Magdalene. And she stops dead. She turns around and she looks at him and she says, who is this that calls me by my name, by my true name? And he says, who but the Creator would call you by your true name? You are Mary of Magdalene, and you are mine. He didn't say that to anybody else. Everybody else, he popped up and said, hey, how's it going? I'm going to make you a fisher of men. Follow me. No one else. He said, you are mine, and she collapsed into his arms, and they embraced. Okay? And in other books, that story is told that they kissed. Okay? Hold on. Now you're making stuff up. Okay? Dan Brown, when he wrote the Da Vinci Code, talked about this in the Da Vinci Code because Dan Brown read the same books that I read from history that he based that book on, that the two of them were married. And he brought it up in the movie if you saw the Da Vinci Code. At the time, they said Mary was Jesus's companion. In that language, at the time in Aramaic, the word companion meant spouse, not friend. You can look that up in history. So all of the books said Mary was always with Jesus, always at his side. They were always together, and she was his companion. Okay. Then later on, after Jesus was unalived and resurrected and stayed there for 40 days and told everybody what they were going to do and gave them the higher training that now the Gnosis people claim that John and James got from Jesus when he said, all that other stuff I said was a lie. Here's the truth, which we now know in other Bibles that he was saying, here's the extended truth that you guys need to know to set up the church. And then I have to go. And then he went. Mary went to the south of France, because the next biggest Jewish population was in the south of France. Peter took control of the church away from her because Peter said, I hate her and her entire kind, but it's better to marry than to burn. You should look that up and figure out what that means. So she leaves and goes to the south of France. When she shows up in the south of France, which Dan Brown also talked about in his book, which is in the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that you can read, that these other guys wrote from another book. Okay. She shows up with a daughter, two sons, a daughter, and pregnant. And they say, who is this that is with you? And she says, oh, this is my servant girl. Her name was Sarah, which at the time meant princess. And that slave girl, servant girl, grew up and married a prince in the south of France and became the queen of the south of France. And oh, by the way, all of those children could talk to animals and heal people with their hands, and so could their children. So Dan Brown said, if all that's true, which it looks like it might be in history, then there might be a DNA of Mary and Jesus still on this earth. And if that were the case, who would everybody who's Christian actually listen to? The descendant of the Christ and Mary, or the Pope in Rome? If that's real, the church would have to hunt them down and get rid of them to keep their power. So he wrote a what if. What if that were true? What if there was this bloodline? And if there was, this would be the scenario. Okay? Look this stuff up, my friends. If you read the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, if you read the book Mary and Her Knights, if you read the book The Templar Knights, and if you read the Gospel of Mary, just those 4 books, you'll have this information.
Yes, Anthony,
that is why they're asking for everybody's DNA kits, and they want everybody to do it. I've done it. She did it too, because they're trying to look for and identify the possible DNA. That's why they want everybody to give their DNA. Yes, there is a Gospel of Mary, my friends, and they've authenticated it. At first they said this is just something that they made up, and they've actually found, you can look this up too, they found fragments of the Gospel of Mary in more than 7 countries around the world at varying times from the year 100 to being found in the year 1947. And whenever they found all of them and brought them together and compared them, they were all the same, which means there was one gospel that was written by Mary that was distributed all across the world. And we still have that. There's many gospels missing. If you look at, there's videos that'll talk to you about it, like everything that you know as the Gnostic gospels were taken out. We have, somewhere we have a list of it. Okay. So you can look up the Gnostic Gospels, the Nag Hammadi. You can look up these things. If you look up here's what you can look up. There's videos on the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopians have a Bible that dates back to the 1st century, pre the year 100. Okay? Jesus was unalived in 33. Before 70 years later, the current Bible that has been authenticated that the Ethiopian church has dates back to in that 70-year time period. The oldest version of the Bible for Christianity on the face of the earth. Okay. And they have all the books in it. And guess what books they have in there? All the ones that were taken out, that were found in the Dead Sea area and around the rest of the world. So they actually do a comparison. If you look up the different videos on the Ethiopian Bible, they do a comparison by how many books are in the Ethiopian Bible, how many are in the Roman Catholic Bible, how many are in the Eastern Orthodox Church Bible, and how many are in the modern day Christian Bible. Your modern day Christian Bible has 61 or 63 books in it. That's it. Okay. Okay. So according to the most, did you hear Brooks? She said the Old Testament has what, 39? And the New Testament has 27 books out of 80. Okay. So literally 39 and 27 out of 80 books. The Ethiopians started letting people in the 1780s, like 1789 or something, started letting people look at their Bible. They ignored them until today. The Eastern Orthodox Church also left at an early stage of them editing stuff out of the Bibles. So currently the Christian religion has 63 books. The Roman Catholic religion has 73 books. The Eastern Orthodox Church has what, 81?
No, that was the original.
They have like 79, and guess what? The Ethiopian Bible has all 81 books in it. And guess what books are in there? The Book of Jubilee, the Book of Jude, all these books that they claimed during the Council of Nicaea in 324, the Book of Enoch, all the stuff they tell you is the Nag Hammadi or the Gnostic Gospels, all those books that were found in the Dead Sea area, all those books that they claim are all fake and a lie, never should have been in the Bible or actually in the Ethiopian Bible. Some of them are in the Eastern Orthodox Church Bible, and some of them are in the Roman Catholic Church Bible. Okay? So literally, if you look at the Old Testament itself, what the Christians call the Old Testament, and then pick up the Hebrew Bible from today, because that's what they claim the Old Testament is the Hebrew Bible, the Jewish people will tell you that Bible is not accurate, and they edited it and took out a lot of the books that were in this actual Bible that we got from Moses, that Moses got from God. So the book that you hear of as the Old Testament is supposed to be the canon of the biblical canon of the Hebrew religion, and it's edited as well. So they edited the things out, and what did they do? They edited out all the sacred feminine. They edited out things like the creator of the universe is not male or female, but an androgynous being of light. They got rid of all of that. Okay.
Jesus warned people, if people come and tell you white suit not to do this and not to believe this, not to believe that.
Right. So, do the Vatican have also some of the documents? They have all of it. They still do, but they're not letting anybody know about it. They've been controlling this narrative because 12,000 years ago they started controlling the world, so that the information that you were getting was there is nothing and it's all been created. So if you go into a timeline of when Julius Caesar back in the first century started burning the Alexandria, that was get rid of all of the information on the past of the people in this world. Okay, so then you come forward to the 324. Constantine, the emperor in Rome, started editing the Bible and going, nope, 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 nope. Book of Romans, good little Christians, no feminine, only masculine, only lower brain, go over there and unalive people. God wills it. And it was a war machine ever since. So is the Hebrew religion. So is the religion of the Muslims. All of those are based on the Book of Moses, and they are all monotheistic, male-dominated religions that are war machines with no feminine, no upper chakra, no spirituality, all of it trying to be taken out of there as fast and as hard as they can. Then they tell you that Jesus was teaching, he was teaching the way. All of a sudden, the way was sit down here and wait here. I'm coming back. Okay. Random question. Was the T-Rex actually a dragon? I don't believe that it was a dragon because of the, but it was similar to, I think it evolved into a dragon. The T-Rex itself didn't have wings, so it may have, but the concept of that, when people were digging up the bones, they were thinking those were giant bones and they were dragon bones. Anything that belonged to a big animal, they said was a dragon. But there were dragons. Okay, and I'm going to have to go. My wife is telling me to wrap it over here because I've been on here for 7 hours now.
And my Kelto needs to eat.
I need to eat and have dinner with his wife. I've been on here for 7 hours, which is the longest time I've gone for one setting. I usually split that up between 3-hour time periods. All right, so there were dragons, okay, and they're in a different realm. So when you start getting into 4D, it's going to be a time as you start shifting from 4D into 5D where you're going to start seeing dragons flying around here, okay? That'll happen by 2050. You'll start seeing dragons. And then How to Train Your Dragon will become a little bit more real in those movies and cartoons. All right, guys. What is for dinner? What do we have for dinner? I don't know what it is.
Savory mince.
I don't know what that savory mince. I don't even know what that means. I'm from America, so that means something that probably is something like rice and beef, as far as I know. I don't know what that means. But with pasta instead of rice. So that's what we're having. So we're having rice. We're having rice with meat, but it's pasta rice with meat, right?
Dragon right here and here. I'm white.
Yeah, you guys have to realize that some of you are dragons in a different realm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Someone just said they were a dragon. I was like,
yeah,
oh,
right.
Yes.
I'm a dragon. Yes, you are.
Yes,
right?
you are.
Dragons. Some of you are dragons in other realms.
Has anyone looked at their pet and recognized them? I'm going to leave you with that to ponder on until the next live.
Right.
Ask us why.
Yeah. Look at your cats and dogs and fish and snakes and see if you recognize them. All right, guys. I love you guys. I got to go. I will be back live tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure which. Okay. And you guys have a great day. I love you very much. Please, smash those hearts and, do that thing that you do when you want to know when someone goes live, that if I say those words, TikTok diminishes. Who can hear me, right? I love you guys, and I will see you guys next time. Defense Against the Dark Arts, I'll be teaching tomorrow, so I won't be live until after the course is over. If you guys are interested in learning how to defend against all this stuff, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com.
And get some unveiled.
Tell us your TikTok handles so we know who you are on TikTok and your real name, of course. And then tell us, I want to get into the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. 88 Australian dollars. You see, that's a $1,200 value, and that's Australian dollars. So if you're on the American dollar, the pound sterling, or the euro, that 88 is only about 65 because your money is like worth a lot more. So you get another $20 off of that. Okay. So those are the courses, either the 15th and 16th or the 18th, 19th, or the 20th and 21st. These are all New South Wales times, Sydney times, or dates, and then the time is 9 a.m. our time, which is 5 p.m. West Coast America time when the class starts. 4 hours each day on Zoom. Okay. If you guys are interested, email us. We'll send you the invoice. You pay that, you're in. If you want to get into the class for tomorrow, do it tonight. Otherwise, you got a couple of days to pay for these to get in. Okay. So if you guys want in and you want to learn how to defend against all this craziness so that you'll never have to worry about whether or not somebody tries to psychically get you or send spells at you or energy vampires or any of that stuff, especially if you're empaths, you know what I'm talking about. You're dealing with people and their icky energy all the time. I can help you. Ask Brooke how much I helped her because she used to absorb energy and not know how to release the energy.
If I knew how to do this years ago, oh my Lord, it would have saved me a lot of pain. I swear it is a lifesaver. Literally. If you were here and heard my story earlier, you'll understand that.
All right. I love you guys. Gotta go. Gotta eat me some dinner and put my feet up. Relax, eat some food, and drink some coffee and some water, and watch something brainless on television. I don't know what we're going to watch, but we're going to watch something brainless or not. We might end up watching something spiritual. I don't know. Depends on what Brooke wants to do. All right. I love you guys. Talk to you guys later.